been a wild life.
And the wild spring continues for Sam. I'll tell you, I know, get the Kleenex out. It's just too much. He has 3 cars and 3 drivers on his team. All 3 qualified for the Indy race on Sunday.
Wow.
So, yeah, right. And as I say, and as he says, this gizmo that he's working with now, it's 1.0, sort of what the car was like 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. Who knows what it might turn into 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years in our future. Just amazing.
Trailblazer.
Wow. I mean, just speechless here.
On so many levels.
To dance with his daughter at
Priceless.
her wedding.
Right.
Incredible.
Harry.
Harry, we love you.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Thursday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But let's kick it off with pop star. Olympic-bound tennis champ Naomi Osaka shares an inside look at her personal life and training in an upcoming docuseries, and Carson has an exclusive look. Check it out.
Naomi Osaka there, the Olympics-bound tennis champ, is sharing an inside look at her personal life and training in an upcoming docuseries on Netflix. We've got an exclusive first look at the show now. In the clip, Osaka, who's been opening up recently about prioritizing her mental health, reveals the pressure she feels to maintain a certain image.
I feel like I always have this pressure to maintain like this squeaky image and not get into any controversy. And as long as I do that, then everything's chill.
You know exactly what you need to be at your best. I don't feel you need a lot of help from outside.
The docuseries Naomi Osaka starts streaming on Netflix tomorrow. Next up, another one of our favorite athletes we're looking forward to seeing in Tokyo, Simone Biles, the all-star gymnast who's already touched down in Japan, is on the cover of the latest edition of Sports Illustrated. Now, in the issue, Biles opens up about what it's been like to train for the delayed Olympics over the past year. The 24-year-old gymnast who already holds 30 medals from her world championship and Olympic wins, revealing how she knows, or how she will know when the right time is going to be to hang up that leotard and start the next chapter of her life.
Always have to give something you love up on your own time, and I think that's why I would stop, because I wouldn't want it taken from me and have a doctor say you can't do this or it'll be really like hurtful to you. So I'd rather just like hang it up myself. And you just have to learn when it's your time, right? Whenever that is.
The ripe old days of 24. That's when that wow. You can, hopefully not though, you can grab the August Olympics preview issue of Sports Illustrated on stands now.
Up next on Today Talks, I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Alan, Dylan, Chanel map out the most popular ice cream flavors across the country after this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, the gang shares the most popular ice cream flavors in each state, according to an Instacart survey. Plus, is it too early for all that pumpkin flavor? I say yes. Take a look.
It is time for Over on Third. We're all about food this morning. Instacart looking at the most popular ice cream flavors, looking at sales in every state.
So disappointed by this.
Yeah, well,
I am.
My favorite actually is the number one flavor.
In New York?
No, across the country. Vanilla accounts for more than 26%
Do you
of
like
sales.
toppings on your vanilla, or do you like straight up?
I just like straight up vanilla, maybe a little fudge.
Yeah.
But so we looked also at the popular flavors in each state besides vanilla. For Craig, Moose Tracks, popular in 12 states,
that's what is that?
including
got
South
like
Carolina.
peanuts
It's got peanut butter cup and fudge in it.
Yum.
So in our home states, New York and New Jersey, Dylan and I,
I saw this bowl and I'm like,
I thought it was mint.
Mint?
And
That's
it's
not
not.
right.
It's pistachio. I'm not a big...
pistachio ice cream.
Yeah, for you...
So here's the thing. I have sherbet and vanilla ice cream in mine. And it's so funny because I just whispered to Dylan. I said, my stepdad used to always have sherbet in the house. We had it growing up always. And then turns
That
out...
works out well.
Exactly. In Kansas, apparently, that's the number one brand.
Wow.
It's a little better if you mix the vanilla with the pistachio.
Yeah.
Not by much, though.
There you go. My stomach hurts. So I did too much.
So we may scream for ice cream, but I just want to scream. Nestle bringing back pumpkin spice cookie dough at the beginning of August. What is up with that?
That's way too soon.
Never is too soon.
September's too soon.
People love pumpkin spice. You need to just get over it because they love it. And that's why pretty soon...
But there's no pumpkin in it. It's just...
Even these cookies?
No!
Pretty soon it'll be year-round. I don't think they should wait for the season.
So you like pumpkin bread and pumpkin cookies and muffins?
No, I like pumpkin pie. That's about it, you know. And after that, but when you get to these drinks and the thing, it's ridiculous.
It's phony.
It's bad.
But
Anyway.
August is way too soon.
So since we're talking about cookies coming in, is there such a thing as digging into the bread basket when you're at a restaurant too soon?
Oh,
when she brings it, or
when the
second
waiter
it gets here, as she's putting it down, I'm like, thank you.
There's a woman who believes you should be waiting 5 minutes before reaching for the complimentary bread.
Why?
She says it's tacky for somebody to eat the free bread as soon as you get there. 360,000 people voted.
I mean, meals cost enough.
They do.
The cost of
97% of you said it's not tacky.
I was just about to say.
I as soon as it hits the, and by the way, if it's the bread basket that have different kind of rolls, and you
gotta dig
like a
in
pretzel
right
roll, a good pretzel roll, I'm going right in because somebody else made.
You got to dip down for the butter.
Get in there.
That's funny.
And here's another tip, restaurants. Please don't keep your butter in the fridge so that it's rock hard when it comes
Put
out.
it in with the warm bread.
Exactly.
The worst is when you go to
mush it to make it softer.
Yeah, well, if it comes in those individual packets, you start kneading them just to get them nice and
Sit on them a
soft.
little bit.
I don't, because sometimes you forget that you've been sitting on the butter, and then all of a sudden you get up and people go, "What happened there?"
There's nothing worse than going to like a fancy restaurant and not getting free bread.
I can give you 5 things worse than that.
But these days,
I'm looking around and I'm like, I should
See, a lot.
the table.
You know, it's the classy restaurant. They don't bring you the bread till after you've ordered.
Well,
I know.
That's it. So put in an order, eat the bread, then leave.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Mindy Kaling shares an exclusive look at season 2 of her popular Netflix show, Never Have I Ever. Stay with us.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
it has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine
Plan your vaccine.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jen, and we sit down with Mindy Kaling alongside rising star Maitreyi Ramakrishnan to talk about season 2 of Mindy's popular Netflix show, Never Have I Ever. Check it out. So you had a really cool day with somebody that we love. We talked a little bit yesterday. You got to interview Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, he's amazing. He's like an amazing human, yeah.
And he posted about you.
You know what? I was surprised. So we went to this place called The Edge in New York, which is 100 stories up. It overlooks Manhattan. It's so high. And that glass that we are
see-through,
you could see all the way down. You could see taxis driving. It was totally and completely
Can I just
scary.
say, though, I think people look at you and see courageous or brave. You are, though, in so many ways. But one thing you hate, and I didn't know this about you till like a couple years ago in Rio, is heights.
I don't like that kind of heights. Like, I don't mind a plane for some reason. Like, flying is okay. I feel like safe in there.
Yeah.
But that kind of thing, it's weird how it is. And it's called The Edge for a reason.
Did you have to hold on to Hugh a little tight? I thought so.
But I have to tell you, he's so gracious. There were so many people who couldn't believe that Wolverine was there. They were like, Hugh, my kid. They were like shoving their kids in front of him. He's such a good guy. And by the way, I just want to comment, his team is amazing. He had to take a private call from his wife and his the person who's been with him, his publicist, was there. And she hands him the phone and puts her hand on his mic and goes, go. And then takes him. Like, it was like a machine, but really super kind people. No, I was totally digging everybody there. So we also want to shout out one of our viewers. Her name is Natasha Hextall Johnson. Jenna, she watched you skydive last month. She was so inspired. I could watch this forever. Look how you were kind of sideways. You know what struck me about that, just to recap for a second? You went from terrified to, can we do some tricks in like 1 second? Look at your hands. You were like, what do I do?
The jumping out is the worst part, but they did.
Well, this wonderful woman, Natasha, wrote in, said that she wanted to celebrate their anniversary. So Natasha and her husband, Jamel.
No.
Yes, they did. They went to Vegas.
Oh, my gosh.
She jumped
She's smiling.
for your grandfather.
Oh, that is so
She said, you
sweet.
jump for your grandfather, they jump for love.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh, my God, look at them.
They did it together. How sweet is that?
Oh, my God, she looks so happy, too, Natasha.
Oh, Natasha,
Oh,
congratulations.
my God. Wait, she looks so calm. Natasha, Jamel.
Congratulations.
You did it for love.
And
Jenna
happy
did it for her
anniversary.
grandfather.
I know we
That's
both
pretty
did it for
awesome.
love in different ways, right?
I think that's when it works. You know,
You do
love of
things for
someone
love.
else. Yeah. Not your own, thing. That's really cool.
Well, we've been sending a lot of love to Britney Spears recently, and she posted a Instagram yesterday, horseback riding and doing cartwheels. She's celebrating. She says she feels grateful and blessed, and she even used the hashtag #FreeBritney for the first time.
Yeah, it was a really, really emotional day in court for Britney. So she actually spoke out against her father's conservatorship. She was impassioned. She was emotional. And the judge did do something, and this was a big victory for her. This sounds so small, but it's actually a really big deal. He allowed her to choose her own attorney.
I mean, can you
that's
imagine?
what he gave. I can't believe she hasn't always had that.
No, she hasn't been able to, which also hinders her trial. It's crazy.
Matthew Rosengart is a celebrity power attorney. He's represented people like Ben Affleck, Steven Spielberg. He's not usually in that conservatorship world, but like they were saying, when you come in with fresh eyes, you turn over each piece of paper, you read everything. It's not like you say, well, I know this, but really the judge is going to be the one to decide.
Yes.
But it's good that she finally, she
Has
always
a
had
choice.
she had an attorney, but not one of her choosing.
Yeah, exactly. So he says he's going to file a petition to get Jamie Spears out as quickly as possible, and the next court date is scheduled for September.
All right, what is happening with Melissa McCarthy?
Melissa McCarthy is one of those hilarious
I love her. Yes.
Friends. Okay, so you know when a friend of yours maybe hurts themselves, sprains an ankle, something bad happens?
Yeah.
Well, Mariska Hargitay has been dealing with a recent injury. She keeps hurting herself, it feels like, but her right cast is in her right ankle is in a cast, okay?
Ouch.
So Melissa shared this video on Instagram. And she wrote,
What did she say?
It says, honk if you're praying for Mariska
Hargitay's recovery. And people are honking.
And look, I just love that she's jumping up in front of a Wiener Schnitzel.
She says if you can't produce quality care for your friend after ankle surgery, the next best thing, obviously, is standing outside of a Wiener Schnitzel with a sign.
Honk, she said. Mariska Hargitay reposted the video writing, honk if you're blown away by Melissa's heart and humor. Might be worth breaking my ankle for. It's so
my
true.
gosh,
It's like,
that is so sweet.
to have friends that do hilarious things like that.
Yes, and just like do anything for you.
Why was she standing in front of a Wiener Schnitzel?
I don't know, but it was perfect.
I didn't know Wiener Schnitzel still exists. I'm sorry that I'm stuck in the Wiener Schnitzel, but that's where I am.
No, I didn't know either.
All right, so
that's
cute.
super sweet. Jenna, I know you don't like to throw around the world literally,
No, I
but in
really
this
don't.
case, there is one person who literally can do it all in Hollywood, and that is our pal, Mindy Kaling. She's an actress, she's a comedian, she's a writer, she's a producer, she's a director,
And
she's a
the
mama.
mother. She
can do
does
it all.
We've seen her work on shows like The Office, where she played Kelly Kapoor for 8 seasons, and of course, The Mindy Project, which she not only starred in, but she also created. And now the New York Times best-selling author is out with a season 2 of her wildly popular Netflix show. It's called Never Have I Ever, another project she, of course, created and wrote.
Yeah, it's a coming-of-age comedy about the complicated life of a first-generation Indian-American teenager named Davy, played by Maitreyi. And this scene, Davy is spying on her mother while she's on a date. Take a look.
Basically stripping. Davy, don't jump to conclusions. Let's see if she answers a text from her only child. How's the work dinner? Getting a lot done?
It's just...
My mom just left me on red.
Oh, Mindy and Maitreyi.
That's big right there.
On a date with Common.
Good. It's really good. On a
Mindy-
date with Common.
I know, on a hot date with Common.
Mindy, did you know she was magic? Did you know that Maitreyi was magic right away?
From the moment we met her. She's the most exceptional young actress that I've ever met. She's also my daughter.
Yeah.
And I thought that this would be a good time to tell everyone.
To come clean about the nepotism that happened on Never Have I Ever. There was some nepotism, and we're talking about it
I wish
now.
she was my daughter. No, she was just this incredibly talented high school kid who thought she thought she could do it, and we saw her and we're like, she's a star. So we feel so lucky to have her.
And Maitreyi, is it true that you saw a tweet and you just thought, you know what, I haven't been in any show, but let me just give it a try?
Yeah, actually, it was my best friend who saw it, and they sent it to me and was like, yo, we could have fun with this. So we decided to just go to our library community center and start filming.
I can't even believe that this is how it began, and it's magic. Mindy, this idea, obviously, it's very close to your heart, this idea. So are you using stuff that's ripped from your own headlines?
Yeah, I created the show with my friend Lang Fisher, and we were both nerds in high school, but we were ambitious and wanted to have boyfriends, and I just felt like we didn't really get to see that side of nerds, especially Asian women. We're usually depicted as kind of, demure, and I like this character because she's feisty and smart and has an anger problem, so it was unusual.
So it's a little bit like you. No, you don't have an anger problem at all.
A little bit, yeah.
I read how much Mindy has been an inspiration to you, Maitreyi, that you think of her as a mentor. Tell us why.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us why.
I mean, okay, obviously, huge fan of The Office, my favorite comedy of all time. But, of course, she plays Kelly Kapoor. But I think she's written some of the best episodes on The Office, in my expert Office opinion. So I was like, she knows, all the comedic jokes and does everything. I'm not even, trying to kiss her,
Listen, I'll take it.
She can
More.
do it all.
Tell me more.
No one can say that Mindy Kaling does not work hard, because that is, just a lie. She always is working on something.
And
it's amazing.
And to have someone, Maitreyi, who you connected to, who looks like you.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, I get it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so thankful to have like Mindy Kaling as my first boss. But as you know, The Office says, Michael Scott, friend first, boss second.
Oh, I love that. Okay, Mindy, Legally Blonde celebrated.
Yes.
We did a little bend and snap around here for Reese. 20th anniversary. Are you done writing? Have you finished writing the
what
script?
happens
Where
at the
are you?
We're in the middle of it. We actually just had a call with Reese last week to talk about it. And, you know, I mean, she's such a great creative partner for that project. So, yeah, fingers crossed we'll see more of it soon.
Do we have any idea, like, what is the concept?
We know she's older. What's happening to her?
I cannot say anything. What a lame answer this is. I can't really say anything about it. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Except
Should we
that
play a little game?
Wait.
We will see some familiar faces.
Okay. Oh, familiar faces.
Familiar
That's good to
faces.
know. All right, we're going to play a little game, kids. It's called Never Have I Ever, the late night edition. So this is things you've done. Jenna dropped her mic.
I dropped my
your thing.
dropped my paddle, and I want to play.
All right, things we've done as a teenager. Okay. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
Yeah, we're so ready.
Never have I ever crawled in or out of a window to sneak out at night. I have never.
I'm not athletic
we're
enough for
lame.
Okay, never have I ever snooped through a family member's phone after they went to bed.
When
A
we were
family
little,
member's-
nobody had phones.
Never. No.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
I haven't.
You have?
You have?
Oh, my God.
When did you do that? Whose phone? Tell us.
Definitely, honestly, like everyone's phones in my family because I know everyone's passwords, everyone's email passwords, like everyone's, I have a really good memory for that stuff.
Oh, that's so awesome.
All right.
You
Well,
guys, congratulations.
congrats,
This show
Mindy.
is a huge hit, and we cannot wait to
Congrats,
see
my
season
Trey. We can't wait to see her future, too. It's going to be a big one. The second season starts streaming on Netflix today. Okay, kiddos, it is time for Unscripted. Okay, so I've been noticing something that's becoming a big thing
trend?
on Instagram.
What is it?
It's called a dump, a photo dump.
I didn't expect the word dump.
A photo
yes,
dump.
where everybody just takes all of their remaining things and dumps
So
it.
it's like, so what, I mean, tell me, because I don't know, but I did notice it a couple. It's like, does it mean like I've got a lot of cool pictures on my phone, but I haven't really, I just decided I'm just going to put
dump
them
it?
all, and they don't have any rhyme or reason. They're just,
I
in
don't
this
know.
group.
I sort of did, evidently 700,000. I guess I did a photo dump right here. Did I say photo dump on it? I sure did. So I've been inspired to do a photo dump, and yes, there's no rhyme and reason.
So it just, oh, is
That's
that
a rainbow.
Wait, what?
Yes, that's a rainbow. That's
Wait,
how. They have no rhyme or reason. That's how. That's 4th of July.
So it could be from anywhere. Jumping
That's
in. Wait, I want to see
Mila
the
and I
rainbow.
jumped in the lake, and that's a rainbow.
Is that a real true? That's a full-on one.
That's
Who was you with there?
That was with Farrell, my best pal, and we saw a rainbow.
Was
and-
that when you were at camp?
Yeah, it was when we were at camp. And we jumped in the lake, and the bottom was all mushy and disgusting, just the way you remember it.
yes.
But yeah, I guess that all of the pics come from different places. I guess I noticed people, and I was influenced by influencers on an influencing place called Instagram, because I didn't even realize I did that. But yes, pics come from all over, and you just dump them there.
I think it's good.
Do you
want to
do it?
Maybe I'll try that. I mean, I was just hoping because I was just thinking about watching Simone Biles and all those guys land in Tokyo.
Yes.
I hope that they document their time.
They will.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, there's so many people who you want to get a little insight in what's
Before you
happening.
go.
I'd like a photo dump from Simone and company while they're out there.
Are you going to do some dumps while you're there?
Anthony just said, I'm doing one right here. Okay.
A brain dump?
And
What
by
is
the
that?
way, not a brain dump.
But they say that it kind of returns to the
Anthony's really
authenticity,
funny.
right, of Instagram. It's like you don't have to do a perfect post, but none of
I
us
know.
ever did that.
No.
Anyway, so
I
it don't
think
matter.
spending a lot of time on your
Instagram?
post is and how it looks. But I know people do that. Anthony's funny.
Anthony, do you do it? No? Anthony, where are you?
By the way, what did he
What'd
say?
he say?
What did he say?
Not in front of the kids.
Not in front of the kids. Y'all are sick.
Oh,
So,
gosh.
but you know, one thing that we just had Chip and Joanna on. One of the things she said that I thought was a real good life thing we could all implement in our homes. If you have kids with cell phones, Joanna Gaines says that they have a rule. Because I said, how do you deal with phones? You have
Yes.
16-year-old, 15, whatever. She said that they always have their phones by their side, and I noticed when they buzz, they went like this. Bzz. Like, oh, that was my phone. Oh, is that your phone?
So
is
you're
that my phone?
constantly looking.
So she said, here's a rule for grown-ups and kids. We have a charge station. Your phone has to be there. You can go and check on it every so often and check, but you have to be intentional about it, but they stay there. She said, sometimes we're all standing there.
Yeah.
But that's okay because you're not doing...
In your room,
what's that?
reading a book and then
And
looking
how about
down.
even us, when we hear, was that someone's phone? Like, that's what you say. and
Yo,
it's
let's
way
get
over
rid
there.
of phones, but we can't, can we?
No.
Today Talks continues after the break. Don't miss our exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
You know what I loved about having Chip and Joanna in the studio? First of all, they're so kind and cool to everybody. And second of all, I love your bond with them because there's such a connect. I mean, not just Texas. Like, I know that that's a part of it, but you could tell that they feel like when I saw them a couple of times around just for whatever, I go, you're going to see Jenna tomorrow. We can't wait. Like, there's such a love. How did you first even know about
I'll never forget, my mom called me. She'd gone to Joanna's first store. It wasn't
the little one,
the tiny little store that she had in Texas, in Waco. And it was close to where my mom and dad spend a lot of time. And so my mom went there and she said, I just met this darling girl named Joanna. And you should she's starting a show on HGTV. Maybe it was in its first season. This was a long time ago.
Right.
And she said, she has really cute stuff. When you come next, I'm going to take you to her store. She went again. She I kind of had this major girl crush. Joanna Gaines and my mom are very similar.
Yeah. Oh, they've got, yeah.
Because they have the kind of low key.
Yeah.
And then they married the wild, you know? And and Joanna doesn't need to be in the spotlight.
No,
like,
she
do you
doesn't.
notice how she sort of lets him? And they have this yin and yang that's really beautiful.
So when did you first meet them?
So I met them. My mom said, you have to come do a story. And I kind of thought like, oh, Mom, that's so cute, you know? And then she was right. Their show took off. And I got to go down there. I mean, I can't remember the first time I went. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I got to go see them and hang out with them. And then I've gone again. I've gone a couple times.
There's such a connection. I mean, you can really feel it. And they have, I mean, you think about it, they've been married 18 years. They've been working together. And they said something interesting at one point. They said it used to be when they didn't work together, Chip would go and do his work, and she was, doing her thing. And when they came together, they weren't in sync. She said they realized they were off. She goes, we weren't in sync. It took us a while, and sometimes we'd even get further away. It would take days sometimes to reconnect. And so they decided that they were better together. They were better together because they didn't have that time apart, and it ended up working for them. The other piece of advice that he had, which I thought was interesting, he said, when they fight, and all couples do, he said, often fights pull you apart like just like a tug of war kind of thing. He said they decided that they were going to pull together and talk about like the issue. Like, in other words, we're not fighting each other. We're both pulling together against this issue. This is what our problem is, this issue. I'm not fighting you and you're not fighting me.
We're
both, yes, we're both fighting that together.
And it's so interesting though too, because you read a lot of people's recommendation in marriage, and some, and I think I just read this about former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind. They said the time apart actually was very healthy for them. So it just depends on you
as a couple. Like, I was thinking, to work day in and day out, to have 5 children, to be, in each other's space is a lot. But
they must really, really like each other.
Yeah, they said that they needed to be there. But I think how people deal with conflicts, because it's easy to retreat to your corner. It's easy to say, sometimes to stand in it. And Joanna said, when Chip made that analogy of let's pull together against that thing, she said it was like the lights went on. She said it was like an analogy I understood. And she said, I felt it. And we've always addressed our arguments that way.
And that's such a brilliant thing too, because they know they're these team players in every aspect of their life. So let's not like tit for tat each other. Let's go against like whatever it is. I'm in.
I thought that was cool.
Let's do it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, that was a fun Today's Talks. Keep watching, you guys. There's more of Today All Day.
Everybody. Hi. First of all, congratulations. I can say you're an Olympian. Does it feel that way yet? Raise your hand if you feel like an Olympian. Raise your hand if it still isn't quite sinking in yet that you're an Olympian.
Yeah. I'm 18, I'm Phoebe Bacon. I'm 19, I'm Alex Walsh.
I'm 19, I'm Reagan Smith.
I'm 19, I'm Kate Douglas.
I'm 18, I'm Tori Husk.
I am 17, I'm Lydia Jacoby.
I'm 19 and I'm Jake Mitchell.
I'm 19 and I'm Emma White.
I'm 17 and I'm Claire Curzan.
I'm 16 and I'm Bella Sims. I'm 15 and I'm Katie Grimes.
Jake, how does it feel being the only guy? You're holding it down.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun.
So Claire, let me start with you, Claire. You just turned 17 years old, is that right?
Yes.
I hear you had a unique training setup during the pandemic, because a lot of people realize that, look, things were postponed for a while. Things have been kind of weird, but now you're back in it. But what were you doing during the pandemic to stay in shape?
So my neighbor had a backdoor pool, so I was able to kind of steal her pool for a little bit and use a bungee cord to do some resistance training. So it was pretty chilly, and I had a wetsuit on for a while, but it was really great to be in the water.
So you're literally in your neighbor's pool during the pandemic using bungee cords just to try to stay fit.
Yeah.
But clearly it all paid off.
It did.
How old are you, Katie?
I'm 15.
You're 15 years old?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's cool, but I don't know. I was just telling them, I'm like the youngest in everything. Like, I'm the youngest in our swim team group. I'm the youngest in my family. At some point, I was the youngest to qualify for the trials, so it's just kind of fitting.
How long have you been swimming?
I started my club team when I was about 5, so like about a decade.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So Reagan, you are 19 years old. This is what we think is pretty cool. You posted a picture of yourself. It was on Instagram. I think it was a yearbook picture from when you were 11 years old. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Tell me about that picture and what did the caption say underneath it?
Yeah, so it was like my 5th grade yearbook, and it was what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I said that I wanted to be an Olympian. Yeah.
Oh,
very sweet.
They say what you think about, you bring about, and so now here you are all these years later as an Olympian, one of the teenagers on the team. You guys are making history as teenagers. What about for you? How does this feel? Is it surreal? I mean, again, this is something you've been working for years.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a dream come true, absolutely. And it always sort of felt like an unattainable dream just because the Olympics are so romanticized.
And especially with this pandemic going on, we didn't really know, if the Olympics were going to happen at all. So it's very cool and very surreal that they're happening and I get to be a part of it. So it's very special.
So I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you guys, and I'm thinking about all of the kids and teenagers, not just in the US, but around the world, who swim. And yet here you are, 11 of you, and you made the cut. Does it sink in that you're frankly one of the best swimmers in the world?
No, not at all.
What about for you, Reagan? When I say you guys and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are some of the best swimmers in the world. Does that sink in?
Not really, honestly, because when we're all here together, it just feels like a normal group of kids.
So Lydia, you are 17 years old, and as I understand it, you are the first Olympic swimmer to come from Alaska. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
The state must be thrilled for you. Tell me about the support that you're getting from the folks in Alaska.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I know Alaska itself is a really small community just because our population size is so small. But within that, Alaska swimming is an even tighter community, so that's been great to have all that support. And when I came back from in the airport, everybody came and met me. And yeah, it's been great.
When you landed and you went back home in June, when you landed at the airport, how did it feel to see that crowd and all of those people there just to support you?
It was crazy. I mean, I've been getting tons of texts and messages and stuff. Like, I couldn't even keep up with it. But to just see that in person when I came home was another whole thing. So that was pretty cool.
Is there an adjustment going from, a small swim club at home to, Olympic training camp in Hawaii?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at home, I have people to train with, but nobody to go to meets with and everything. So it's just been really neat getting to train with people who are on my level and can push me.
Is it different? I read that this training camp in Hawaii is the first time you've consistently worked out in a 50-meter pool.
Yeah, we only have one 50-meter pool in Alaska, and they keep it in short course. So this is my first time swimming long course. Yeah.
What? Are you guys surprised? I guess you did. So wait, Phoebe, you're 18 years old. You're from Maryland. So this is what is really cool. So tell me if this is true. In pre-K, you were paired with a 4th grade mentor. Can you tell everybody who that was?
It was Katie Ledecky.
What are the odds? What was she like?
Yeah, I know when I was that young, I don't think me or her knew what swimmers we were going to become. And then it was just, we were becoming friends. And that kind of started our relationship to now being on the same Olympic team together.
It has to be somewhat surreal. I'm from Wichita, Kansas, right? So the odds that I end up working with somebody else from my hometown on the Today Show would be very odd. So for you, what are the odds that you guys were swimming as little ones and now you're together at the Olympics? Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, I think it's wild, especially, I don't know how they paired us up because we have both very different personalities, but it's just crazy.
And then when you saw her as an Olympian, I guess it was back in 2012, did you think, I want to do that too?
Yeah, that was the first moment I kind of felt like the Olympic dream was possible for me. Just from her being from a small community, and maybe I could too.
Phoebe, how much work, goes on behind the scenes? What don't we see when it comes to making a spot?
I think it's a lot of work. There's all the recovery, and then there's the fueling and nutrition, and then if you're in school, you're also doing that on the side, and it's a lot to take in, but we seem to all kind of balance it well, and I feel like swimmers are really good at time management, which really helps.
How often are you swimming a day, Phoebe?
Either once or twice a day. Usually for me, some days I'll have an hour and a half practices, and then other days it'll be up to 3 hours. It kind of depends if I'm swimming once or twice a day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Kate Douglas and Alice Walsh. You're both 19 years old?
Yes.
So this is so cool because you both swim for UVA and you punched your ticket to Tokyo, during the same race. What was that moment like for you two?
Yeah, I mean, I just remember, in the warm-up pool before the race, our coach looked at us and he was like, just let's do this together, let's make the team together. And I mean, I was a little bit scared to say that because I think I was kind of in denial that I even had a chance of making the team, but I think it definitely helped motivate me just knowing that me and my teammate can make the team together. So that was just super exciting.
And how cool is that? You guys came in first and second, right?
Yeah.
When you're swimming, I've always wondered, what's on your mind? I mean, you guys are so fast, you're so good. Are you in a zone or, what are you thinking about when every millisecond counts?
Oh, I mean, I guess at the end of that race, I'm thinking about the pain of the race and trying to push it out of my mind so that I can finish the race as fast as I can. In that race, I just put my head down once I got to the flags, and I knew that was my last chance to finish the race and try to get a spot on the team.
And what about you, Alex, when you're going into something like that?
Yeah, I would say the finals at Olympic Trials is a really unique atmosphere that I know it's really hard to prepare for just because the nerves and they're really high. But yeah, I'm really grateful that I had Kate next to me because we're training partners and I knew we know how the other one is going to swim the race and we both know that it's going to be really close on the last 50 meters of freestyle. So having her there, I think that was really good for both of us.
And Alex, what did your family think?
I saw my mom was crying obviously a lot. I think they were feeling a lot of the emotions that I was feeling too. I think people kind of forget that the family it's kind of like a team effort almost just because everyone has their own support system going through the same thing. So I think they were just as happy as I was.
Tori, you are 18 years old from Virginia.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the fact that so many athletes were bummed, because the Olympics were delayed a year. But did you think perhaps maybe it helped younger athletes like you guys? It gave you a little bit more time, or what do you think about that extra time?
I think it probably made a huge difference in all of our swimming this year. I feel like the extra year really gave us time to perfect our technique and also I feel for the younger athletes, I feel strength, at least for me, was a really important and game-changing aspect of my swimming. So it gave me a whole other year to work on my strength training and just to get stronger. So I feel for me it made a really big difference.
So in some ways it was like a silver lining to have that extra time.
Yeah, I feel obviously COVID wasn't great, but I feel I tried to be optimistic and to make the best out of it.
Bella, you are 16 years old from Vegas.
Yes.
Is it true that you only started swimming 6 years ago?
Yeah. I started swimming when I was 10, yeah.
And now you're an Olympian? What made you decide to start 6 years ago?
My friends swim and I would just go over their house and have sleepovers and they'd have to go to practice and I'd just have to watch and I was like, dang, that's kind of fascinating. I want to try. And then I did lessons. And the instructor was like, you're kind of good, you should try
developmental, like the swim team. And going from 5 meters to the 25 is like a push. And then I realized like I loved it when my parents were like would ask me, and yeah.
You're so laid back about it. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I just go in, I just swim. But you're obviously really good. How would you describe your journey to get here? How much did it take behind the scenes to get that spot?
Definitely practicing some every day. I used to watch YouTube videos on like how to perfect my technique, and like I would try to use it in practice. And if I ever felt like I needed more work, I'd go to the gym with my brother or stuff like that.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Jake, you're 19, right?
Yeah.
From Indiana. And so you had placed second in the 400 freestyle, but didn't make the qualifying time for the Olympics. So you had to do a time trial by yourself to see if you could beat that time. How nerve-wracking was that?
It was pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, the entire day kind of leading up to it, I was kind of wondering if I'd be able to do it because I couldn't do it in finals, and I never really had like a tapered meet like kind of leading up to that, so I didn't know exactly how fast I was going to go. I just knew that I had trained really well for it. But then as it got closer, I just was trying to shift my mindset to being more grateful for having the opportunity to get another chance at it, and so that nerve just turned into excitement.
Wait, Jake, did you just give us some words of wisdom? So when you're crazy nervous, as opposed to just racking your brain with nerves, you find a space for gratitude? Does that help?
Absolutely. At my club team, growing up, we always had like talks about gratitude and how powerful it can be if you use it in the right way. So just like working on the mental side of things really helped me in that kind of situation.
So I am not an Olympic swimmer, but can I tell you, Jake, that I honestly think that you just taught us something, whether you are a swimmer, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a dancer, whether you're a student, we all feel nerves sometimes. And I guess I never thought about taking those, that anxiety and trying to fuel it into being, gracious. That's awesome. And it also helps me, it reminds me, how much would you say, Jake, when it comes to swimming or when things get really competitive, how much of it is a mind game or is mental versus the skill set itself? Is it a balance?
Like for us, like when you get to a meet, it's like all the mental side because all the physical stuff's done. So it's really just like about focusing on yourself and what you can do and like the controllables, not focusing on things that are out of your control, just making sure that you're doing the best that you can to be the best that you can be.
And what does your family think about this, Jake?
They were super excited. I remember like after I finished the race, I ran outside and gave my parents a hug, and I had family all around kind of texting me and calling me and congratulating me, so it was really, really nice.
And is it true, you guys, tell me the record. Is this the most teenagers they've had since 1996? Did I read that? Emma, let me bring you in here. You train, I know, and train for this moment, but it still has to be so overwhelming, if you will. Have you received any advice that gets you through?
I actually met Elizabeth Beisel at trials after my 4 a.m., which is so cool because I've looked up to her for so long. And it's really an honor to follow in her footsteps. She gave me a card and she talked to me about having the 4 a.m. on the first day of the meet and kind of how to handle the pressures of it all, which was so cool.
How many of you are on Instagram? Show of hands. Show of hands, how many of you are on TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
So I guess this is just the way of the future. Do you ever find yourself reading comments, or does it fuel you in a positive way? I mean, for any teenager, social media, has its pros and cons. What about for you guys?
I mean, I think most of the comments were positive after that. Like leading up to the meet, I tried to stay off social media of all the swimming stuff, but I mean, after it was all just mainly like congratulations, which I'm super thankful for my family and friends.
I know sometimes when I have a long day, I'll be honest, I'll open up Instagram and I'll kind of scroll and it kind of takes me away, kind of lets my mind relax a little bit. What about for you guys? How do you unwind, if you will? Because I know that it's probably stressful.
I mean, I think I try to separate swimming from the rest of my life when I get home, kind of try to shut that off. Like hang out with my sisters, I have 3 of them, and kind of like unplug and think about the next day.
I read for somebody, this is your first time traveling out of the country. Who is that for? Raise your hand if this is your first time traveling. How does that feel?
Good. I mean, if I'm gonna go out of the country for my first time, might as well be for the Olympics.
So you're training right now with some legends. First of all, going to Hawaii any day would be awesome, but training there with Olympic legends. Is there anybody that you're like secretly kind of geeking out for or seeing?
I'd say just kind of everyone. Like the first day, Coach Greg told us just to get in the lane with people you don't know. So obviously this is kind of one of my big first national team trips. So I got in the lane with Kayla Decky, which was crazy because I mean, I used to only see her on like media and stuff. So she's been so nice and just welcoming to us. And it's been great just getting to know everyone.
I've always wanted to train with Ryan Murphy just because like he's like such a legend in the like backstroke community. And last night I finally got to like train right next to him, and it was like such an awesome moment.
How about for any of you, is there anybody, even going to Tokyo, I know it's going to be a little different this year, but is there anybody you love to meet that's an Olympian with any sport? Anybody?
I want to meet Simone Biles. Me too. She's so cool. Yeah.
What is it about Simone Biles that you guys admire?
She's the GOAT. Yeah. Yeah. She rocks. I just think she's so cool. I love watching her like highlight reels at her competitions.
Well, I can't wait to watch your highlight reel as well. Okay, I know you guys are all still getting to know each other, but who would you say, is there anybody in this group that has the most intense pre-race superstition?
Me? Yeah.
What do I do? She's like, I'm like, it's so scary. It's so intimidating. Because she comes out.
That's so funny. What does that do? Does that just hype you up?
Yeah, it just gets me going. It's got to scare the competition.
Who would you say, and again, I know you guys are just gelling as a team, but who would you say is the most relaxed before a race?
I don't think anyone's relaxed.
Anybody goof off during training, or who's the comedian? Who likes to have fun?
Phoebe.
You again?
She likes to joke in the ready room. I mean, like.
And what is it? Does it just kind of keep the attitude light, or what's your thought?
Like, I like swimming mostly just because it is so much fun. And like just today at practice, we were definitely doing a hard set, and like I was trying to keep everybody positive. I feel like just because like I enjoy it, and I want everybody else to enjoy it.
What is it like there in Hawaii? Who's there? What are you seeing? What are you doing?
I think it's gorgeous. Yeah. I mean, outside all of our windows are just like this beautiful, like multi-blue colored beaches, like ocean, and then like we're walking around outside, and It's just nice out. It's sunny all the time. Like coming from a Wisconsin winter, this is amazing.
Does it feel, for any of you guys, does it feel surreal?
It's just now kind of starting to sink in now that we're like all together and like you're spending time with everyone, but it's still definitely surreal.
What are you most looking forward to in Tokyo?
Trading pins. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wearing the flag on my head. That's probably the coolest part.
Probably meeting people from other countries.
Do you get to do the opening ceremony?
I think if you swim later in the meet, you're allowed to, or like you're more likely to.
You know, you guys are still young, but did any of you ever watch the Olympics and look at swimming and just dream and wish that maybe one day you two could be there?
Yeah.
All of you?
Yeah.
Show of hands, how many of you watched the Olympics in years past and dreamed of being there? That's amazing. What is it that you love about swimming in this sport?
I'm just like super competitive, and I love the fact that everyone gets to push each other and then but I think we're all pretty supportive of each other, and it just makes everything better.
And Tori, how does it feel when you're in that water and you're swimming, you're doing the butterfly, like I don't even know the terminology. How does it feel when you're at your best? What does that feel like?
Well, in a race, I feel like I'm not really even thinking. Like I'm kind of just like going. I feel like thinking, I guess, is more like for practice. But when I'm at my best, I feel like my mind is pretty blank.
And my last question, somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what it feels like to be a teenager at the Olympics. You guys are seriously making records as this team being so young. Somebody speak in behalf of all of you, what you want the country to know from you guys.
Dream big, have fun. I don't know. It's an honor to be here, and it's so fun that we can represent our country, hopefully for many more years to come.
Well, thank you guys so much. All the best. We'll be rooting for you. I mean, gosh, at 15 years old, 17, 19, the sky is the limit. Thank you guys so much. And good luck in Tokyo.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It was a gloomy afternoon in Manhattan for our first in-person buddy up in over a year, but we weren't about to let it rain on our parade.
This is the first time we've been together in person.
It's been a while. I'm so happy.
We've got a little urgency because there's a big line of thunderstorms.
Just saw that. We are the
weather wizards.
Oh my goodness.
So let's get it going.
Our first backyard game, a classic, cornhole.
How do you score cornhole?
So I think, if I remember correctly, I'm usually pretty drunk. In the hole is 3. Okay. On the board is 2. Off the board, half off the board, like if it's dangling, it's 1.
Are you taking notes on this? Well, yes, it's to score. Ooh! Oh!
Wow. Doofus.
Oh, name calling this early?
Oh! Come on! Look at me! Look at me! I'm Craig. I'm awesome.
Oh! Look at you!
Yes.
Look at you!
Yes.
Cornhole Pro! Cornhole Pro! Yes! Yes!
15-9. News nerds? right.
Let's get him where you want. Yes!
I thought we had some wiggle room.
Boom!
In a shock to everyone, the news nerds are up 1-0. But the stakes are getting higher in a supersized version of Connect 4.
All right, here we go. You gotta get 4 in a row.
Okay.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Ready? Ladies
Yes.
first.
Okay. Smart move.
You don't want them to get anything, so don't put anything down because then they can.
Good catch. Good catch.
Is this the least we've ever talked?
Ow! Yes! The old man's lost it!
You did it!
The old man's lost it!
He just wanted the game to end!
Okay, what's that? Next.
Things aren't looking great for both Team Weather Wizards or literally the weather.
There's lightning and thunder coming.
Is that becoming like a roll cloud? Look at that.
With the storm approaching, it's time to get a move on for our grand finale, Can Jam.
If it just hits the side, that's 1 point. You throw it, falls in, that's 2 points.
Will Team Weather put any points on the scoreboard?
If it's above and you knock it in, right? You jam it, that's 3 points. If it goes straight in, game over.
Good try. That was good. This storm's getting
Now,
vicious.
watch it, it'll go.
4-3.
Okay, fine, just hit the thing.
Oh, close.
So
4-4.
That might have gone in.
All right,
Good.
4-4.
First one to 5.
All right.
6.
Mean Can Jam.
Despite the Weather Wizards' Can Jam comeback, they were still down 2-1. We had a choice, keep going or stay dry.
As you can hear, and as we've seen,
Okay.
ta-da, we've got a line of pretty severe thunderstorms rolling in.
It would
So
seem to be that way.
I think it's time to call this buddy up. Why? Because I don't want to die.
Go News Nerds, we won.
You won, yay! Makes them feel better.
Oh, we heard you.
Hey, Today All Day. Next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is whipping up 3 dishes any true lover of Italian food should never live without. First up, he's making a classic creamy risotto. Then it's a super easy red sauce. And finally, an irresistibly crispy arancini. Oh, this rice is nice.
I love risotto. It can be a bit time consuming to make, but it's actually quite easy and it always impresses. You can make risotto even tastier by deep frying it. I like to transform it into one of Sicily's most popular street foods, arancini. These OG rice bowls can be found pretty much everywhere in the region where my gram comes from, Palermo. Today, I'm making a classic creamy risotto. I'll use the leftovers to make my irresistible arancini that I love to serve over my no-fail everyday tomato sauce. For cocktail hour, it's another taste of Sicily. My blood orange and white wine coolers that are sure to be the hit at your next summer party. Risotto is something that I think that everyone should learn how to make. And it's a technique that's quite simple to master. Now, you can add any flavor that you'd like to it. Mushrooms are super traditional. I like to fold in some roasted butternut squash in the fall. A fresh zesting of lemon for a delicious risotto al limone. Or if you're feeling super bougie, you can shave some fresh black or white truffle on top. I like to keep it simple with this base to really let the flavors of white wine and Parmigiano Reggiano really shine through. The first thing you need to do is warm some stock. We're gonna need this a little later on in the process, but we want it to be ready. We're not looking for it to be simmering, just stay nice and warm. In the meantime, we can get the rest of our ingredients all set. I have 2 small shallots, but you can use 1 large instead. I go this way, and then the opposite direction. I'll just give my knife a quick run over just to make sure I didn't miss a piece or 2, but kind of nailed it. Set that aside. And a couple of cloves of garlic. Oh, God, where did we get this garlic from? Peeled garlic from now on. We want to mince this up as well. I have the rest of my ingredients ready to go. So all that's left for me to do is just open up this bottle of white wine. A good dry white wine will do here. Like I've said in the past, something that you would drink. I'm using a nice Pinot Grigio. Make sure you go deep enough. There's nothing worse than breaking a cork. Ta-da! We'll just set that aside. Time to start cooking. I'm gonna put this pan over a medium heat, and to that, we will add some butter. Just 1 tablespoon for a little extra flavor. And then 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. Give it a swirl, get that butter melted. Then we can add our shallots. Looks like a lot, right? We're not looking to get any color on these shallots, just to soften them. So we're literally just going to saute these for a couple of minutes, 2 to 3. Time to add our garlic. Just want to cook this garlic for a minute, just until it's fragrant. It's fragrant. Then our rice. 1 cup right into our pan. We want to toast this rice a little before we start adding the liquid to cook it. I'm using Cannaroli rice. It is considered the king of Italian rices. It has a lot of starch in it, which is going to add to the creaminess, and it also cooks to a beautiful al dente. I think this guy's getting thirsty. Time to add a half a cup of wine. Looks about right. Now this is where the technique really kicks in. Over this medium-low heat, you want to keep stirring constantly until there's almost no liquid left. Like right now, before you start adding your warm broth, just a little bit at a time, about a ladleful at a time. And keep stirring and repeating the process. The reason we're adding warm stock is because we don't want to halt the cooking of our rice. What makes risotto so creamy is, unlike pasta, where you strain the water, you're keeping everything, all those starches remain in the pan, and it just keeps getting thicker and creamier and delicious. I'm way too passionate about risotto. You see how all of my liquid is almost gone? I'm actually gonna lower this heat a little bit and add another ladleful of our stock. Just keep stirring, adding liquid as needed, and this is probably gonna take about 40-45 minutes. And do note, you might not need all of the broth. It's better to have too much than too little. Look how creamy. It's like the parting of the seas. It takes a really long time for it to sort of come back together. I'm gonna get my last couple of ingredients on standby so it's ready to go. Okay, I think we can add our cheese. Half a cup of Parmigiano Reggiano, the good stuff, the real stuff. And a 1/4 cup of my secret ingredient. Looks about right. Mascarpone cheese. As if this wasn't creamy enough, this is gonna put it over the top. You can see how creamy it is. It's almost like rice pudding. It's so creamy and decadent that you don't need that much of it. Then to finish it off, simply a drizzle of really good olive oil, just a couple of cracks of fresh black pepper, and of course, just a little bit more Parmigiano Reggiano. Or a lot of it more. Buon appetito. Perfection. So good, so creamy, so delicious. Don't worry, these leftovers are not gonna go to waste. Never in my house. While it's still warm, I'm gonna transfer it to a sheet pan, spread it out nice and thin, let it come to room temperature, then we'll cover it and get it in the fridge to chill so that we can make the crispiest, the creamiest arancini you've ever had.
Well, hello. Are you ready to whip up Anthony's delectable dish? Just text food to 34318 and we will send that recipe right to your phone.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
See the expression, rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I always serve my arancini with a tomato sauce, and my family's been making this forever. Once a month, my parents would make a vat of it so that we always had it on hand, even packing it and freezing it up just to bring on vacation with us. God forbid we couldn't have sauce on a Sunday when we were in Florida. This sauce uses just a few staple ingredients, at least staple ingredients in my house, and comes together fairly quickly. First up, a sweet onion. It adds a little bit of sweetness and balances out the acidity of the tomatoes. Any sweet onion will do. I feel like my gram had this sauce going within minutes and would just be simmering away, and we would be in the kitchen trying to like sneak a dip of bread into it before we got yelled at. I'm gonna get this into my pot, get it out of my way. A nice healthy amount of garlic, 5 cloves. Thankfully, I have some left over from my risotto. And just thinly slice it. Obviously, I love garlic. And that's gonna go in at this point as well. Next up, extra virgin olive oil, about 1/3 of a cup. Okay, let's put this over medium heat and start to saute that garlic and onion. This is definitely one of my favorite smells in the world. It means that somebody's cooking up something delicious. We want these onions to get nice, soft, translucent, but not take on any color. Just stir it pretty frequently, just so that you can make sure they don't burn. Okay, these are looking perfect. Time to add our tomatoes. I have 3 28-ounce cans of what were Pilati whole peel tomatoes that I pureed in a blender, and we're gonna throw that right into our pot. Gonna give this a stir and add our last few ingredients. We'll add 1.5 teaspoons of salt. We'll go back later and make sure that doesn't need any more. Some fresh black pepper, about 1/4 teaspoon. Half a teaspoon of dried oregano. And a pinch of red pepper flakes. If you like a spicier sauce, of course, add more. And then basil, decent bit of basil, about 1/4 cup, which basically means this whole plant. And stems are fine. Kind of a sad looking plant. Right on in. The basil is just so aromatic, and in my opinion, that's what makes a really good tomato sauce, is the basil flavor that's infused and permeated throughout this whole sauce. At this point, you want to bring your sauce to a boil, then immediately reduce it to a simmer, stirring every 10 to 15 minutes until it's thick, all the flavors have come together, and it's ready to be served.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I've never met a rice bowl that I don't like, but these are truly the best. It has everything going on. It's creamy, it's cheesy, and has a crispy exterior. They're not your typical traditional Sicilian rice balls or arancini. I like them to be on the smaller side. They're a little bit more elegant and perfect for a cocktail party. The first thing that I need to do is set up a dredging station. I don't always use flour, but this is one of those times when I do, and I'll show you why in just a minute. So about 3/4 cup. Up next, a couple of eggs. Whisk those up real well. And finally, some panko. I've tried it both ways with standard breadcrumbs and panko. This is the way to get the perfect crispy exterior. So about 1.5 cups of that. Now that our dredging station is complete, on to the cheesy part. I have some fresh mozzarella. These are called ciliegine because they are the size of a ciliegine, cherry. Gonna need 12 for this recipe. And I'm just taking them out of their liquid and placing them on a paper towel. I wanna get these nice and dry so that we can wrap them in the risotto and it's not too slippery. I have my chilled risotto from earlier. It's nice, firm, and set. Feels a little weird, but it's exactly what we want it to be. We want it to be pliable so that we can shape it around our ciliegine. I'm taking a 2 tablespoon cookie scoop or measure, it's 1 ounce, and scraping up some of our risotto. Don't worry if you rip the parchment that's underneath, just make sure it doesn't wind up in your risotto mixture here. That is not the crunch we're looking for. Press it in, make sure you're getting the full 2 tablespoons. My stomach is growling. Oops. Last one. Okay, now for the fun part. We're going to wrap our ciliegine inside our risotto. Take one of your mozzarella balls and slowly shape the chilled risotto around to enclose it. Takes a little patience. Give it a little roll. Don't worry about making a perfect circle at this point. We will refine the shape later on after we dredge them. Cute. Now keep going. Take your time. It's really important that the cheese is in the center of your risotto so that when you fry them, it doesn't leak out. It's a little sticky, but that's what's helping to keep everything all together. I like my arancini on the small side because of the cheese to risotto ratio, but traditionally in Sicily, they're much larger, pear-shaped or orange-shaped, hence arancini, and are often filled with meat sauce with peas or prosciutto. Last one. Okay, that just about does it. At this point, wash your hands. You definitely want to start with clean, dry hands for the dredging process. That's all there is to it. This size is the perfect size for a cocktail party. And then you don't have to feel so guilty when you eat 3 or 4 of them. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna give my hands a quick rinse, make a little room so that we can fry these bad boys up. I have a high-sided skillet filled with a generous amount of vegetable oil. You want there to be enough oil for the balls to be completely submerged. We're looking for a deep fry, not a shallow fry. Be careful. Cook them in batches of about 4, just so that you can control the temperature of your oil. In about 5 minutes, and these are looking great. They're beautiful golden brown. And I know that that cheese inside is nice and gooey. right onto our paper towel lined sheet pan and immediately crush up some sea salt right on top so that it melts from that hot oil and just gives a little bit of extra seasoning to our arancini. Don't they look great? Beautiful. Our arancini are beautiful golden brown. They're nice and hot, just the way they need to be served. Let's get it plated up. I'm gonna go with a fairly simple presentation. Just a generous puddle of my everyday tomato sauce right in the center of a plate. Just like that. And then I think 3 is a very nice and generous portion for our arancini. A little extra cheese never hurt anyone. And last but not least, if you can find it, some micro basil. You can use regular basil. If you haven't figured out by now, I'm just over the top and bougie. Look how beautiful this looks. It's like the Italian flag on a plate. These arancini make the perfect appetizer for cocktail hour, and I have the perfect drink to mix up.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
When blood oranges are in season, I can't wait to get my hands on them and use them for as many things as possible, like this blood orange and white wine cooler. This is not the stuff you were sneaking behind your parents back in high school. It's a little bougier than that. This blood orange is doing double duty. Half of it's gonna go into our cocktail to help flavor it, and the other half is gonna be a beautiful garnish at the end. So cut 1/2 into wedges, and you can throw this into a cocktail mixer or a cocktail shaker, whatever you have. The other half, I'll halve again, and then just slice into half moons. Look how beautiful, deep, vibrant red that is. Super delicious, and it's also very nutritious. You're also going to need 1/2 of a lime. Save the other half for something later. Cut that into a few wedges as well. Then a little rosemary, about 2 sprigs. Add that and muddle it up. Put some elbow strength into it. We want to get all of those citrus juices out and the oils and fragrance of that rosemary, which I can smell already. Look at that beautiful fuchsia color. Okay, to that, 1 cup of our Pinot Grigio. Stir it up. And then strain it into 2 glasses. 1 cocktail for now, and then 1 for right after. Isn't that a gorgeous color? Then to amplify our blood orange flavor, some blood orange soda. 1/2 cup to each of your glasses. All that's missing are some garnishes. Throw a few of those half moons into your glasses. Any way they fall. Some more rosemary. I have one last surprise. It is summer after all, so some edible flowers. You can find these in the produce section of your supermarket. That'll do. I don't know about you, but I think this is one gorgeous cocktail. It also happens to be extremely delicious. This is not your average wine cooler. Cheers.
Women learn rules from women's magazines. I can't make a move without consulting Family Circle or Harper's Bazaar. Otherwise, I'd have no idea what shade of red drives a man crazy. Little hint, it's the one with the least amount of fabric involved.
That is part of a stand-up set from Midge Maisel, played by Rachel Brosnahan in the hit Amazon Prime series, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Brosnahan's performance in that role has earned the 30-year-old an Emmy Award and 2 Golden Globes for Best Actress in a Comedy. Born in Milwaukee and raised outside of Chicago, Brosnahan's professional life has been rooted in New York City, which serves as the setting for Mrs. Maisel. Rachel and I got together on a recent snowy day in New York for a safely distanced Sunday sit-down and something new for a pair of New Yorkers, a sightseeing tour through the city on a double-decker bus.
I'm so excited.
You got room for 2 more?
All right. I feel like we're in a movie. Is it snowing? How romantic.
This is magical.
Wow.
13 years after moving here, Rachel Brosnahan still marvels at New York City. You sort of give off New York. Do you feel like you're a New Yorker?
Thank you. My understanding is that the mark from New Yorkers is 10 years, but not one day sooner. This is my tour of New York's Upper West Side. Cafe Lala with the big scaffolding.
Boy, we got here fast, didn't we? Yep. Got the
It's
You've
that
Got
very
Mail energy.
hardcore You've Got Mail energy.
Yeah.
That's what I dreamed New York was like. You know,
Right.
sitting by windows, drinking
Right.
coffee, and
Right.
looking out on the Upper West Side.
Yeah.
Most of New York, it turns out, isn't like that, but
It's a little harder to live here than they tell you about in the movies. Or on television. The New York of the 1950s glitters in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, the Emmy-winning Amazon series starring Brosnahan as a down-and-out housewife who finds a funny way of landing on her feet.
She's 21 and dumb as a Brillo pad. And I'm not naive. I know that men like stupid girls, right?
Providing a colorful antidote to these gloomy times. Right before we sat down, we literally had the tape measure out, so we could have 7 full feet between us.
7. I mean, overachieving. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for you, we added the extra foot.
Thanks, pal.
Is it gratifying in some way to know how many people have been watching The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel during this time?
Yeah, it's been so nice to hear that it made people laugh. The character at the center is someone who leads with hope and joy. I'm grateful to have been able to be a part of something that helps people escape for a minute.
Something happened tonight. You'll work out with Cal where you're gonna go.
Who the hell is Cal? Where is Eddie?
Now, Brosnahan is escaping into a different, darker era, the 1970s, for the new Amazon crime thriller, I'm Your Woman. She plays Jean, a woman on the run after her husband betrays his partners in crime.
Is anybody looking?
Everyone's looking, and they're looking for you too.
It is Brosnahan's first starring role in a film, and her first time as a producer under her company, Scrap Paper Pictures.
Jean is an ordinary woman of the 70s who's been thrust into these extraordinary circumstances, and I'm grateful that a woman like Jean has been centered in this genre that's so traditionally male-dominated, and that's our director, Julia Hart.
I like the way Julia described it. She said, I wanted to know what happened to Diane Keaton
Mhm.
in The Godfather once the door closed.
Yep. This is a woman who lives primarily in silence. I felt like I didn't understand her when I first read the script. And for me, that's always the most important marker when choosing to take on a new part, is that I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's such an interesting way to put it. For you, some of that mystery is appealing in a character?
Yeah, it feels like it's an exercise in empathy and a constant challenge, and it's always scary, and that's the dream.
That dream took shape in New York, where Brosnahan, a born and bred Midwesterner, went to college and never left.
Right there. I lived on the Upper West for a while. I lived on 83rd, and we shoot the Stage Deli Diner a couple blocks from where I used to live.
Really good. Do not make me cry at the Stage Deli.
We were living in this tiny New York apartment and auditioning all the time and just crossing my fingers and hoping that someone would take a shot.
You haven't even asked my name yet.
I apologize.
It's Rachel.
The first big shot came in 2013, when Rachel won a recurring and Emmy-nominated role in the hit Netflix series House of Cards.
Heels are killing me.
I get it now. Why men rule the world. No high heels.
But it was not until she stepped into Midge Maisel's shoes and dresses and hats a few years later that Brosnahan became a household name.
Comedy is fueled by abandonment and humiliation. Now, who the hell does that describe more than women?
Season 4 of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel starts production in New York this month.
Have you gotten used to the yelling on the streets and people knowing who you are, where you go?
No, I don't know that, I'm not sure that's something you can ever get used to. It's always the 6 foot tall dude with this enormous beard who goes, hey man, love the show. Yeah.
Hey, thanks. I haven't played my hometown for a while.
To play a character like Midge, who is not just an extrovert, but a stand-up comic, which is like the scariest profession you can have. How did you approach that when you first started?
It's my worst nightmare. No, it's dreamy in that it continues to be a reach, and that's very exciting. I've tried a lot of things, lots of preparation.
Yeah.
Coffee, lots of coffee. Power posing in the mirror. I've actually tried it. Oh,
What
yeah.
is that? I've never done that.
Oh, you just stand with your feet firmly planted on the ground and put your hands on your hips and hold your head up high and just hope that it comes to you. Hope the confidence comes.
Did you still feel that little pit in your stomach when it's time to get up on the stage and be Midge up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think when you feel like you have nothing to lose, you just stand at the edge of the plank every day and make the decision to dive off and just see what happens. It is strange to see Times Square. Is the naked cowboy still naked?
Oh, Rachel.
Oh.
Rachel.
Oh.
Rachel.
The naked cowboy.
Naked cowboy.
Naked cowboy. Oh, hi. Aren't you freezing?
Wow. Uh-huh.
I don't know that I needed to see that. I had a very New York moment once in the subway over here. I caught Elmo with his pants down and peeing on the wall. Yeah.
You are a New Yorker.
That's what did it.
That's it for me. My name is Mrs. Maisel. Thank you and good night.
I got to say, she's a trooper, too. I offered her a hat, a blanket, whatever she wanted. She said, I'm good. It was cold and it was snowy out there. That 4th season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is coming later this year. And I'm Your Woman is available now on Amazon Prime Video. Our big thanks to the great PJ Clark's Restaurant for hosting our conversation. Don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Rachel Brosnahan. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Midge is a woman who is reinventing herself at a time in her life when she didn't think she would need to keep reinventing herself. She's finding her voice in a brand new way. Everything is new. She's discovering who she is and what she wants, and she wears a lot of fantastic hats while she does it.
Abe is, he's a guy who has high standards and high expectations. So he lives in, just a steady state of disappointments and frustration. And but he's a guy who's like his daughter. He's a bit of a fighter, and I think they're they're kind of cut from the same cloth in a way, don't you?
For sure. Yeah.
And he's just he's a man, he's just a man of his time. It's late 1950s, from season 3, 1960, and he's struggling with a sort of cultural shift in his family. So he's a man in crisis right now.
Oh man, I love Midge's first day of work. I love the moment where she tells Abe that she's going to work for the first time, and
the job at B. Altman.
The job at B. Altman.
Love that.
And he's trying to make sure that she has all her ducks in a row, and she's very excited to prove to him just how in a row all of her ducks are.
You got a job.
Yes.
You have no resume.
They hired me anyway.
Do you know how to type?
I don't need to.
Okay.
I love everything in the Catskills.
Welcome back to Steiner Mountain Resort. You're home away from home.
Hi, Polly. The Catskills is home for Midge. She's been going there her entire life, and it was nice to see a different, slightly more relaxed side of Midge.
Yeah, I think my favorite scene to shoot from the first 2 seasons, and there were many, many great moments, but I think the first moment that Abe sees Midge on stage, when she's performing.
And this boy, he was mine, Papa.
And he wanders into this club, and not knowing he's going to see her there, of course. And she steps out on stage, and he had no idea that she was pursuing this line of work. And she starts talking. She sees him and gets nervous, and shooting that
It's an
scene was
understatement.
fascinating. Well, it was your performance in that scene is just, I just think it's stunning. The material was beautiful, but the way Rachel had to kind of have a foot in both worlds that's connected to her father and trying to do her act at the same time. It was just a beautiful, beautiful scene.
Thank you. It was kind of amazing for us to shoot because I've been doing stand-up alone, really, for Susie, I guess, for the first 2 seasons. And that was the first time, I guess Joel saw part of that one set, but it really felt like the first time anyone else had ever been let into that world. And I was so nervous to do that for you.
Yeah, that was a big moment for, I think, for both of these characters in season 2.
Midge and Abe's father-daughter relationship is an evolving one. Amy Sherman Palladino, who created the show, always said to me that Midge is the kind of woman who aspires to be exactly like her mother. If all of her dreams came true, she would move a couple floors up in the same apartment building and grow into her mother's dresses and have exactly the same kind of life that she had. And when everything explodes, I think she begins to realize that she actually has more in common with her father than she thought. And I think he begins to realize that too. They have a totally different relationship post Joel than they did before. Right.
And I think even though it seems like Abe and Midge are that there's tension and in their relationship, and there's somewhat take an adversarial stance. I think there's a real mutual respect.
Yeah.
He is disappointed and shattered that her marriage has dissolved, but on the other hand, he feels a sense of pride that she's an advocate for herself and that she's standing up for herself and that she has enough feeling of self-worth that she's not just going to succumb to the whims of her husband, her ex-husband.
One of my favorite Midge quotes is during season 2 when she's talking about where comedy comes from and why women are great comics despite the fact that some men seem to think otherwise. And she talks about how comedy is fueled by oppression and lack of power and humiliation and sadness and disappointment, and then goes on to say, by those standards, only women should be funny.
Now think about this. Comedy is fueled by oppression, by the lack of power, by sadness and disappointment, by abandonment and humiliation. Now, who the hell does that describe more than women?
It's one of my favorite lines in the whole series. What about you?
I just keep going back to that one scene. I think it was in season 1.
Yeah.
When you've moved back into our apartment, but you've been sort of staying out late, and Rose and I are sitting up, waiting up for you.
Yeah.
And I say, your mother's been in the bathroom throwing up.
Your mother vomited.
I did not vomit.
Well, she did something in the bathroom that took a very long time, and she did not come out looking happy.
We were shooting this late at night after a long day, and I kept.
It was definitely you.
I kept cracking up. I think it took about an hour and a half to shoot.
But Tony's such a
2
consummate
lines.
professional that you kept cracking up really in a very small way. So Tony would go,
But then I think I did
your
one
mother
take.
vomited.
I think I did one take without cracking up, and then you
And then I
cracked
laughed.
up, and then I cracked
I
up.
know.
Touchdown every morning, 10 times, not just now and then.
Yeah, the romper scene was, I just sort of took it in stride. I thought, this is an unusual getup, but I just committed to the whole exercise routine. But the response has been just unbelievable.
What have people said?
Everyone talks about that romper as if, it's... I know Maren suggested yesterday that I do like a workout tape. Abe's Romper workout.
Oh my God, please.
You know, and put it on Amazon.
I'm begging you.
You know, and I thought that's a kind of a good idea. I'll just make up a bunch of random stretches.
But it has to be to the chicken song.
To the chicken song, of course. Yeah, the response to the Romper has been just completely unexpected, and I'm convinced because the Emmy win this year, that Emmy really belongs to Donna Zukowska, our costume designer.
Well, she won one too.
She did, but mine belongs to her too because none of the other actors in my category got to wear a romper
right.
last season. Why do you think the show is so beloved? I think it has something to do with it, where it sort of takes us out of the present time. It's kind of it's refreshing. It's a bit of a respite from the stresses of the current period that we're in.
Yeah, it's colorful and
it's bright.
hopeful and
You get invested in the characters and the relationships and the family, and it's funny.
I hope so. It feels like there's something in it for everyone, which has been cool. I never could have expected to hear from so many different people, from so many different backgrounds, from different parts of the country and different parts of the world, who all have completely different ways in. For some people, it's that Midge is a woman who is not apologizing for following a new dream and for being exactly who she is. And for some people, it's the family element, the relationship with the parents. Some people have had similar experiences to the one that Midge had with Joel, where their husbands or boyfriends or fiancés have left unexpectedly and they found themselves lost. Some people just love the costumes. There's a nostalgia for the time period. And the cars. Yeah. It's been really cool to hear from so many different people why they like it. But we don't know what the secret sauce is.
Yeah,
really.
No one knows what it is. But on paper, you would think that this kind of material would just be sort of for a somewhat narrow demographic.
Yeah.
And yet the opposite has occurred, and it's just a broad range of fans.
Yeah.
It's really satisfying.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
In The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Rachel Brosnahan stars as the feisty and talented housewife who takes a gamble as a stand-up comedian when her marriage falls apart. So the Amazon comedy set in New York in the late 50s is a huge hit. We're talking about 8 Emmy Awards right out of the gate. Now it's the eagerly awaited season 2, and the family is struggling with new decisions. Take a look.
Don't think about it. I've been thinking about it since dinner yesterday.
We've been without food for 24 hours. Some people never have anything but bread soaked in water.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
the sin which we committed before you under
Notice your kid's been stuffing candy bars in his face the entire ceremony. His face is covered in chocolate. He looks like Al Jolson.
Be quiet. We are in temple.
That's right, and everyone can see that we're talking because these seats are fabulous.
Only they were edible.
Did you see Mara Weinstock? 6 rows back.
Oh, you got to get on this train if you're not already on it. Rachel Brosnahan, Tony Shalhoub, Baron Henkel, Alex Borstein, Michael Zegan, and Kevin Pollak. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Season 2 is already off and running. I can't help but think of that Emmy night. I actually went and rewatched it, you guys. It was the night where you guys swept, cleaned up, won 8 Emmys. Will you just take us back to that moment for 1 second, Rachel? You won 1, Alex, you won 1, the show won, you won a ton of them. What did it feel like in that moment?
It was a complete whirlwind. I didn't know that we were that early in the show either. So it was suddenly like, I turned, by the time I got up there, everyone was gone. You were backstage, Amy was gone. I sort of said hi to Tony and went up and blacked out.
Were you shocked about just how much people have fallen in love with this show?
It's interesting. It's an interesting time for the world to embrace a lot of Jewish people.
We'll just live there for a
Yeah.
minute. And when I was looking at the faces of the rest of the people in the audience, and I think this is catching on. And Tony, you two actually have shot several scenes, not just around here, but you've gone to the Catskills, you've gone to Paris. What are you finding about the show's popularity, not just here, but around the world?
Well, when we were in Paris shooting the first 2 episodes, we were surprised that a lot of our Paris crew, the French crew, knew and loved the show. We were being stopped on the street, and this was just based on just 8 episodes of the first season. So it was amazing that the reach was that far, that broad.
Rachel, I feel like your character was so ahead of her time. When I was watching this, I found myself nodding. I found myself going like, you go, girl, you go out there and get it. What do you think it is about her that's resonating with so many women?
I mean, I think she's somebody who's insatiably curious. She's self-empowered. She's asking questions about the world around her. I think, she's aspirational in some way because she shows that it's never too late to head down a new path.
Right.
To find your voice in a different way.
So, Marin, when this show started, did you think to yourself, we got a hit, baby? I could feel it. Did you feel that?
No, all I thought was, thank God I have a job, which works. And also I started to hear who I was going to get to work with. And the idea that I could be this one's wife and this one's mom and to work with these people. And I honestly, you're just so honored to have a job. But then when you get to hear that you work with Amy and Dan, you just kind of go, thank you.
Talk about the chemistry is undeniable on the show. I don't know if it's you guys, if it's the writing. What is going on? Are you guys all right off script?
It's definitely us.
Is it all? It's all you.
The writing is pretty damn good.
But what is? I mean, because I guess at the Emmys, you guys said we already shot season 2. We kind of already miss each other. Describe what this camaraderie is like.
I think we spend a lot of time, even at work, reminding each other, this is amazing, right?
Yeah.
This is crazy. Yeah, we're still in that mode of being astonished for the great words, for the great 8-page scene oneers. All this kind of work just doesn't exist for the most part.
And we're just as curious as the audience is to see what happens to these characters.
Well, you play the husband that was the jerk, and your name is Joel. I have a Joel, too, in this. But I heard that the writers were saying that you are kind of your own little Nielsen ratings box. Like, you could tell how well the show was going to do by all the chicks who came up to you on the street and said, Joel!
I have no idea what they're talking about.
They're talking about me.
And Tony.
Me.
No, I used to get a lot of people coming up to me and being like, you're essentially the jerk from that show. But now they just tell me how much they love it, and it's so nice, just knowing that people are watching it and enjoying it as much as we are.
I just want to say, I think Susie's actually the most handsome man on the show. Sexiest man.
Well, Alex, I was going to say, you're so quiet and you are such a scene stealer. Literally, like when you show up, I just wait for you to drop like one of your bombs.
You want an F-bomb?
By the way, can I point out, too, that Carnegie Deli has created, like, its own sandwich that has to do with your show, and they actually distributed them into our control room. Yeah.
Wow.
The Maisel? It's the Maisel. They're already eating it right down. So
I guessed, actually, my better half guessed that it was brisket. Is that
What is it, you guys? Do y'all know?
What's the sandwich?
Roast beef.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
Does it only cost about 50 cents?
It costs 50 cents. Exactly. You guys, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We go sailing together, just the two of us. We ski together. We do triathlons together.
Meet Konstantin Mavroudis and Konstantin Mavroudis, a father and son who share much more than a name.
We have actually been doing triathlons together for about 20 years.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. Is the dynamic competitive, or do you?
No. I can't compete with. No, I can't compete with him. He's too fast.
Come on, Konstantin, you got this, buddy. Come on. He's looking good, buddy. Come on.
The younger Konstantin, who goes by Konst, might best his dad in a race, but he's following his father's footsteps in a big way as a pediatric congenital heart surgeon.
In many ways, it's kind of like being a mechanic. I mean, you're taking apart an engine, you're putting it back together. You're hoping that it works well in the end.
With a 40-year career, the elder Konstantin is one of the field's most prominent doctors, now saving lives at Peyton Manning Children's Hospital at Ascension St. Vincent in Indianapolis.
Sometimes these hearts can be no bigger than a large chestnut. It's up to people like Konst and I to fix them.
Konst started picking his dad's brain about hearts at an early age.
There were times that I remember you go to restaurants that have the paper instead of the cloth on the tables, and I would ask him questions about heart disease, and he would draw little diagrams.
But the boy, curious about hearts, almost became an orthopedic surgeon instead.
I really didn't want to do what my father does.
Tell me about some of the reasons why you didn't think you wanted to do what your dad did.
It's tough. When your father literally wrote a textbook, so when people can say he wrote the book on it, he kind of did. That can be difficult. But in the end, it became something that I couldn't resist.
He's now finishing his residency at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and together they're only the 5th father and son ever in this profession.
It's a pretty rare connection that we have, and the fact that we have the exact same name means that I get his emails, sometimes he gets mine.
He and I talk a lot about what went wrong in an operation or what could have been better.
It gives me a great opportunity to have this wonderful connection with my father.
But when it comes to the heart, there are bigger lessons a son learns from his dad.
There were two major maxims growing up. One was remember your last name, and the other was be aware of others. My wife and I are pregnant, and these are kind of the major things that I'm going to try to. Thank you.
Yay! Congratulations.
These are the things that she and I value very highly, and are going to do our best to impart to our children.
What sort of values did you want to instill, and what do you see in him?
Well, he would be the first to say, you lead from the front, you lead by example. I have pride, but I didn't take his exams. I didn't do his residency for him. He did that himself. If there was anything that I did, I maybe held up an example.
And what do you want to see for his career going forward?
Oh, he's already doing it. God bless him. I just hope that I live to 120 to see it all.
Oh, I couldn't love it more. Oh my gosh, they were such a great father and son to have this conversation with. And one of the things that Const says also inspired him, his dad came home from work happy every day.
Nice.
And, even with the ups and downs of the business that they're in, there could be some tough days, but he, they would talk through those, and most of the time his dad was happy.
Pediatric heart, you're an angel.
Yeah.
Pediatric heart surgeon?
They're doing God's work. It's amazing.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Ask anybody you know, and one thing they'll probably tell you is they are super, super busy.
Whether you're taking care of kids or taking care of older parents, it can all be exhausting and overwhelming, and you might be missing some of life's best moments.
But you know what? It doesn't have to be that way. Clinical psychologist Shefali Sabari is the author of The Awakened Family, and she says it's all about being present and conscious in your daily life. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Great to see you. And by the way, the Dalai Lama wrote the foreword to her book.
So you're
Mage.
Mage. Well, it's true. Well, you know what's funny? I think we sprint through life. Andy and I have been talking about this too in the makeup room. We're sprinting through life and we're missing life. Like we're trying to do everything and we're missing some of the most important things. I think we're all on that train.
And that's why when you have a child, an infant, and I know both of you are new parents, that's when you begin to realize that life is to be lived in the moment, and to center yourself and to get grounded in the moment. And infants especially teach us to do that, to drop the doing and to just enter the being.
And what is a tip that you can give us about being conscious as a family?
Yeah. Well, I think, conscious parenting really speaks to the fact that the real children we have to raise are the ones within us. And to become conscious of all our own emotional baggage and keep it out of the room. And the more we heal ourselves, the more we'll be present and not put our stuff onto others or our children.
Well, it's funny. I was walking down the street with Haley one day, and I still remember it because she declared to some stranger on the street, like, oh, I have pockets. And I remember I looked at her, and I could have been like, great, honey, you have pockets. Let's go. Come on, we're late. But for a second, I just sat in it. And I remember it right now that happened. And there have been so many other instances where we've been in a rush. Great, sweetie, I know you're pretending. Yay, we got to go. Take her hand and run.
Right, we're all on this rush to nowhere.
Yes, to nowhere. Where are we rushing to?
Right, because we're incessantly anxious.
One of your things that you talk about is that parents need to give up their need to control.
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Well, the traditional parenting paradigm is all about control. And these children are my children, they're my possessions. So what I try to teach and espouse is that they just come through you, as Khalil Gibran said, and they're not yours. They're not yours. So they are their own sovereign beings. So when you understand that they have their own destiny to unfold into, and your role is just to be an usher and a guide, then you won't micromanage them and hover around them, because that just speaks to your own anxiety. It's never really about the kid. It's about our own anxiety that leads to this control.
Well, what if it is time to go to bed? And I want to put, it's time for her to go to bed.
The parent's role is to create a schedule and a framework.
So creating a container is very different from being in control and imposing a sort of agenda that comes from your own deep-rooted expectation. Of course you contain them, and you have a schedule and you try to abide by it, but you also work in a negotiated way with your child, you know. And I think parents forget that our children need to be allowed to unfold into their own. You know?
We're too busy trying to
to micromanage
form
them and slot them into little boxes of time.
How can Hoda make bedtime more enjoyable for little Haley Joy?
Well, I think bedtime is really one of those sacred times, and I know we're so exhausted. I used to call it the witching hour. You're good, you're good, you're good, and then after 1 minute after 9, and you become a raving lunatic because we're exhausted. So we have to prepare for that time. You know, we have to have good boundaries during the day, take care of ourselves, because that's the time our children want to connect, and they don't want to leave us, and they don't. They're having separation anxiety. So we need to prepare for this sacred bonding time.
Oh, that was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You. You can find The Awakened Family on today.com/shop.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
A recent Gallup survey found about 1 in 6 Gen Z adults identify as part of the LGBTQ community. So as you can imagine, the coming out process affects countless families. But each story is unique, and I sat down with 2 families to talk about their journey to embracing their LGBTQ children. Take a look.
It was kind of like a weight lifted off of me, but it kind of opened up a whole new can of worms.
7 years ago, Miles Foster sat his parents down for what would be a life-changing conversation. He told them he was bisexual.
We were thinking, well, what does this really mean?
Miles was just 15 at the time, and for his parents, Rodney and Valencia Foster, the news came with a wave of emotions and concern.
He's a young black man, and now you're part of the LGBTQ community. So now you're talking about two different ways that people can discriminate against you.
We've always looked at Miles as an answer to God's prayer. When he came out, I was like, well, wait, this is this blessing from God. This doesn't make sense.
The Los Angeles-based family struggled to figure out how this could all fit with their own church community, which had largely supported a ban on same-sex marriage.
Every time we went to church on Sunday, we're hearing gay people vilified. I knew that there was something wrong here. I wasn't in conflict with God and with my son. Like I have to choose my son or choose God. It's like I chose both.
Valencia and Rodney each took their own paths to a better understanding of their son and their faith.
I went and found a group of Christians that were outwardly gay but also Christian. And they helped me out and we started to talk.
I found a Facebook group of moms who were women who were also trying to reconcile their faith and their child's identity.
While the Fosters are now closer than ever, Valencia still wishes she had reacted better when Miles first came out.
We said we love him. We said we support him no matter who he is or who he loves. But, you know, there were nights where I was crying in my room.
Valencia, I see that there's still raw emotion to this.
Looking back on my initial response, I still feel like I should have just celebrated him even for the courage. And thinking about him going through what he was going through all the years before he said something. I just wish I had more of a soft landing for him.
Valencia and Rodney have since become advocates for the LGBTQ community through the organization Free Mom Hugs.
I'm very blessed to have been born into this family. I feel very lucky every single day.
For Carl and Kristen Horton of Austin, Texas, their teenagers coming out felt more like an education.
He did a PowerPoint for us.
Yes.
Like projected it to the screen.
I didn't know if they were gonna understand what I meant when I said, I'm trans, I'm gender fluid, I'm non-binary, whatever.
I thought it was a school project, and he was explaining what gender fluidity was. And at the end,
Clay was like, no.
I'm like, why do we have this presentation? He goes, I'm gender fluid, I'm trans. I was like, oh.
Clay was assigned female at birth, and his parents sometimes had a difficult time adjusting.
I would have been surprised if someone told me the worst thing is going to be when they change their name. We chose a name that was, had a lot of meaning. It was Carl's grandmother, who we loved dearly. But we also recognized that this was part of the process.
It was really hard for my mom. She was really worried about transitioning and what that meant for pregnancy later on.
Clay is such a caretaker. I always associated that with someday Clay being a mom. And being able to switch that and to be able to say, okay, so Clay may be a dad someday.
Both Carl and Kristen have since joined PFLAG, a group of parents, friends, and allies to the LGBTQ community.
I think the biggest aha for me was other dads who were there who were really struggling with the same challenge, and much of it was the basic of like safety, physical safety, mental health, spiritual health, and making sure that our kids were able to spread their wings and blossom.
My parents have taken up the torch and have really continued to work to make our community safer for LGBT kids, which I'm really proud of.
How would you describe the person Clay is today?
Messy.
I think Clay's the same person, just better. I don't see fear in Clay's eyes anymore. I do hope he knows how much I love and respect him, but I also know that it was a pause. And I wish that I didn't have a pause of, from being informed to being supported.
How is your relationship with your parents today?
It's really good. I'm still 20 years old, so I won't say that we don't fight over stuff, like who's using the car when, but I always feel like they'll have my back. No matter what happens, they'll still be there to help me.
These two families' journeys actually brought them closer together in the end. And for more stories like this and original content about the LGBTQ community, go to today.com/pride.
Okay, those were beautiful stories. I still struck by how the parents said, I wish I would have done better. It seemed like they did so well. But
I know.
It was all about love.
Yeah.
And you know, the key is too, I think they were always close-knit from the beginning.
Yeah.
They're just very beautiful families.
Okay, so coming up next, some advice and lessons for all parents on the best ways to support our kids. Right after this.
Before the break, we met two families who shared their coming out journeys.
Yeah, which led us to ask, if your child comes out to you, would you know what to say and do? Or better yet, would you know what not to say and do and still show your love and support?
So we called on the experts, of course, for advice. Psychiatrist Dr. Janet Taylor is with us, and family therapist Linda Reeves. She's the co-founder of the Manhattan Beach PFLAG chapter and the proud mom of a gay son. Welcome to both of you. And Linda, just to start with you for a second, I think Jen and I were both struck by how those parents that we just saw in that piece had such beautiful responses, but yet they felt like they could have done better. What could they have done better?
You know, I think that their stories were both so beautiful, and the loving and caring is always going to be number one, no matter if you kind of have a feeling about it or if you're shocked. And I think a lot of parents aren't prepared, right? So what you want to do is just always lead with love and let them know that you love them and that you support them and that you'll be in their corner always.
Which is what those families did. And you say that you, when your son came out to you, you even wished you had, of course said, I love you, and but that you wished you had done things differently. What do you wish you had done that parents watching now can take notes of?
You know, I think one of the things, well, there's a couple, but one of the things is that parents don't really understand how long that the child has been living with these thoughts and these and worries, right? They're really so uncertain about how you're going to respond, if you're going to believe them, if you're going to support them, where religion is involved. That's a huge factor that a lot of kids really struggle to, their family's religious, like the one example. So what I really was looking back is that I had spent more time asking my son what it had been like for him to have, go to bed at night with his head on the pillow, worried about what he was going to say, when he was going to tell us, how he was going to tell us. So I think there's a lot of trauma that parents don't really understand that kind of lies behind the surface.
Dr. Taylor, I think a lot of parents try to be kind of cheerleadery after they hear this. Either they'll say something like, well, I always thought that, I always suspected that, or I knew it all along, or else they kind of quickly get on the bandwagon with rainbows and everything. And I think they go to the other extreme.
Well, you're absolutely right. And the fact is, so often we think as parents we have to protect our children, and that when they come out, that, by protecting them, sometimes we will have to really look at our own judgments and what we're protecting them from. It's not a time to feel sorry for them, but certainly to create a space that they can talk to us. And what we want to do is take their lead, but also acknowledge how you feel. So it's also time not to bash yourself, because, as both families showed, even though something was really difficult, they all became better. And that is the goal. So don't be too hard on yourself, but certainly create that space for your children to talk to you.
Okay, should we talk about the do's and don'ts? Y'all have some really good do's and don'ts. Linda, can we start with you? What should we do and what should we not?
Well, I think a lot of parents are concerned that their child really knows what's going on. So believing your child, that it is their truth. It may be an evolving identity story that they're, or journey that they're on, but don't question them or make comments about that they're not old enough to know or experienced enough to have, to make this kind of declaration.
Okay, and
Dr. Taylor, what are some things that parents should stay away from? Because I think some parents may be shocked when they hear the news, and their first reaction isn't to wrap their arms around them, even though it should be what they do.
Yeah, so don't label, don't judge, certainly watch the language that you use and take the opportunity. It is shocking and maybe painful for some parents, And again, you have to be with that, but also really ask your child or your teen open-ended questions. Ask them, questions like, what do you want me to know? How can I help you? Educate yourself as a parent. Look at documentaries, read, join supportive organizations like PFLAG so you realize you're not alone and really are informed to partner with them as they take this journey.
Yeah, because I think some parents say, well, I love you no matter what. Well, that's no matter what is not great.
Yeah.
That's like,
I also
despite
think
this.
one of the great pieces of advice you all have that we should get to really quickly is to ask questions and to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, certainly. You want to ask, not assume, and listen from a place of understanding, not thinking about what you're going to say next, even though it may be completely different with how you grew up and what you think, but listen to understand, and certainly with love.
And I loved how those families found a space for their faith part of their life and the family part of their life. You guys, thank you so much. This was really enlightening. We appreciate it.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mom, are you ready to become a grandmother?
I am absolutely ready.
What kind of grandma are you going to be?
I will spoil, I will treat, but mainly I can't wait until she gets old enough to go shopping.
Dylan, you are expecting your third.
We're working our brain around the logistics of living in a New York City apartment with 3 boys, but the excitement of meeting someone that no one has met.
Laura, who's one of my oldest friends, knows what it's like to be the mom of a girl. She has 2 girls.
Zoe is going into 6th grade. She is graduating from a cubby, we say, to a locker. She's gonna have homeroom.
I don't know if I would know how to be a mom to a girl.
You would learn instantly.
My girls they're pretty mellow. I think what my husband and I are anticipating are all of the hormonal and all of the changes that'll come when they're teenagers.
Julie, what exactly was Kristen like as a child? Was she mellow?
No. Once I got a call from nursery school that Kristen had broken her leg because she was pretending to be Wonder Woman and jumped off a chair. So that shows you how active she was.
What did you learn that you would pass along to my daughter?
Well, I would just tell your daughter to be herself, just as we wanted you to be yourself.
Dylan, what are some of the lessons you've learned along the way?
There's such a roller coaster of emotions that you're going to go through, because at first it's like this sweet smelling, amazing little just bundle of love. And then after several nights of losing sleep, your mind starts to go crazy.
I would think, she needs music. And then be like, oh, wait, that's too much music. She needs some movement. Oh, that's too much movement. And this quest to find the perfect balance.
When she slept through the night, I got up in the morning and panic set in.
Did you ever have a moment like that where Zoe and Una slept through the night and you thought, what's going on?
Oh, absolutely. Except I was like, this is wonderful. Because
you were becoming a mom,
yes.
And the business world was not as supportive of working moms. Was that tough?
Yes. I didn't know it was tough because it just seemed very natural for us to be together.
I just went to work with you. You just went right
I put her in her little basket, sat her on the desk, and did real estate.
You're an educator, Laura, in Hawaii, and you have really passed along a love of education and reading to your two girls.
I used to have books in the car, and I used to read stories when they were eating. It really did kind of set this love of stories and reading into my girls. And so when they'll be at the dinner table, they'll bring their books, and I'm like, hey, we're eating.
When you first bring that baby home and you say, oh my goodness, I'm so worried. Dylan, what's the best advice?
Can I answer that first?
Yes, you
Go
can.
ahead.
The best advice is to call your mom.
You need your mom. You need, you know,
Absolutely.
you need the grandparents around because they know everything and you know nothing. But there's this moment of you just want it to be you and John and look at each other and say, we got this.
You know, I'm actually going to share some Julie Welker advice where she taught us, this too shall pass. And I think that's so true with children. The issue of this hour is going to change to the issue of the next hour.
Right.
How do you preserve it, Mom?
Record it, you know, write it down, take photos. And again, the most important thing is to spend as much time with her. And I love you so much.
I love you too, Mom. And Dylan and Laura, I love you guys too.
Whew, that's a little emotional to watch back. Dylan, such great advice. Thank you for being a part of that conversation.
For what
My
it's
mom
worth,
loved it. Laura loved it.
There's also, I mean, no advice that you can honestly give to a new mom because you're going to just figure it out yourself.
I know. Well, I've learned so much from you and you, Peter, a dad to the two most beautiful girls.
You've got two babysitters blocks away if you need us at any time we are there. But honestly, as much preparation as you did for that debate about a year ago, you are more than you could possibly prepared for this. We are so thrilled for you. We've been giving you as many pieces of advice and gifts as we can. So the gift I have as you depart today,
another one,
is less for the baby and more for you and John because it is the start of summer and you guys entitled a little moment to celebrate yourselves. So a toast to you guys, a little margarita cocktail kit.
That is so sweet of you. We get one more margarita because no more the
then it's
day.
game on.
Exactly.
It'll help you
It
get
is
some sleep
game
in the
on.
final days of
I
the year.
want both of you to be prepared for lots of middle of the night phone calls from me, asking for more advice. You guys have just showered me in love. I'm so grateful.
Text me anytime. And I also want to say you'll never have enough onesies or diapers. They'll spit up, you know, they'll make a mess of all of them. But this one you might want to save to the side because you don't really want to stay in this one, just in case you're missing
Dylan,
Peter
I
while you're
love
gone.
We'll
I'm
leave
pinning that up on the nursery.
We'll leave that one in the drawer, I think, for a little while. Dylan, appreciate that very much.
Then this morning, we are kicking off the series marking the milestones of the community and also the ongoing struggle for equality.
Now, we start with the journey through the HIV/AIDS epidemic, nearly 40 years to the day since the first case of AIDS was diagnosed in this country.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer sat down with those who lived through the crisis. Joe, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. So it was June 5th of 1981 when the first 5 cases of a mysterious disease were first reported, a disease that would later become known as AIDS. Since then, the disease has claimed more than 700,000 lives in America, and today more than 1.1 million people in the U.S. are living with HIV. Now, many are undetectable, healthy, and thriving, including actor Billy Porter, who recently became public with his diagnosis. This morning, we want to reflect on 4 decades of pain and progress. At first, the deadly intruder did not have a name.
The lifestyle of some male homosexuals has triggered an epidemic of a rare form of cancer.
But it quickly developed a reputation.
And the deaths kept coming and coming.
The fear was palpable.
I was terrified of passing on HIV to someone else.
But in the years that followed,
it was pretty miraculous for me.
So was the bravery.
Because of them, I can live a healthy and happy life.
We sat down with 4 gay men from 4 different generations, all living with HIV. The oldest is Jesse Myland, who's still haunted by the beginning of the epidemic.
People who, because they had been diagnosed, suddenly disappeared. And we all knew what that silence meant.
Jesse was diagnosed in the 80s after losing his partner, George, and so many others.
It was hard. very hard.
At the time, many leaders were accused of ignoring the crisis because it was deemed a gay disease. President Reagan didn't give his first major speech on AIDS until 1987, 6 years after the first diagnosed case.
We must have a definition of AIDS.
For Dr. Anthony Fauci, the epidemic was a turning point. In 1984, he became the nation's top infectious disease expert, the same job he holds today. When there is resistance, was it hard to get the resources you needed?
Well, in the beginning, it was. I mean, we were trying to convince people that this was not something that was going to go away. This is something that was going to get worse and worse.
To raise awareness, the AIDS Memorial Quilt was unveiled on the National Mall.
Joe Fratini.
As organizers read the names of those who died. Some shared their stories publicly, including actor Rock Hudson, teen Ryan White, who tested positive after a blood transfusion, Real World star Pedro Zamora, and basketball legend Magic Johnson. In 1995, a combo therapy known as the AIDS cocktail was ushered in, followed by even better medications offering hope. But there was no cure for the stigma.
Right now, there are millions of people with HIV suffering from social rejection because they and other people believe that they're infectious, and they're not.
Diagnosed in 2003, Bruce Richmond says he was terrified of giving HIV to someone else.
So I didn't love. I isolated myself. I was depressed, and at times I was suicidal.
But then he learned medication could reduce his viral load to undetectable levels, meaning he couldn't transmit the virus. So Bruce started an advocacy group and coined the phrase U equals U, undetectable equals untransmittable, a message endorsed by the CDC.
It gave me hope. It meant that I could be intimate. People with HIV can live healthy lives and not pass on the virus to anyone, and that's a revolution.
Today, about 38,000 Americans are still diagnosed each year. DeAndre Moore was 19. Remember staring at a window covered in butterfly stickers.
In that moment, all I could think was, damn, if I could be one of those butterflies and just fly away from here, then everything is going to be okay.
Raif Darazi had a similar reaction. He was 27.
So I knew next to nothing about what it meant to be diagnosed with HIV. It was a steep learning curve.
And what did you learn?
Well, I learned that I'm not going to die. I'm alive and well.
You think back to that moment with the butterfly, what would you tell yourself in that moment?
You're going to be okay. You're going to be just as beautiful.
Today, all four of these men are undetectable, and all are advocates, sharing their stories to educate the public and fight the stigma.
It's taken us 30 years of the AIDS crisis to teach the whole world that our lives and our loves are equal to everyone else.
It blows my mind just how far we've come, and then just what's possible now. So,
what is possible now?
My mind immediately says what isn't possible. That's the answer.
Another key breakthrough in recent years, PrEP. It's a daily pill that people who are HIV negative can take to prevent getting the disease. As for an HIV/AIDS vaccine, well, that has not happened yet. But Dr. Fauci tells me he is cautiously optimistic that someday we will have a vaccine that is successful. 26-year-old DeAndre Moore, who you saw there, hopes that he is someday going to be part of an AIDS-free generation. And we want to give a big thank you to 3 organizations that helped us with that story there: the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, AIDS United, and the Prevention Access Campaign.
It's incredible to see how far we've come in those decades. We all remember those scenes in the 80s, but there still is a stigma. Isn't that what you learned?
Yeah, there is. And it's actually kind of amazing, especially with young people, which is surprising. So a recent survey of HIV-negative millennials found that nearly a third of them say they avoid hugging, talking to, or even being friends with someone with HIV. People living with HIV often report being hesitant still to openly share their status because they fear losing friends or family, or they even fear abuse, whether it's physical, emotional, or mental.
Just reminds us of Billy Porter just
thinking
last week, who just announced it.
What a big sign of bravery even now. It's needed now, just as more than before.
And he waited 14 years, waited to tell his mother, so that stigma is still there.
Right.
Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Welcome Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning, we're lucky we're joined by a powerhouse Hollywood producer.
Will Packer is behind films like Straight Outta Compton and Girls Trip, and now he's sharing his knowledge with a new generation of filmmakers.
Will is partnering with NBC Universal for the Seen in Color film series. It's sponsored by Target and promises to be an incredible opportunity for emerging stars. And Will, thank you for sticking around through all of that. We're so glad to have you this morning.
Sorry, I had to see that.
Are you kidding me? Listen, I'm here for the vintage Chanel footage. That's why I'm here.
Thank you, Will.
So are we.
I love it. Looking good. The glow up is real.
Thank you. The glow up is real. I'm putting that on a shirt.
I love that. All right. Well, besides Chanel's vintage footage, tell us more about the Seen in Color film series and why it was so important to get involved.
Yeah, it's really cool. I got to tell you guys, I'm so excited about it. It's really a continuation of work that I've been doing for almost 30 years since I made my first film, which is trying to make sure that we get underrepresented voices in our industry, people that would not have the opportunity. So we scoured everywhere. I'm talking film festivals and online forums to find 3 amazing up-and-coming Black filmmakers, and that's what we found. They won this contest, and now they're going to have their work featured across NBC Universal and all their platforms. Target is a big sponsor of this. This is an example of corporations doing the right thing, supporting folks and putting their money where their intentions are. But these new filmmakers, remember these names: Addison Wright, Yureko Dawson-Amoa, Christian King. This is the next generation of filmmaker that we're going to be hearing about for a very, very long time. This is when we're at our best, right? This is, the new global mainstream is multi-perspective, multi-ethnic, multi-racial. This is the important thing. I'm proud to be a part of this work, really.
Great.
And Will, is the point of this to get the pipeline going, where you bring in this next generation who will bring in the generation after that, and now we've kind of seeded a whole new group of people with a different voice?
You got it, Al. That's it. That's what we have to be doing, is because, see, the thing is, you can't just create like a new filmmaker, a new voice, new perspective, and have underrepresented people have an opportunity to create their stories if the pipeline's not there. If you don't take filmmakers who are just starting out, who are just aspiring, and give them a true chance at mentorship, get them a true chance to see their work be seen on the largest forums and the largest stages, that's how you create a pipeline, so that now in the years to come, we will have an industry that looks far more diverse than it looks now. That's the work that's being done.
And switching gears really quickly, we're looking behind you. We've got Girls Trip there behind you. We talked earlier about, Straight Outta Compton, Stomp the Yard. First of all, really quickly, is there going to be another Girls Trip 2? Everybody was tweeting and texting me, asking me if I'll ask you.
Hey, let me tell you something. Here it is. Right now, You're going to hear it. Closer than we have ever been. That's what I was.
All right.
Okay. And advice.
Excited, so we're getting there.
I love it. And what about advice for somebody who wants to follow in your footsteps?
Here's what I would say. Somebody's watching this and would say, well, I didn't get a chance to be a part of this program. I didn't win this. And by the way, all our filmmakers are getting a blind script deal. And what that basically means is that they're getting a chance to be commissioned to write a script, sight unseen, right? It's about their voices, not about a specific project. And that is huge. That is like the gold standard of something that you can get in our industry. So they're going to be mentored by folks like me and others. But if you're watching this and you say, I want to get in this industry and I didn't win this competition, I'm not a part of this series, that's okay. Do not give up. It's a tough industry, but you control your own destiny. It's your voice. It's your vision. Your dream is not over, even if you get told no a million times. It's not over until you say it's over. So maintain control of your destiny and do not give up and keep working and grinding, and you will be successful. And you got to believe that. You got to make that a self-fulfilling prophecy. I really believe that.
Wow.
We're all
that
in.
was
I know.
Thank you,
motivation.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Next Monday, May 31st, marks 100 years since the beginning of what's become known as the Tulsa Race Massacre. It was a deadly and coordinated attack on an African-American neighborhood.
It is a story that for decades was swept under the rug out of shame and fear. NBC's Harry Smith joins us with more. Hey, Harry, good morning.
It's hard to imagine a neighborhood like Greenwood in Tulsa, right? A place that was so financially self-sufficient. It was thought that Booker T. Washington called it the Black Wall Street. Wow. Money in this neighborhood would exchange 12 times before it came back out again. What happened there was so heinous, so racist, that it was really literally swept under the rug and well hidden for decades. Hard to comprehend what happened there, unless, of course, you lived it.
On June 1st, 1921, 9-year-old Eldoris Makondichi was awakened by her mother. What her mother said next, she never forgot.
She says, we have to go out, get out. I said, she says, the white people are killing the colored people.
Eldoris grew up in the Greenwood area of Tulsa, a buoyant, bustling community of some 10,000 African Americans. There were schools, churches, stores, theaters, and a hospital.
It was a place where, for African Americans, the American dream was working.
Scott Ellsworth is a Tulsa native. He's been searching for the truth of what happened here most of his life, reporting his findings in a new book, The Groundbreaking.
Something happens in an elevator in an office building in downtown Tulsa between a 19-year-old shoe shiner who's African American named Dick Rowland and a 17-year-old white elevator operator named Sarah Page.
A scream from Page leads to Rowland's arrest the next day. By that evening, a lynch mob gathered outside the courthouse where Rowland was jailed.
The hours go by, The lynch mob is 100, 200, 500, 800 people going.
Word gets to Greenwood, and a group of Black World War I veterans show up to help the sheriff defend Roland. They're turned away.
As they are leaving, an elderly white man went up to a tall black vet and said, "Where are you going with that gun?" A tussle ensues, a shot goes off, and the massacre begins.
The veterans retreat to Greenwood with the mob in pursuit. Gun battles erupt, but somehow it is quiet overnight until the next morning.
All of a sudden, there's a whistle that goes off, and at that point, this white mob starts walking towards Greenwood.
Eldoris and her family flee, running north up a set of railroad tracks.
The crowd was just the whole breadth of the railroad track, on the sides and down the middle.
The residents of Greenwood try to defend their neighborhood, but they don't have a chance. The National Guard sprays the residents with machine gun fire, and it gets worse.
You have something new up in the air, and it's airplanes start flying over Greenwood. There is evidence, and I believe this firmly, that at least on one of the airplanes, a co-pilot is dropping sticks of dynamite down on Greenwood.
The airplanes was up, just raining down the bullets, and I could see them, and I heard them, and I was so frightened.
Greenwood is left a smoldering ruin. 9,000 people left homeless. The dead uncounted. Estimates range from 75 to 300. Eldoris lived until 2010. Her granddaughter, Joy McConaughey, keeps her story alive.
What did Tulsa lose by having that entire neighborhood destroyed?
The glory of the bright city shining on the hill.
Eldoris and other survivors gave testimony to the Tulsa Race Riot Commission, a commission that ultimately recommended reparations for the survivors.
The state had a great opportunity and they turned it down. Instead, they gave each survivor a gold-plated medal.
A sorry substitute for the enormous loss.
Why should the sins of the father be visited upon the son?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you why, because the wealth of the father went along with the sins of the father, and that wealth was visited upon the son.
A lingering question is where the victims were buried. The commission identified 3 potential mass grave sites. One has yielded a dozen caskets, but there's another site, never filmed before, that has Scott's attention, near a homeless encampment above the Arkansas River.
In 2002, a retired Tulsa police officer named Bob Patty told us about being shown a photograph showing a trench with bodies in it. You could see a steam shovel behind it. So it's our supposition that it's here. And the homeless are very much convinced that there is something evil in the canes right there.
Kevin Ross is chairman of the Mass Graves Investigation.
Do you feel like Tulsa has come to grips with this very dark day 100 years ago?
I wouldn't say grip. I think Tulsa has come to make that first step.
Joy McConaughey will be taking her own steps to come to terms with the past, organizing a century walk for June 1st, retracing the same route her grandmother took some 100 years ago.
We're going to walk a mile in their shoes as they escaped on this Midland Valley Railroad track. That's the only way I think I can make my grandmother proud.
Those thousands that escaped off those railroad tracks were then put in the equivalent of internment camps for some time before they were let go again.
Well,
please, go ahead. There's a million questions. I have a million answers.
What about the people there now, Harry? I mean, I know in the years after.
There's a tiny little piece of that neighborhood left, a block and a half maybe, on 2 sides of the street. And the other side was almost all flattened, right? There's a giant branch campus of Oklahoma State University there, right? And otherwise, a lot of open territory. It's, there's so many sins, right, that we have committed as white Americans against our black brethren. But as they go, this is as bad as it gets.
Well, and it's multi-generational impact.
Right.
It just goes on and on. When you talk about a neighborhood that had so much just promise for her to say that was the shining city on the hill, and to have it be destroyed and what that has wrought over the generations.
I know so many white Oklahomans who, of my age and even a couple of decades younger, said we never heard about this.
Never heard about it.
Never knew.
And the reparations question is so disheartening. I mean, there was a chance to try to make things a little bit right, and you get a medal.
Tiny handful of survivors, right? Yeah. Here's your medal.
Yeah. All right.
Harry, thank you.
NBC News Now has a documentary,
Yes.
and there's a lot of documentaries that are out now.
Okay.
We invite you to go out there, take a look, learn what you need to learn.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! On the morning of April 20th, 1989, New York City awakened to the horrifying news.
A Wall Street investment bank left for dead after a brutal attack while she was jogging in Central Park.
A female jogger was clinging to life after being beaten and sexually assaulted in Central Park. The city was outraged. The police quickly arrested a group of teenagers, among them Yusuf Salaam. Their trial gripped the city, their conviction seen by many at the time as justice served. Arrested at 15. You spend 7 years in prison for a crime you did not commit. Vilified in the public for years. But the title of the book is Better, Not Bitter. Not even just a smidge of bitterness.
I got to tell you, I found out that a thing like forgiveness, as an example of where we can go with being able to get out of being bitter, forgiveness is for you. It's for you to be able to surgically cut yourself from the ball and chain that is holding you back.
At the beginning of the book, you talk about seeing the hand of God in everything that happened to you.
Absolutely.
What'd you mean by that?
There's absolutely no way to get through any trial unless you can see the positive outlook on things. I want people to understand that it is through these kinds of trials that when you're tested, then you can testify. You have a testimony because you were able to grow through something as opposed to just go through something.
You think part of your purpose in life was going to prison for a crime you didn't commit?
Absolutely. It's one of those questions where you say to yourself, if I had an opportunity to change anything, would I? But if you change anything in your past, you change everything in your future.
So you do it again. You take the fall for a crime you didn't commit.
And I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay, okay. Salaam served nearly 7 years in prison. In 2002, the convictions of the Central Park Five were vacated after a serial rapist confessed to the crime. After you were exonerated, did you still feel vilified, or did you feel you still?
Absolutely. I came out of prison, and so I'm 6'3", and I'm still walking around with my head down inside because it's still not popular to say, yes, I'm one of the Central Park Five.
Why are we here? Central Park Five!
Things started changing in 2012 when a documentary about the Central Park Five came out, followed by the Netflix miniseries When They See Us in 2019.
I don't think we should admit to something that we didn't do.
It really wasn't popular in a grand scale until the Central Park Five documentary came out where we got our voices back. And then, When They See Us liberated us. We had no idea that we would be rebranded correctly as the Exonerated Five.
The fact that his book is coming out during a time of upheaval across the country on the topic of criminal justice is not lost on Salam.
Young people, when George Floyd was murdered, they said the system is not broken. It's operating exactly as it was designed.
When you were sitting in that prison cell, knowing you had not committed this heinous crime, is this where you thought you would be?
Honestly, I don't think I thought I would be here. I thought I would somehow get free and piece my life back together. I didn't know that when God restores what was taken from you, 100 times more than what was taken is what's given.
Yusef Salaam and the other members of the Central Park Five did receive a multi-million-dollar settlement from the city of New York. Salaam, now an author, a public speaker, even designs his own jewelry. The book, Better, Not Bitter, is out today. And let me tell you, that was one of those conversations where you leave inspired. Like he put a lot of things in perspective for me, and I think a lot of folks as well.
It's not just talk either. He exudes a lot of grace.
Lives it.
It's like in every cell.
Is he married? Does he have a...
Yes, yeah? he's married, he's got kids, lives down in Georgia, somewhat happily ever after to a certain extent, I guess you could say. But yeah, the book is solid. If you can pick it up, I'd encourage you to go out.
You found a real purpose.
Real hard-earned, happily ever after. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yes. You gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day. Hey gang, welcome to Today All Day. The next 30 minutes you'll be hanging with me, and I have some of my favorite original videos just for you, full of inspiration and hope. So take a seat, get a tissue, come along for the ride as we hear words of wisdom from some of my favorite people.
I like to be around people of faith, people filled with joy, people that have big vision. That's one of the gifts you have. You're always, joyful and positive and expressive, and I think it's contagious, so I do think that's important.
One of the things I love about my Quoted By series is I get to sit down with people who I admire and hear what their sort of guiding light is. Pastor Joel Osteen is with me now. And Pastor Osteen, you lead, a flock of thousands and thousands of people. So I was thinking, I wonder what quote he will choose for the one that seems to be present to him right now. So what is the quote that you choose today?
The quote that I chose is from the scripture. It says, "Life and death are in the power of the tongue." And, you know, it's important to me, Hoda, because I don't think we always realize that our words are setting the direction for our life. And how many times do we speak out negative things? Never get any good breaks. I'll never meet the right person. This pandemic's going to ruin my business. I believe we're speaking death into our future. So I think it's important to speak positive and to speak life over yourself, over your family, over your finances. And I don't mean that you're pie in the sky, but I believe there's nothing wrong with, instead of saying, how you doing? Well, I'm not feeling well. Hey, I'm blessed. I'm strong. I'm healthy. I think those words should be playing in our spirit and speaking them out as well.
You know, it's so funny you say that, because I think a lot of people, there's a quote that says something like, you're the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with, so choose wisely. Isn't it funny how your group can become who you are? Sometimes if you hang around with someone who's negative all the time, all of a sudden you find yourself complaining too.
I know, it's so important, you got to pay attention, because you kind of draw that in, and I think sometimes, Hoda, it happens gradually and you don't realize it, and you become a negative or a complainer or jealous or just a limited vision. I think that's what's stopping a lot of people today. So I like to be around people of faith, people filled with joy, people that have big vision. That's one of the gifts you have. You're always, joyful and positive and expressive, and I think it's contagious. So I do think that's important.
Well, that makes me feel good. So you just made me feel good today, Pastor Osteen. Again, I'm just going to read your proverb quote one more time. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. That's Proverbs 18:21. Pastor Osteen, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Hoda. Great being with you.
Oh, you too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Do you feel hopeful?
I do.
Yeah.
People have seen, people have changed in their hearts, and they're ready to move forward. So I am hopeful. I do see this as a reset button.
Welcome to Quoted By. I adore Vanessa Williams, but who doesn't? So I always wondered, I feel like someone like Vanessa, I always wondered, what would be her guiding light, her North Star when it came to a quote. So Vanessa, is there something right now that is sort of moving you?
Absolutely right now, and I don't want to misquote it. It is from Say Their Names, which or Stand for Change, aka what our Black Theater United theme song is. And one of the quotes, which is the second verse, is, "We can curse the dark, or we can light the light. Start with just one spark and burn forever bright. Freedom has its price, justice sacrifice, but our eyes are on the prize. So say their names, kneel down in righteous rage, and when you stand, take a stand for change." And it's all about this reset button now. We're all listening. We're all willing to move forward, be open, and make those changes of inclusion and belonging that have been kind of null and void, but also forgotten.
What was the breaking point for you, Vanessa? Where was the point where you said to yourself, that's it, I cannot sit here anymore?
I think witnessing the murder of George Floyd, I think we all collectively were at home. And then when I got it on my camera, my phone, when I first got it, I said, well, this is just going to be another unfortunate act of abuse. And then I said, I'm not actually going to see a death in front of me. And then when I saw it, I was numb for days, as the rest of the world. And that was when, and it was a cumulative effect, obviously, with all the deaths. And it was that turning point where something had to be said. And I'm a Black woman who had a Black father. My brother is Black. I raised a Black son. And the danger that we live in, which is unknowing for a lot of people. I mean, for instance, I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, affluent as well. But we make sure that the cops know who our sons are, so they know that this is a Black child that goes to the schools here and is a resident here. So please make sure that you don't see him as a suspect, but know that he is a community member. And that's the thing that you have to do as a Black mother that other people wouldn't even think about.
Wouldn't even imagine that. And just before we go, do you feel hopeful?
I do. Again, since starting being one of the founding members of Black Leader United, we have seen so many people, so many allies ready to work and come up with solutions for inclusion. So people have changed in their hearts, and they're ready to move forward. So I am hopeful. I do see this as a reset button. Wow. Now it's time for change.
Well, this song, by the way, is a great song. I hope that people check it out. It's called Stand for Change. It's a beautiful song, and I know that you guys are raising money. It's all for a great cause. So Vanessa, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hoda. You're the best.
All right, you too.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I just feel like I'm dancing for so many people that weren't given the opportunities that I have, and so I understand my responsibility.
I'm so excited because I am sitting next to one of the premier dancers in the country, around the world, Misty Copeland. I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to see you too.
I think when people see you, they think, wow, I bet you this kid was born and had everything kind of, not handed to her, but had everything top drawer. Let's talk about your quote, because I think this means a lot. You have two favorites. This is one of them. Where you come from doesn't necessarily determine where you're going in life.
Yeah, I mean, I think people would assume that someone comes from a privileged background, being a part of, such an elite art form. But that's what's so amazing, I think, having the opportunity to be a part of something where you just don't see people like myself being represented in that space. So it's really exciting when I can go to these communities that are similar to where I was raised and how I grew up, and just to give them an example of what's possible, that you don't have to fit into this mold in order to be whatever it is you want to be. And I've definitely come from that experience, growing up in a single parent home, one of 6 children. I was living in a motel when I started dancing. And so it's about what the arts can do for you and how it can enrich a child's life, no matter if they want to go on to be a professional or not. It's just so important, I think.
There's a Mr. Rogers quote, and I'm just thinking about it because he's been in the news a lot lately, and he says, "For all of us, there's someone who loved us into being." So who loved you into being?
I have so many amazing fairy godmothers and brown women that have just been incredible mentors to me. Raven Wilkinson, who passed away last year, was a black ballerina, the first and only to dance in an all-white company at the Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo in the 50s. Prince was such a big part of my growth and just discovering who I am as a woman and as an artist, but having representation, whether it be a woman or a man. I think that just having people that you can see yourself through and knowing that you don't have to follow someone else's journey or path, and that it's more incredible to be an individual.
Confidence is something, I don't know if you're born with it or if you get it, I'm not sure, but for you, how did you have the moxie?
I feel like everything that happened in my life up until I was 13 years old really prepared me to be a part of the ballet world in some weird way.
How?
I think that it's such a difficult world to be a part of. I mean, to get to where I am, you just have to have so much perseverance and will and drive and really love it, because the work it never ends. And so I feel like coming from, just always struggling and fighting, it was if I can get through that, I'm the ballet world, I'm good, I can handle this. So I'm so grateful for everything that I've experienced and that's made me into the person that I am.
How many times do little girls come up to you and say, wow, I want to be you? That's got to be so gratifying.
I mean, I think because I understand the bigger picture and that it's not me, it's what I represent. Even older black women that come to me and they're just you're living what I wish I could have done or had the opportunity to do. And it's I just feel I'm dancing for so many people that weren't given the opportunities that I have. And so I understand my responsibility and how I'm seen and viewed. So it's so amazing whenever I meet a little girl or I actually had one of my mentees that I've been mentoring for almost 10 years now. And she's a woman. She came over last night, and it's just crazy to watch them grow up.
I mean, I know it's a privilege to do what you do, and I know it's a privilege to have people look up to you, but is it ever a lot on your shoulders to carry people's dreams?
No, I don't see it that way. I feel it's been such a long journey, and I think for a lot of people that don't know the ballet world and kind of just saw me come into the spotlight or whatever when I was promoted to principal dancer, and it's this has been a long journey of working to get here, and I don't feel that it's been okay, now you're here and you're gonna be a role model. It's been very organic. I think if anything, whenever I've felt pressure, it's come from probably outside, media, where a lot of no dancer is put in a position where people are writing and talking about whether or not you're going to be promoted, and they're coming and critiquing your first time approaching a massive role. That doesn't happen. Usually as a new principal dancer, you'll kind of be under the radar until you get more experience. But it was my first Swan Lake was everyone's there, is she gonna fail? Is it this? Does she deserve to be promoted? I think that was
terrifying.
The first time that I ever felt that type of weight. But in terms of just it is what it is, and just being on the stage is doing so much for the next generation.
Your other quote, which I love too, is don't let other people's words define you.
That's a huge one. And again, for this generation, especially young people and social media and just cyberbullying, and it's people's words can be so powerful in impacting like your emotions and
Yes.
your confidence. And so I just often, I have to remind myself, but I often like am saying to these young kids that like, these people that you don't know, like their words shouldn't impact you. You know,
Right.
it's the people that care about you, that are supporting you. So it's just like to think simply about it when you get caught up in like what people might say about you.
Do you, I mean, I try not to pay attention when stuff happens,
Yeah.
but I'm also a human being.
Right, exactly.
And sometimes I'll look and I'll get an ouch. Do you like have a suit of armor on? Like how do you stop it?
I don't look. Of course there are things that happen when like it just comes into your sphere and you can't avoid it. In Masterclass, which is coming out, which I'm so excited about, I definitely share a lot of those stories that I think are just as important as like learning about the technique of classical ballet, but as any athlete would know, it's about your emotional state.
Yes.
It's about, you know, taking care and like just being strong and being confident, because we're human beings and we're
Yes.
not often looked, you know, you're on stage and so people just kind of were like, all right, you have to be perfect every time
Right.
like I come to see you.
Yeah.
But I definitely have had situations where people have, you know, you're not supposed to film things in the theater, where
Yeah.
people have filmed me and like posted it on YouTube, and you know, just horrible things like Misty Copeland failing, and for me, I try and if I do see it and I think that it's an important topic to cover, I posted actually
Oh,
this
you do?
horrible video of me on all of my social platforms and just started this topic of conversation
Wow.
about bullying and what you can learn from seeing those
Wow.
things, and that you don't always have to address it.
Yeah.
But I think it's important too.
Let's talk about the Nutcracker. You're back. So excited. What made you decide?
Well, so the Nutcracker is like a part of every ballet dancer's world. Like that's, you know, I personally love it, and the version that American Ballet Theater does is not the traditional choreography. It's like a lot more like kind of whimsical and contemporary. But most dancers would be like, oh my God, Nutcracker. Like, you know, you do it every year, but it's the type of ballet that can bring people in from all types, different backgrounds that, you know, it's just such a part of, especially in America, like the holiday tradition. And then having been in the Nutcracker in the Four Realms, the Disney movie that came out, it's just incredible to be a brown ballerina and be put in a position to represent ballet like in a Disney film. And I think that it's huge for, you know, just the future of ballet.
Are you happy?
I'm like, no, I'm miserable now. Yes.
Sometimes you never know. Yeah. Oh my God. You are traveling all over the world. You're holding it together. You have a great life. You're a shining role model, and I'm just happy I got to sit with you for a few minutes. Thank you, Misty.
Thanks for having me.
Don't move.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What's meant to be will be, and it will always come at the right time, and so you just have to believe that.
Okay, it's my Quoted By series, and I know you love her. If you listen to country music like I do, she's a go-to on the country music circuit. Her name is Carly Pearce. Carly, it's great to see you. How are you?
So good to see you. I'm great.
Whenever I see someone like you who's a bright light, I always wonder, do they have some kind of guiding quote? Something they look at and say, yeah, like this is kind of my guiding light. What is your favorite quote?
Right now in this season in my life, I've really leaned into what's meant to be will always find a way.
And why do you say, as you lean into this is your life, is that poignant for you right now?
The past year and a half, I've had a lot of changes, and I think that in my personal life and in my professional life, my producer died of brain cancer. I went through a public divorce, and I think that in those moments, you have to just truly lean into your faith. And I'm a believer in God, and I genuinely believe that He works all things for our good, and what's meant to be will be, and it will always come at the right time. And so you just have to believe that.
I think a lot of people feel you. They may be going through something similar. They have that feeling of being on their knees and wonder, like, when will this storm pass? And I think, like all storms, they do eventually. You know, when you get up in the morning, is there something that you do that sort of readjusts you to get you set so you can tackle another day?
I have two things that I pretty much do every day. I am very into just starting my day with Bible study. So I'll do a devotional, or I'll just read a scripture that kind of sets the intention for the day. I feel like that always gets my mind right. And I'm a big runner, so I gotta go run it out and sweat it out.
Well, Carly, you're a delight. You are such a bright light, and I know that you've been going through a lot, and I'm just happy that you came and joined us today. And I think a lot of people will nod their heads and say, me too. And it's good to see you like that. Thank you, Carly. We can't wait till you come to the studio and sing for us again. We're waiting, okay?
Yes, I'll be there.
All right, Carly, thanks. If there's anybody who I think picks amazing quotes, either from your books or just when you come in the makeup room and you're like, oh my God, I've got one, it's you. So when I was trying to figure out what is your quote of quotes, I was dying to know what it was. One of the things I love is a good quote. Words of wisdom, of comfort, encouragement, words of inspiration, just small reminders to forge ahead or maybe to take a step back and reflect. A thought to keep life in perspective. So, what gets you through your day? This is the one you chose. Will you read it for us?
Yes, this is the one I chose. What lies behind us and what lies before us are small matters compared to what lies within us. And I love this because I think so many of us spend time worried or afraid of what's coming or what's going to happen and will we survive this or that or the other. And when I saw this quote by Emerson, it gave me a sense of relief. It made me feel like, okay, no matter what I've been through or what I'm going to go through, I can handle it because what's within me is way bigger than whatever's happened to me or whatever's coming at me.
And trying to get to that point in life
doesn't
come easy. I mean, when you think about your life and you think about times where you've been sweating, oh my gosh, am I gonna get the job? Am I going to make this work? You know, are my kids gonna be okay?
The list goes on.
Whatever it is, right. So how do you come to this kind of feeling, I guess?
Well, I think you have to go through some stuff.
Yeah.
I think we spend way too much of our time thinking we can't handle whatever's going to happen to us. We're afraid. I think fear is such a paralyzer. Like, I won't be able to handle that. I won't be able to handle whatever that is. And then this just kind of discovering this quote, everything is small compared to what lies within us.
And trying to find that power inside, because I think we don't think enough of ourselves. I don't think we think that.
We're constantly being told we're not enough of this, not enough of that, we're not smart enough, good enough, pretty enough, thin enough. And no wonder we think that whatever life is going to throw at us is going to knock us down. But I think if anybody really absorbs this quote and believes it, understands that whatever we've been through and whatever you're going to go through, it's small compared to the strength that's in you.
Well, what is that thing, do you think, that's inside of us?
Well, I look at it as divinity. I believe that all of us are divine, all of us are special, all of us are created for a purpose and for a calling and for a mission, and that we wouldn't be here if that were not the case, and that everything we need is here. It's not in the shoes we buy. It's not in the job we get. And I think you realize that when you get fired, or you know, a parent passes away, or you lose a marriage, or you lose a friend, and you think like, how will I survive that? And then you do, and you notch up a couple of survival skills, and then you're like, wow, what's in me, I can handle what's gonna come.
You lost parents, a marriage, things like that. Did you doubt? Did you doubt that you'd make it?
Oh, yeah. I spent my whole life, my mother was sick kind of when I was young, all through my life, and I always thought and felt I would never survive without my mother. I couldn't even imagine my life without my mother. It's not like I like it or it was easy, but I've survived. At the end of my marriage, I thought, I can't survive, but I'm sitting here, right? I didn't think I could survive my kids leaving home or going off. I don't like it, but I've survived. And so I think liking it and surviving are two different things. I think we all beat ourselves up so much throughout our lives and in our lives. And what I like also about this quote is that, you know, what's in there is so amazing, so inspirational. We attribute it often to others and not to ourselves.
How so? Like,
well, we say like, oh, look at her. She got through this, she got through that. Or people look at you and think, oh my God, she survived this and she did that and she's gone, well, I could never be like that. Well, you are like that. You know, you are.
I think that's true about comparing ourselves to other people, because it can be on a big level like what you're describing, or it could be on something small. Like, oh my gosh, she's so much better than me. She looks so much better than I do. And even all those stupid little things.
They add up.
Yeah. And then you go home at the end of the day and you think to yourself, like, oh my gosh, like what am I? And I think not comparing your life, yourself, to somebody else.
That's big. The less time you spend trying to be perfect, the less time you spend comparing. And I think kind of embracing what it is makes your life better.
You came to a lot of this wisdom, these conclusions, because you went through things. So I'm thinking, I haven't been through any of your stuff, but I wonder.
But you've been through your own stuff, and I haven't been through your stuff.
Okay, but can I get your lessons by reading them? Like, I always wonder, do I need to actually do the thing to feel
I hope you don't have to do some of the things that I've done, no. As I say to my kids, don't think stuff's not gonna happen to you. It happens to everybody. It's just gonna happen, no matter how frickin' perfect you think you are, it's gonna happen. So like, build your internal fortitude, get, you know, some faith in yourself, surround yourself with people, and you'll pass through. So I think everybody goes through something. I wonder, could I go through what you went through? Could I deal with what you deal with, right? So I think everybody has different stuff.
All right, so if you were gonna give advice, someone's reading this quote, and they want to live this life, like they nod their heads yes, but they feel like they're missing something. Just last thing.
Well, I don't know what they're missing, because what this quote says is that anything you think you're missing, you're wrong, it's within you. Anything you're attributing to anybody else, it's within you. You don't have to be afraid of failing. You don't have to be afraid of your dreams. You don't have to be afraid of, you know, telling that guy you're going out with who's not respecting you to beat it, because you've got what you need. And to believe in yourself, you can call that faith in yourself, you can call that faith in a higher power, but you've got it. And the sooner you know that in your life, I think the more wild and free and authentic your life will be.
Thank you, Maria.
Hey, Today All Day, we're bringing you a great Today Talks on this Monday, and kicking it off, Carson's here with Pop Start. The Foo Fighters cover a popular 70s hit, and a talented beatboxer is back in the spotlight, this time on America's Got Talent. Take a look.
Boy, it's been a long time since I've been able to say this. Time for the best part of the morning.
Yeah.
Pop Start.
We missed hearing that, Uncle Al. Thank you. We'll start with the Foo Fighters this morning. The soon-to-be Rock and Roll Hall of Famers just released a first look at their upcoming disco project. That's right, disco. The band will temporarily go by the name the DGs for a lineup of Bee Gees covers on their upcoming album titled Hail Satin. On Sunday, the band revealing a look at the DGs' performance of You Should Be Dancing. It's got a good post-pandemic vibe, the disco thing. The album Hail Satin Side A, the Dee Gees, is out this Saturday on July 17th. Next up, America's Got Talent. The show saw a familiar face on the audition stage in an episode that is set to air this week when the one and only Michael Winslow, a.k.a. Police Academy's Larvell Jones, brought back this special talent. Wow.
What are you in for?
I'll show you.
Damn it, stop that!
That's right. Winslow, known for his incredible beatboxing and sound effects, shared that he decided to step away from acting in order to raise his children following the passing of his wife. But this time away from the spotlight rather, doesn't seem to have dulled his skill set at all. Take a look at his audition here.
When I was growing up, I lived next to an active runway. My father was in the Air Force. So that meant every few seconds, best part about the radio, you know any part of the song. Doesn't matter where it is, you know that song. Rock and roll.
Wow. And you can catch the full episode of America's Got Talent tomorrow night, right here on NBC.
Coming up next, Jill Martin introduces us to two amazing female-owned businesses. That story and more on Today Talks.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Jill Martin gets the scoop on two small businesses, one selling jewelry and the other a boozy tea, both started by incredible women. Take a look.
Hope you had a great weekend. We know Dylan Dreyer had a pretty good weekend. She played in that American Century Championship out in Lake Tahoe, you might remember. But she teed it up with some huge celebs and athletes. And here's the thing, Dylan, she finished strong too. Here's Dylan Dreyer on the 18th hole. More than 50 feet away. Yeah. Sure. She dropped it. She dropped that birdie putt. She's going to be back tomorrow, and she'll spill the tea on how well it went. With spoiler alert, you know, last year she struggled a bit, struggled mightily. This year, markedly improved.
And I love that her husband was her caddy and her family was with her the whole way.
No pressure.
And the first pregnant. I mean, it was just awesome to watch.
And Roker, we saw you. You were one proud dad this weekend.
Yeah, proud dad and husband, because first on Saturday, Nick runs with this group called Achilles International. He took part in a relay from North Carolina all the way to New York City. He ran a leg along the West Side Highway, 2.5 miles, and just really, they had told him he had to slow down, actually. And then on Saturday, he and Deborah ran the Achilles International Hope and Possibilities 4-mile race, and he came in like a little more than 4 minutes ahead of his mom. I mean, he was booking.
Awesome.
But they both did a terrific job. There's Deborah finishing, and I was just there for moral support, and I was not running, but they did a great job. So all in all, not too bad. How about your weekend, Jill?
Well, I just have to say about Al and his family, they always show up.
Oh, yeah.
It's always like Al's there supporting, Deborah's running, everyone's there. I mean, awesome for Nick. So congratulations. My weekend. So
Thank you.
I just started sort of getting out again. I have like a little anxiety. I haven't been going out that much.
Yeah.
And so this weekend I had my first really guest at the house. My friend from Miami, Lindsay, and Matt visited. And we went to this place on a barge and had lunch. And
there you are.
Yeah, super fun. You took about those.
Nice.
Sandy
I love
and
the hat,
Trish.
by the way.
Girls just want to have rum. Yeah, no hair and makeup necessary. And that's my friend Matt. And my brother and my sister-in-law actually got engaged and married during the pandemic. And now she's like my best friend. So we spent the weekend together, and it felt good to be normal again. It's kind of odd. You guys kept your schedules, but I was home like getting out again and going to restaurants. I'm easing into it a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Lots of folks are doing that.
What about you?
Birthday party. Every Saturday when you have small children, there's a birthday party. So I had there's Sibby. I took Sibby to a birthday party at a beach in our town. And for the first time, she decided to climb all the way to the top of some monkey bars. My wife wasn't there.
Wow.
So there was added pressure because Al, when the child is with you by yourself, you have to keep the child alive. It's time for one of our favorite segments here, She Made It. And this morning, Jill shining a light on 2 female-founded businesses.
I'm really excited about these. First up, I want you to meet Trisha Okobo, who was caught between 2 careers and found a way to merge them effortlessly. Take a look.
I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. In college, I led a double life, studying engineering at Stanford during the day and enrolling in a fashion design program at night. After graduation, I worked in media and e-commerce in Silicon Valley. I loved the structure of engineering, but yearned for more creativity. Eventually, my passions fused with jewelry. In 2013, with no outside funding, Maison Mirror was born. It's a whole system of jewelry that you can mix and match to create your own signature look. Now, my double life is just my life. I get to be a jewelry architect, designing wearable sculptures and building blocks. And I get to make you the artist who puts it all together.
I love her story. And what I really love about it is I found this during the pandemic when I was, online shopping, subscription services. They're so elegant and classic, and you can layer them, and you really could get your ear cuff game going. Savannah's really big into that. And they say things like mama, and you could get a personalized, I'm wearing a J now, which is my name, my brother's name. So this is really great, and most of their pieces are under $50. So great to check it out and great to support small business. So next up, okay, Al, sorry you're not here for this one, but you'll taste these. 2 coworkers whose afternoon tea parties turned into so much more. Take a look.
I'm Jenny. And I'm Maria, and we're the founders of Owl's Brew.
We were working together at a marketing firm when I became obsessed with the immune-boosting powers of tea. I even got certified as a tea sommelier. We started making the most delicious tea-infused cocktails for office happy hours, and soon realized we were brewing up a business.
So in 2013, we quit our jobs to bring Owl's Brew to market. With our line of cocktail mixers available in over 1,000 stores like Publix and Whole Foods.
Last year, we launched our boozy teas with refreshing flavors like matcha chamomile and jasmine blueberry.
Within 1 year, we've sold over 1 million cans.
Owl's Brew is for those who want to drink wisely. Cheers to that.
Wow.
All right, so hard seltzers are out. Hard teas are in this summer, you guys. And for those who are looking for healthier and better options in our alcoholic beverages, Owl's Brew is such a great choice. They're low calorie, low sugar, super flavorful. Plus, you can drink them straight from the can or use them in cocktails too. Cheers. What do you think?
Here's what I love about it. They're not too sweet. I hate a really sweet drink.
Oh, very nice.
And they're only 4.8% in terms of alcohol. So you can have 2 or 3 and not,
I don't know that that's the point.
Well, we're keeping the kids alive, and you can have 2 or 3 and not wind up on the floor, Al. That's what we're learning today. Cheers.
I'll save you a few, buddy. I'll save you a few.
Hi, I'm Craig Melvin. I'm going to have 12 hard teas. Anyway.
It's okay, because they're low in alcohol and calories.
2 great brands. Super proud to present them today. So, Al, cheers on that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jill.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we'll share some fun summer pictures of our families just ahead.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda and I share a few sweet family moments. Take a look. We were on vacation. How was it?
Oh my God, it was great. It was great. Yeah,
time?
we spent some time just with the girls doing like whatever you do in the summertime.
Look at that crew.
I have to tell you, that was the 4th of July. That was like
parade?
There was a parade. Everybody in that picture is connected to NBC in some way or another.
I know. Don't you love that?
That's Dylan Dreyer, Katie Ryan, and her mom Kathy, my former assistant. Joanne Lamarca is there with her husband Tyler. Joel's there, obviously, and Brian and all the kids. But anyway, it's like literally NBC is taking over that parade. But it was such a fun
I like that you just tried to use it. Was it so much fun?
It was so fun. And there was, you know what it was? The parade was 2 fire trucks, some kids throwing candy off of something, and some kids like riding their bike. Just jumped in the parade.
You know, it's because we don't take things for granted, because last year there was no parade.
Right.
You know, we got to watch some fireworks far away.
Yeah, what'd you do for the 4th?
We did really nothing. I mean, we were hanging. There was a bike parade. And Hal, look, there they are dressed up for the bike parade.
I am so shocked.
I know
at
that he's
seeing
a boy.
Hal.
He's a full-on human.
He looks like you.
And it was just so much fun to be together. And I dropped Mila at summer camp yesterday. And Hoda, it was like one of those things that I know anybody that's gone to camp has this moment. And my mom wasn't like the type that was like, get on the bus and, you know. But I had this moment where she was like, don't cry, Mommy. And I said, I'm not going to cry. I had on my sunglasses. And there was something about it, because it's the camp I went to as a little girl. So there was this nostalgia. And then also I got out of the car and she said, Mommy, I have sunscreen in my eyes. But I knew she didn't have sunscreen in her eyes. And it was just this feeling of like, she's old. How is she old? Enough to go away from me for 3 weeks. And I'm, you know, I know that so many parents have probably been dropping their kids.
And they're feeling that
and they're feeling it. And I just can't believe that I'm the crybaby that had to wear sunglasses.
Now, is Mila, is this her first year going to?
It's her first year, and I'm just so proud of her because she barely knows anybody. She lives in New York City, so to go, you know, somewhere totally different and to be on a lake and to go swimming, like I just think there will be this feeling of freedom. And
so how does she commute? Does she write letters? Is that what they do?
Yeah, she writes
They write
letters. I can write her emails. So, of course, the second the email thing opened, and I had to like delete because I found myself saying, I'm just missing you with all my heart. And I'm like, why am I so
saying
dramatic? I'm putting my emotions on my 8-year-old child. It's causing years of therapy.
But by the way, we do that because Joel and I went away for a few days, and when I came home,
I know, was it great?
It was so great to be away, and it was so great to come home. And I was just saying, Haley, I thought about you all the time, and she was like, I thought about you more. I'm like, why am I doing? And we just kept doing it, one-upping each other, and it was
With
just
love.
the sweetest thing.
One-upping each other with love.
Can I tell you something crazy? Okay, you know the song "The Times of Your Life" by Paul Anka. I don't know if that's the exact words. Good morning, yesterday.
Wait, can you sing it?
Good morning, yesterday.
Yes.
So I play that because I like nostalgia in the house. Hope, who's 2, can sing that song with the words. It's nuts. It's nuts. But you realize when you watch your kid, you wake up and time has slipped away. I'm like, why am I playing that song in the house?
Speaking of Joanne LaMarca, who was in that picture, she always sings the song, You're Gonna Miss This.
You're gonna miss this, yeah.
And there was something about taking Mila to this camp I went to as a little girl with my best friend that I met as a little girl at camp. And I always told Mila the first year I didn't have any friends, but as soon as Farrell came, I had a friend. So to take her, and both of us were weeping. And then it was like, my poor child in the back seat was like, what is happening here? But to go back to a place that you loved as a little girl.
Yeah, by the way, that is magic.
It's magic.
I'm
It's
so glad
magic.
you did. Was that a debate whether to do that, or did you know?
No, we
you always knew.
do it.
You always knew.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, the soccer game.
Oh, my gosh.
I was dropping, so I didn't see it, but were you watching?
I was watching. I was watching the second half and then the penalty kicks. It was sick. Okay, so it was England versus Italy. We don't have to tell you. It went to penalty kicks, which you cannot believe that's how the Euro Cup
goes.
Goodbye, not you, Nadal. Okay, or who was that? Who was that? Oh, Djokovic. Sorry. It's hard to keep track of all these great tennis stars.
Okay.
But anyway,
it went in overtime?
Oh, my gosh. First it was overtime. Nobody scored.
Okay.
And then it was penalty kicks.
Right.
Nothing is scarier than penalty kicks. In the end, it came down that Italy ended up winning. But I FaceTimed my mom after.
Was she watching?
Yes, she wouldn't miss it. But it was hard to realize who won because no one stormed the field because Italy won. And it was like, Mom was like, is it over? Because you can't tell how many kicks they need. But anyway, it was a 19-year-old English player who had to take the last kick. He was only 19 years old, and it was really tough.
There were some heartbroken British fans, including 7-year-old Prince George.
I know.
Who was all dressed up in a suit.
Oh, I know.
I mean, if that was my kid, he'd be like, you made me wear a suit for this? But look, they look so sad, and I love how he's comforting him.
I know.
All I could think about was Ted Lasso. I know that's not what you're supposed to think about. Well, Ted Lasso's about soccer. So I was like, if Ted Lasso was there, he'd be giving them a really good speech.
He probably would.
Right? He'd be like, next year. Oh,
you know what? That would be good, though. That would be a good thing to hear.
Maybe
what
Ted
would
Lasso
Ted Lasso do?
Ted Lasso, can you go ahead and say something for those British people?
I think that's a great idea. Okay. All right. So Sex and the City, that reboot that everyone's been talking about, it's actually happening.
Yes.
We don't.
And we didn't see any, like you'd think it'd be a trailer or something. It was just actually this picture right here, and it was captioned, and just like that.
So it's Miranda, Carey, and Charlotte. They're dressed to the nines. It's so New York because it just is. Everything about it is. The trash can, the whole thing. It's very New York.
But there is like a feeling, because that's like the three amigos, and you're sort of like, wait, wasn't there a fourth?
I know, Samantha. What do you think she thinks?
I'm sure she feels a little sad or left out.
Kim Cattrall's not in it. She didn't want to be. So I mean, they, for whatever reason, I don't remember. But I think she said no thanks.
Okay, but obviously because there's somebody missing, it prompted a lot of memes.
Yeah.
For example, the ladies of Barb and Star.
Oh, Barb and Star. Go to Vista Del Mar.
They'd be good with them.
I like that.
Paddington Bear could have been a fourth.
Where's Paddington?
Oh, he's cute. An Old Navy ad.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay.
And what about Charlotte wearing Nicole Kidman's famous green coat? These are weird.
From Undoing. People are, you know what I realized online? People are really creative.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff you read, you just end up cracking up, but brilliant. Like, who would think of that coat?
I'm not sure. But then, evidently, Today.com added a couple of big Sex and the City fans.
Oh, Jesus.
I actually liked that. I wanted to send it to people because maybe we could just do a cameo or something, right? We're not cool enough.
No, we are like the opposite of cool. They'll be like, no, you're not in our
But
reboot.
Sarah Jessica, if you need somebody to maybe, what could we do? We could be like the people letting them into a restaurant.
Yeah, or just people sitting at the table quietly eating
We
while
will be
they're...
extras. We don't even have to talk.
No, we won't talk.
No.
We'll just
we could sip Cosmos.
behind them.
Behind
There's
them.
got to be room for
Just
two
us.
people. It is time for Unscripted. Don't forget, we're on TikTok. So there's something, everything is so trendy on TikTok.
Yes.
And Donna always introduces us
Thank
to what
goodness we have Donna.
I know. So we did a TikTok that is apparently, it's been posted on our TikTok page. And it's supposed to be something, it makes good dancers out of anybody.
It's good for us, right? For those of you that aren't good dancers,
Yeah,
try this
you'll
talk.
also wonder, what is this thing? But it's TikTok,
We don't really
so just
know.
watch.
Look. First of all, when Donna showed it to me, I was like, wait, is that it?
I know.
I liked it.
The creator of that, by the way, is Usam Mango on TikTok.
And I think follow Usam, follow us. I think he had tons of followers for that. That
But
was
it's
fun.
funny to do. I mean, they have different people. There was a girl who we saw who was pregnant who did it, and somebody
Yeah,
else
so
who
cute.
did. All right.
Speaking of TikToks, the folks from Ritz Crackers recently explained to TikTok, explaining the ridges of these very famous crackers, what these ridges are for. And it turns out it's not just decorative.
It's not? Yeah.
We'll find out.
What people think the edges on Ritz crackers are for. So pretty. Aesthetic. Beautiful scallops. What they're actually for. Cut. Cut.
Wait,
Someone made that up. That cannot be true.
That's from the people of
Wait,
Ritz.
was that from the people of Ritz, or was that some
Unfortunately,
lady?
I've already eaten some of this
Okay,
cheese.
let's cut.
but
Does it
let's
really
try.
cut? No one's cutting
Yes,
with their
it does.
cracker.
Wait, I have too much
No,
cheese.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does, Hoda. You're not trying it.
Okay, mine cracked. It does not work.
Excuse me, do you see this beautiful cheese cut?
Why don't you just rip it with your
Do
finger?
you see that? Because it's scalloped and lovely.
Okay, well, here.
No, thank you.
But is this, but by the way, I could eat a sleeve of Ritz crackers in 1 second. There's something about, right, when you don't even have to chew a Ritz. You
You
just
know
put
what
it
it
in
is?
and suck it.
It's the. I was about to say it's the butter. The suck it part kind of threw me off though. But it's the butter, right? It's the fact that you can suck it too. Are you okay? What happened? I mean, look at Hoda's Ritz. Please look at this. Please take a look at what happened here. I don't know if that's you.
I was trying to cut it and it cracked.
Oh, it did. Well, anyway, I'm glad to know that this is how I'm going to cut my cheese from now on.
Oh, God.
Today Talks continues after the break with an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
By the way, I think even in the summertime, I think since we both took a little pause, I think it's good to hit the pause button, don't you?
Yes.
Take like a few days.
Did
if
you
can.
have a good time just relaxing or not
I have
really?
to say, I did, and it was one of the first times. And I think having the like mommy daddy time is important.
Yes.
And I think it always gets backburnered just because of life and things and needs and all that
Well,
stuff.
it's so funny because somebody said this when I first had a baby.
Yeah.
And with it's
Yeah.
true that like family vacations aren't really a
I know.
vacation for the mom.
Yeah.
And so to go and do something with just the two of you must have felt like a major reset.
It really did. And there's a funny part of you because I woke up before sunrise every day because I couldn't not. And you immediately think like, what are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? Because it was just a couple days, but it was enough that made you think that. So it takes like work to say, okay, let me
choose this.
Yes, and I want to enjoy this moment. Oh, by the way, I read your book, Malibu Rising.
Oh, did you?
I read it. I read it on vacation.
Did you
I
like
read it in a day and a half.
Didn't you love it?
3 people at the place where we were like, I read that. I'm like, because I'm friends with Jenna. I know, because I got the book. Okay, it has her sticker on it.
But that was
by
the
the way,
best beach read.
I read it in a day. I was just like, I couldn't stop. It was so juicy. You were right. Now I have to read all the other ones.
I know, there's more, right? Hell of a Book is the last one.
What is that one about?
It's so good,
What's that
and it's
one?
kind of hard to explain, but
Yeah.
it's about a author on tour.
Yeah.
And he's flashing, it has dual stories. So they're
Oh.
also at the same time, it's a childhood story, and it's flashing back, and you can't tell if the author is this child or not. It's brilliant. I
How do you pick? Like, I was thinking, all your books are great picks. So, like, what do you, just give me a
I
little
just
insight in
read
the,
all
so,
the time.
So you just read books. Do you ever get like recommendations? Try this one, do a friend
Yes,
say? Okay.
friends, writers give
Writers,
recommendations,
they do.
but I have to tell you, I was on a flight home last night, and I was supposed to be reading, but a friend, you had recommended a story called Sex.
No,
a show.
No, it wasn't Sex. It was called Lovesick.
You called it Sex
No, I
Ed
did.
to me.
No, I did
yes,
not.
Yes, you did.
No, I called it Lovesick because that's what it's called.
You called it
it's
Sex Ed, I swear.
Sex Ed?
Well, I
Why?
thought she did, and unfortunately, somebody else who will remain nameless recommended a show called Sex Life on Netflix.
What?
And I downloaded it because I wanted just
something to watch on
I
a
wanted to
plane?
not have to
Mindless?
read. Like I wanted a vacation
So
from my
what-
work.
What was it?
Wow.
Was it total porn? Was it porn?
Yes. And the woman
you were
sitting
on
next to me was reading like a beautiful book, and I was like,
But you kept watching. You kept watching.
I couldn't
you
help
had to.
it.
Was it good?
I know. But I felt so embarrassed. I mean, it's like reading 50 Shades of Grey, except for it's on the screen.
And people can see it, and especially the people behind
I
you.
feel like when you recommend a show, and I know I'm not
said
blaming it
Lovesick.
on you.
I would never.
You said Sex Ed.
No, I did
yes,
not.
You
I don't
did.
even know what that is.
Well, it's not a show.
It used to be something we took in
Do
high
you
school.
still like Lovesick?
Yeah. Well, Lovesick starts off yucky,
I know,
like when you started.
So I thought it was the same show because of your premise.
Well, the premise is that a guy. I have to say, he goes to the doctor. He's probably in his 30s, and he finds out that he has an STD, and he has to go tell everybody who he's ever slept with that he had that. So each story is a vignette about their love story.
That's why I thought it was the same, because this story is about a woman who has children but keeps thinking about her ex-boyfriend, and it is highly inappropriate to watch on an airplane. Okay,
Just on an wait, I like how you qualified.
Well,
on an
if you're in your privacy of your own home, do what you want.
Yes. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day.
Guys, let's raise a glass.
Yes. Yes.
To
To
what,
what,
back to each
SG?
other.
To summer.
To all of us.
To us?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
to us.
To being back.
Oh, wait, Carson, I didn't get a tap.
To 1 foot
Tap
away.
that.
Yeah.
To being together.
Yes.
Yes.
Cheers.
No mask. No mask.
I can hear you.
Oh, that's yummy.
Remember
Ow.
last summer? Oh,
choice.
you
What
like
if-
the Aperol Spritz?
This is a brilliant choice. I'm
It's
glad
summer,
I copied you.
Summer in a glass.
Summer in a glass.
I remember having too many rosé.
How about when they put our chairs so close together at work?
Yeah.
I remember.
That was it.
I mean, that was a glaring moment.
Yeah.
'Cause we're all
I knew
there every
things-
morning.
I knew things were better when I could sit on your lap.
Yeah.
By the way, when they let us sit next to each other.
I've always said that.
We've been inching our chairs closer
We
together. I don't think we realized when we were spread that far apart how weird it was,
Mhm.
right? And all of a sudden, once we started moving closer, we were like, "Look at us, we're on top of each other."
Right.
But then it's like nothing's
normal.
changed.
Yeah.
But I remember looking at the monitor and going, oh, wow.
So
This
close.
is the way it used to be.
Right.
We're close again.
But Carson, you were kind of nervous.
You were.
It was just fast. It was
Yeah.
like for so long you go giving that ATM space everywhere you go to people out of respect, and then all of a sudden we're just so close, and it took a minute for me to get used to it.
You were still wearing your mask on set.
Well, 'cause
longer
on The Voice, there's different rules still in society at various workplaces, and so The Voice has a different set of rules than the Today Show. That's true. So I was wearing a mask. I didn't.
Remember when we were all in the studio together? When we
Yep.
all
Yep.
finally got in the studio
Yep.
together? I thought
It
that
was-
was one of those
Yes.
moments. I don't care how spread out we were.
It was the week
It
before
was
Labor
cool.
Day.
Was that the week we finally?
Well, hold on. Let's back up. When we all first got together in the backyard,
yes.
Yeah.
just seeing each other
Right.
was a win in
Yes.
that moment, right?
Physically.
Forget that we were 6 feet apart.
Right.
So to get to this point
Right.
is
Look
like
at us,
a
cozy
home
up.
run.
I know.
Right?
It was emotional when we all got together again. Sorry, Mom said don't talk.
No, that's okay.
That's okay.
That's all right.
We won't
No,
talk.
it was,
Came to the wrong place.
I'll tell you, outside the workspace, your daughter's wedding. And folks were sweating and dancing and singing and hugging. like
everybody
all-
was vaccinated.
Yes.
And having you guys there was meant the world. And it was. We heard from more and more people. Hey, wow, what a great! It was like a coming out party.
It was.
You know, and it was really terrific. And I was happy to pay for it.
Was it expensive coming out?
Just
Well,
before that
what-
wedding, the New York Islanders were in the playoffs, and they had just opened up their place. So I went to that game, and that was 21,000 people in the barn screaming at a big time sporting event. That felt like, oh my gosh, we are back.
I think it started to feel that way. I felt that way at the gymnastics trials. It was weird, man. You sat there, and I actually think a lot of the girls were a little nervous because of that.
Yeah.
They were so used to practicing in a vacuum, and suddenly they're in a stadium full of people. But it did feel like old times, and also just reminded you like what you're missing.
And over this last week, just spontaneously, people have been showing up at the windows.
Yes.
Yes.
And
More
lining-
people.
More people.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot
every
of
day.
people.
With signs,
and
like
going,
the real
going
thing.
out and fist bumping people, and just it's like.
Well, the wedding we
taking
did that
pictures.
Hoda officiated the other day, that time we spent working on the plaza felt like the old days.
Yeah, that was the first time that we were actually interacting, standing outside.
You know, and that was the other thing.
What?
We came here last week with our family, and it was like it felt like no time had passed. We were here.
Here at
Anthony was
Stratos?
helping us. And the place was packed. Everybody was having a good time. It felt so good.
Let me
Just
ask you.
walking into a store and not having to wear a mask, I almost feel guilty. Like I
Yeah.
say, should I wear a mask? And they
Right.
say, well, if you're vaccinated, you don't have
You
to.
don't
And
have
I'm
to.
like, I'm vaccinated.
Right.
I'll just wear my mask anyway.
Right.
I can't. It's hard to make
hard.
that transition. It's not like turning off the
Right.
light.
I agree.
That's
Takes
what-
some-
yeah. I mean, you had yours on today. Your mask.
Yeah, I'm just still trained, and I we've all worn our masks for so long out of respect for other people.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't want to walk in a place all of a sudden without a mask with this bravado of like, I'm double vaxxed and I'm the man and I'm out of respect for somebody else. It's hard to break that.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
talent, and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
So one of the other big changes, and we were thinking about this. I remember we were talking about a year ago from right now, when there was occasionally a nurse walking by.
Yeah.
That's all you
Yeah.
saw outside.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
That was
not
it.
even
Or
not
construction
even
worker.
That was it. There was nobody else.
There was a time when it was just you and our camera operator Mason, and no one else. In the studio.
Nobody was there. And then you fast forward to like that kind of eerie, weird feeling of. And my first words I think I ever uttered every morning were the two of us. That was the first conversation you ever had. Was that one. But fast forward to now, you guys. We look outside.
Yeah.
Coldplay was on the plaza. We had her on the plaza. We're going to have more people on the plaza.
Tourists are walking by.
Tourists are walking
That's
by.
what I all of a sudden looking out while you guys are doing the news and stuff, and looking out and seeing people just strolling on 50th Street.
Without masks off.
It's funny. It's like I don't think we'll take these things for granted anymore. Seeing people who come to the plaza or having music out there, or even the people that we work with when they started adding back our camera operators. The sound guys, the floor directors,
Makeup and hair.
the
Right.
props folks. Yeah, hair and makeup. Let's just light a candle.
Some of us
Raise
don't
a
work
glass.
out.
Hold up.
Some
Hair
of
and
us don't
makeup.
work
Hair and makeup. And everybody said amen.
Amen.
When are they going to bring the teleprompter back to the studio? Most important thing.
Jenny is back.
Yeah, she's back.
Okay,
She's in
okay.
the studio.
That's why
back.
Pop Star was
The
so
other thing that
smooth.
was so amazing to me was how quickly you forgot how quickly it went away. I mean, like you and I were the first ones out. You know, and all of a sudden- and all- it was like, wait, what?
Right, lights out.
Okay, 2 weeks. Oh no, wait, not so fast. But it was amazing how quickly it all shut down.
Yeah.
It's taking a little while to come back, but it's worth it.
It was also amazing how quickly everyone adjusted. Like in terms of our workplace, folks like the crews, like setting up those home studios.
technical
and,
staff.
like without
Oh,
really, didn't miss a beat at all.
I remember after 9/11 when I was at MTV in Midtown, we were contemplating, are we going to do another show the next day? And quickly it was decided we couldn't because the bridges and tunnels were closed, and we couldn't get a crew to Times Square. We couldn't get a camera guy. Wow. And during this pandemic, NBC News was incredible how quickly we were up, running, because people need information. And in our business, no matter what's happening in the world at any cost, there are those outside of the people that you see on TV that truly make it happen.
I mean, it was pretty shocking. And I think, you could argue that we got a lot more interviews, a lot of people who wouldn't have normally been on this show because we could get them through Zoom. And all of a sudden you realize that you can have good conversations with people all across the country quickly without flying them in, without all those things. But
That was actually one of my most favorite parts of the pandemic. Like Hugh Jackman's like, oh wow, he lives like us.
yeah.
Behind him.
Oh yeah.
The backgrounds were a big, that
Oh
was
yeah,
a
everybody.
fun part of
Zoom
the day.
rooms.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
people looking. Oh, look, what's there? Room Raider was that.
Room Raider, or how about the ring light that makes your wrinkles disappear? Like you put
I
that ring
discovered that
light
way
over.
too late in the pandemic.
See, but the
I just got one last week. I'm so
I got one
mad.
like a
But
month
if you
ago.
wear
It's like, where's this
glasses-
God light
I
been
know,
my whole
where
life?
has it been? Oh.
I love, but that is the one part because I'm an AV nerd, and I loved playing, and every day we had stuff coming in from B&H, from different audio visual places. Like, look at this!
loved that.
I loved it. Okay, I got a 60-inch monitor. I
You
got
were one of
this.
the first
I got that.
ones, Al, who had it going on. I mean, you literally had
was
all
in-
your
he was in his
gadgets
garage. Remember
in your garage. You had an iPad. You had
Then he got
all
kicked out of the garage.
gadgets.
Yeah.
Then he was in the kitchen. He got
Right.
kicked out of the kitchen.
I was pleased when you stopped wearing the Oswego shirts every day though, because for a while.
I think Deborah.
Yeah, well, Deborah, between Deborah and Craig, it was like,
Yeah.
you got to step this up.
Yeah,
It's-
and then you went to the zippy hoodie,
Yeah.
the zippy thing, and then you
I went to the
graduated.
half zip.
Half zip.
Went to the half zip.
And then you
Went to
graduated.
the half zip.
Yeah.
You know.
But now we get to see you in seersucker, full pocket square.
Glasses.
with the-
You know what I do
pocket
miss?
watch.
Every
You know what I
day
do
is-
miss?
What?
I do miss seeing Vale and Charlie.
Oh,
That I have to say, watching them pop up, literally, it was like so calming, and it felt so at home. I still remember just like
Calming
watching
for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me, Mr. Defense Secretary. Out of here.
Right.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but even just at that 6:30 tease, they all were clamoring to get on, and I remember thinking how that's like the coolest, calmest
Little
thing in the
kids
world.
with bedhead.
Don't forget about her live-in tech as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Feldy.
yeah, Feldy.
Feldy
the
was
Feldy.
amazing.
Oh,
yeah.
Mike was
Feldy.
like- he
It was
really-
on
yeah.
headset.
Mike,
Our
Like,
operations manager.
You and Mike my husband could be like in a relationship
Yeah.
because of the AV. Like
Yes.
he loved that tech stuff so much. It made all his dreams come true. He would dial in every morning, set his alarm, and
I
get us
remember
ready.
listening. You were doing. There was some problem with the mic, and he's troubleshooting.
Oh my God,
He was
I'd never
into
seen.
it.
Oh, he's so into it.
Yeah.
And by the way, the graphics department.
No,
Jack.
Jack Daly.
Jack
needs-
Daly.
Jack get a little more.
Jack needs an agent. I mean, we get stopped now, and
What?
people are like, "Yo, you're the kid that holds the sign." Like he.
Are you
the
serious?
People just
They
and
recognize the arms.
That started out of a necessity. Yeah, he's like, "Look, it's me. That's me." It started out of necessity because once Field Ops came and put the studio in the house, I actually needed help.
Yeah.
'Cause, we have a newborn in the house with 4 children.
Yeah.
So I was, commissioning help for my children, and Jackson did it every single
How did
day.
it feel, Carson, when you came back to the studio?
It felt great.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I started to harbor a little bit of guilt. I mean, I love my kids so much. I thought and I felt bad because it came at the cost of a pandemic where people are losing their lives.
Sure.
But I was so selfishly happy to be home with my kids
Yeah.
because I travel so much and I
Yeah.
never get a chance to see them. I thought, God, I
Yeah.
can work from home.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done at 9:01,
Yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah.
bathing suit already and my
Yeah.
nice supper, and I'm going to
Yeah.
play with the kids. And
Yeah.
I loved that part. But after a while, the professional in me wanted to be in a studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't move to New York to stay at home and work from home.
Right,
I moved to
right.
be with my colleagues, to be in the environment
Yeah.
that excites me and that we're lucky enough to get to do every day. So going back to see you guys and going back to doing the job was really important.
Yeah.
It was fulfilling again. Being home's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Only for a finite amount of
yeah.
time.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
How are your kids? How did Dell and Sibby do?
Dell and Sibby, again, from the very beginning, I was so impressed with how quickly they adapted, and they've done the same on the back end. Like they've, they're-
Plus, your wife was a superstar.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
She
wife
she gets props. big
Lindsay
time.
was
Those jokes
amazing.
every day online.
Still
were-
going.
Still
And
going.
the prayer section.
The prayer section every morning to start school. No, we would not have probably gotten through the pandemic had it not been for my wife.
Well,
That's not, that's not hyperbole.
And she got COVID, right?
She did. She
Yeah.
had
Did you
COVID.
go through that too?
And let me tell you, like we took it, we obviously took it very seriously. So we had to sequester her in the room, and it was me and the kids for 2 weeks.
Siri got a false positive during this whole thing, and for 24 hours until it came back and they had reversed it, it went to a lab, it was a whole thing. There was a period where I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh God.
She's sequestered in a room and I have all 4 kids. Like, how do I do this?
right.
And then you're immediately a close contact.
Yes.
Just by vis-a-vis
Right.
your wife.
Sure. Yes.
So technically, you're not supposed to be like, I was on the phone with the doctor. Who's going to raise my children?
Let's bring some wolves
How you
over.
did that.
Yeah.
grace of God.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton.
Well, Lindsay was parenting by phone too.
Yeah.
Like she was able to FaceTime and tell the kids to not do stuff. So. No, the kids have adapted well. How about yours?
Same. Like, it's just so funny now how they look back at pictures and wonder why we didn't have a mask on before. And we still worry about our kids. They're not vaccinated. They're little and they're running around. But to see them in school with the plexiglass and the doing the tasks, and they did it every day. They were in the park with masks on. I was shocked. Hope was too little to wear a mask, which kind of made me feel good because I didn't want to have her all strapped up. But Haley got so used to it. Now we leave and she's like, Mom, do you have your phone? Do you have a mask?
Right.
That's what they say.
Oh, yeah.
So
It's incredible how they roll
adapt.
with it. They get used to the mask. The day the CDC said, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear the mask outdoors, I picked up Vale at the bus stop with no mask. She comes down the bus stops with her mask and she's like, Mom, where's your mask? Put it on. She was like, she's got a job at the CDC waiting.
There you go.
You know, but it's just like they roll with it. They adapt to it.
I felt guilty almost in a way for all of you guys in that I just had Nick at home. You know, and the time was 18, and he was loving it because he'd take his laptop and I said, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm changing class." And he was going from room to room.
Oh, that's what he did.
What he did. But it was great. I was like, after I finished the show, I would call Craig. I'm out on the lake. I'm sitting by a pool.
Living his best life.
It was.
Did Nick adapt to the mask and the rest of
it?
it?
Well, what was interesting is, especially for kids who have some special needs, in a way, this was somewhat helpful because a lot of these kids are not overly social. And so they could be social over Zoom, over their computer. And I was, I had to take him with me on a trip, and he was in school in the car, and I'm listening to him, how engaged he was with his teacher, with his classmates, and he really
thrived.
He loved it. He ended up with an A average for the year.
Did he really?
Wow, good for him.
We're moving, and day before yesterday, we were going through some papers, and at the beginning of the pandemic, it was suggested that you have kids write letters to, sort of cope with how they're feeling, and Dell wrote a letter. And he said, I forget who it was to, but he said, "Dear blah, 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 please make the pandemic go away. Please have people stop dying. Please have people stop getting sick." And we were moving, and Lindsay and I read the letter, because we hadn't seen it since, and just, puddles. Because we've started to forget just a year ago, like how scary it was for kids especially.
Well, I think that, NBC did that nightly news for kids.
Yes.
That Lester did. And it was really sort of born out of the idea that the information is so hard for kids to process that they would give a show for them coming from NBC. And Jackson, was a correspondent
My
for
favorite
the year.
By the way.
And that was really, I think, really cool. And he had a project where he had to write a letter, and he wrote a letter to President Biden, and Biden wrote him back.
That's right.
Wow.
What was the letter?
The letter was about, and he wrote it, and then we sent it. He put it in mailbox, and then President Biden wrote him back just after being elected. And Jackson had written about, requesting some help with racial injustice and with mask wearing for the pandemic, and it was really incredible. So in our house, we have this letter that Jackson wrote, and the response from the president.
That's amazing.
Jackson spoke at commencement,
Wait, what?
Yeah, he graduated and
he spoke.
He spoke.
He was a
What did
speaker.
he say? What did he say?
He just talked about thanking the administrators. I mean, one of the things during school Zoom that stuck out for me was a lot of our teachers, they have kids our kids' age.
Yep.
And as hard as we found it, I kept saying to Siri, I'm like, look, we have to just put this in check. Think about this teacher.
Yes.
She's got this situation in her home, and she's teaching all. So let's, shout out to the not only first responders, but to the teachers.
Who are first responders?
He basically was thanking the administrators for making a year even possible.
Jackson does. He needs an agent.
Yeah, Jackson's so
amazing.
mature.
Yeah. No, it's,
Sign him.
Sign him up.
Yeah.
I think we got lucky that the pandemic, by and large, the kids in this country did pretty well, or globally actually did pretty well. If you think about had this COVID-19 strain been really rough on children, this really would have been a lot worse.
But emotionally, I think.
Edit that out, Jen. That's too.
a lot of them are struggling, but they're hopefully coming back.
Yeah, they're doing good though.
Yeah.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I've got one that just came to mind.
Tell us.
When we went down a few months ago to North Charleston to profile this principal who during the pandemic decided that he was going to pick up a second job at
That was
Walmart.
amazing, that story, by the way.
Oh, I love that guy.
That guy was incredible.
Well, he's Mr. Darby, and was one of these guys, could not have been more unassuming, and was just, he was like, oh shucks, why are you guys here? I took this job because my kids at school, they just needed school supplies, and the parents, a lot of them had got laid off, and the guy just stepped up. And even when we went to talk to him, like he was just so surprised that we were there. Like it was just so, it's like, this is what I do. This is what we do. We take care of each other. That was probably a highlight. And I think it was probably more of a highlight because we had spent so many months covering death and despair.
Sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Your gym, I mean, the time that I felt like the other day when you were hanging out with the gymnast, I was like, we're back, baby.
I did love that. I mean, that did make me feel like we were back 100% because, I felt it. But probably overall, like if I were thinking back, there was one guy who was a patient, and he decided that he was going to write a letter to every single person who helped him in this.
Oh, that was good too.
And he read it, and we surprised him by having all the
those people there.
pop on. But I think because once you get out, you think, I dodged a bullet, and you go home. Think about any time you've been in the hospital for something.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you revisit and you say thank you? But to be able to do it face to face and to watch, a lot of these doctors and nurses were crying because they needed that attaboy, that attagirl. And I remember thinking a thank you, a little thing like a thank you meant a lot, as you know, because that's what you do.
Well, look, I got to go to one of the food banks in Connecticut, and it reminded you that how close people are living to the edge, because there were a lot of nice cars driving up, but people, when it comes down to it, needed help. But if it wasn't for those volunteers who run these food banks, a lot of folks would have gone hungry. And seeing people it was the dead of winter. It was freezing and cold, and
kids
people were out with kids in the car. And these folks who were they had an assembly line going, getting food into people's cars. And that was kind of like, it restores your faith in humanity.
SG, what do you?
I mean, it's sad, but I can't get out of my mind the doctor who was a frontline worker and an emergency room physician and had the whole world. She had everything in front of her, and she took her own life, because the stress of the pandemic. And it's a sad story, but it's also a story that really inspires, because her sister and her brother-in-law have picked up her story, and they are doing incredible work to focus attention on the mental health of frontline workers. And that needs to be said. That work needs to be done. And so they have taken this painful episode, and it has galvanized them, and they are really making a difference. And I think, we look at it, okay, the pandemic, let's hope, is in our past in this country, mostly. We've got to remember our frontline workers, and some of those pains and some of those memories are going to be with them a long time, so we need to remember them. And that, for me, that story and that cause has stuck with me.
Carson, you spent a lot of time over the past year highlighting,
mental health.
Yeah, I think mental health took became a prominent part of the discussion of society in the last year during the pandemic, which was a good thing because nobody's talking about it, and I was able to do that through my own situation. But I think going back to what Savannah was saying, also for me back March, we were having a baby, And part of my anxiety, in general, my anxiety disorder, is that I can't control my nervous system. I run hot, like my adrenal system kind of like a Ferrari. And so I spend every day of my life trying to check and balance how I'm going to drive that Ferrari, you know, and sometimes it's easier to control than others. At the height of the pandemic and then expecting to have a baby, my nerves were just exacerbated, as were so many millions of people going through similar situations. So, you know, seeing the nurses in the hospital, you know, dropping my wife off alone, pregnant, with masks on, and we were so scared. We didn't know what was what you could touch. This was new in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then meeting the nurses when Goldie was born and realizing that these people, I want to go and retreat and hide in my home because I'm so nervous because I have this mental health situation. I want to hide like a little boy, yet there are people in society who, like firefighters, don't run away from the fire, they run into it. And we were, you know, sort of, we got a chance to re-meet these incredible heroic folks, you know, in the health sector, who went in and saved people's lives and had to act like their fathers or their brothers or their sisters and hold their hands. They had to do so much work behind closed doors. I think even today, we don't realize what the nurses and doctors really did. Because no one was allowed in the hospital. I think by having a baby through that process, I had that window into the healthcare system, and it was just remarkable.
Celebration.
Oh, yes.
Celebration.
The roaring 20s, baby.
Yes. Your mom is back.
Yes.
Your Tita.
Yes.
You know, your in-laws and
my parents.
all your folks, you know, and by the way, God bless you for shining a light on alcoholism and addiction with your dad, with the book. It's just, I mean, I think everybody's coming out and just feeling good. Like, we've come through something, and we're still going through it. But by God, you know, thanks to a whole lot of people, we're able to live like America.
Yeah, I mean, talk about appreciating things you never even thought twice about in your life.
Right.
Like walking to the store with your kid without a mask on, or going to the beach, or getting in the car, getting on a plane, like stepping
Going to the grocery store.
Like this.
Right.
With your
having a meal out.
Meal out.
Yeah.
Being able to close talk.
Yeah.
And hug.
Needing breath mints again.
Yes. There you go.
I'm on my stock in Altoids. It's got to go up.
I did you know, we do these things before the show where we talk to our different stations, and I knew Hodo and I were going to be doing something. I actually used mouthwash.
Oh, thank God. Thank
Hodo went,
God.
wow, you smell minty fresh.
Minty fresh.
Kind of makes you wonder what he'd been doing for the previous
Well, you know,
We all let ourselves go.
just a bit.
But we're back, baby. Woo!
We're back.
Cheers to being back.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I've got nothing left.
And to the
Once
discovery
again,
of the Aperol Spritz.
I drank the most. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hey, Today All Day. Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite ways to use up any oats that you have lying around. First up, she's baking an oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's healthy enough to eat for breakfast. Then it's homemade granola with a savory twist.
If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of. Personally, speaking for myself, I will opt for chocolate every single time. I know you have a little canister of oats sitting at the back of your pantry that maybe you're neglecting a little bit. But instead of teaching you how to make a traditional bowl of oatmeal, which I already know you know how to make, I'm going to show you how to hashtag upgrade your oats. Today we're going to be making my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookies with some added fun, coconut, and then a really easy savory granola. How's that for a plot twist? Let's get started. Oats, they are having a moment. They're everywhere these days, and for good reason. Oats are super versatile, they're really nutritious, and there's so much you can do with an oat to make it a star. But there are a lot of different varieties, so I thought I'd walk you through a few of my favorites. Welcome to my kitchen classroom. On today's agenda, Oats 101. These little guys are oat groats. I know, it's not the cutest name, but these are oats in their least processed form. They have a lot of fiber. And these are what they look like before they've been rolled out. They do take a bit longer to cook though, about 30 to 40 minutes, but they have a really nice nutty and chewy texture, which I find is really nice for a salad, similar to a barley or a farro. Next up, we've got my steel cut oats. These are simply oat groats that have been cut into this pinhead shape. Now, steel cut oats take about 20 to 30 minutes to cook. They've got a nice chewy texture, making it perfect for a slow weekend morning when you want to enjoy a bowl of oatmeal. Next up, we have got my Oat MVP rolled oats or old-fashioned oats. These oats have been steamed and then rolled out into that iconic oat shape. These take only 10 to 20 minutes to cook, not too long, not too short, but they also have this really nice, springy, light texture without being too chewy. I find that old-fashioned oats are perfect for just about anything. An oatmeal chocolate chip cookie, some granola. I use them so much in my kitchen. And finally, we have our instant oatmeal. These are the most processed form of oats from our little lineup here, and what you commonly find in a little brown packet destined for your microwave. These are very mushy in texture, so I don't really cook with them or bake with them, but if you only have about 1 to 3 minutes in the morning to cook them, these are the oats for you. I won't judge you if you use them. When you're always stocked with oats, guess what you'll never run out of? Oat milk. Because that's right, you can make it yourself, and I'm going to show you how to do it. All you need to make your own oat milk at home is some old-fashioned oats, some cold water, and a good quality nut milk bag. When you're making your own oat milk, make sure to use old-fashioned oats. Steel cut is going to be a little bit too coarse, and instant is going to be too mushy, so we don't want to do that. Now, I'm just going to grab a measuring cup for my old-fashioned oats and measure some out. Old-fashioned oats secured. My blender is my BFF, and this oat milk comes together just in your blender. I'm going to add my old-fashioned oats to my blender. We've got some cold water. Make sure it's cold. We don't want any warm water here because the oats will get slimy. Nobody likes a slimy oat milk. Adding this in my blender. And finally, this is optional, but not if you're me, because I like a little touch of sweetness, a little bit of maple syrup. You can totally use a couple medjool dates too if you'd prefer. Just a touch. You can even add a little dash of cinnamon too if you're feeling like you want to live on the edge today with your oat milk. Now, all I'm going to do is blend it. Only 30 to 40 seconds. We don't want to over blend it because the oats will get kind of mushy. Okay, here we go. Oat milk is in our future. We're looking nice and creamy. Now, before I remove this from the blender, just want to show you, you can totally use a cheesecloth to strain, but I'm using a nut milk bag because it's a lot easier. I'm going to prepare this in my pitcher. Now I'm just going to pour in my oat milk. We're making oat milk. You just want to squeeze it a little bit so you get all of that oat milk out. This is precious. We worked hard for this. Okay, we didn't really work that hard for this, but we still want to get everything out. Look at how creamy that looks too. Like that's some thick oat milk. I love it. And look at how this nut milk bag is catching all of those little pieces of oats. We don't want that in our oat milk. We want that to stay secure in the bag. That's why it's nice to get a good quality nut milk bag, because then it makes it super easy to make your oat milk at home. All right, we're gonna set this aside. See you later. And now we have homemade, creamy, delicious oat milk. This stores well in the fridge for about 5 days. Make sure you stir it before you drink it, because separation is totally normal. I like to use this oat milk in any recipe where I call for a non-dairy milk, whether that be in my chocolate chip cookie pie or even my date crumble bars. It's so delicious, it's so creamy, it's even amazing in your coffee. And you know what pairs really well with oat milk? Cookies. Luckily, I've got myself covered because we're gonna make my chocolate chip oatmeal cookies with a little bit of coconut. I'm gonna let this chill while I go grab the ingredients.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I have been there and done that with traditional stovetop oatmeal and overnight oats. Plus, I would choose a cookie over those two any day. So, to solve my persistent desire for cookies at all hours of the day, I'm going to show you how to make my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's wholesome enough to eat for breakfast. So, let's get to it. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have also lined my pan with some parchment paper. Now, we're gonna get to work on the wet ingredients. I'm gonna crack my egg in my bowl. Whisk that really nicely. We want no separation between the yolks and the whites. Okay. This looks great. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. Mixing the egg and the almond butter together really well. All right, this looks smooth and creamy. Now I'm going in with my melted and cooled coconut oil. Straight in there. We are actually going to be adding some shredded coconut into these cookies, so I find that the coconut oil really complements that super well. It's also a nice butter replacement in these cookies too. Mixing everything together. Everyone needs to become friendly. Perfect. Now I'm gonna add some vanilla extract. Can't have my cookies without it. And finally, for my sweeteners, maple going in. Maple adds that really warm and almost breakfasty taste to these cookies. And then we're adding some coconut sugar. Coconut sugar and maple syrup are my favorite sweeteners to use together. I find that they complement each other really well. They create this really golden taste in these cookies. Because coconut sugar is really fragrant, it's gonna go really nicely with that coconut oil and that shredded coconut that we're gonna be adding into the cookies later. My wet mixture looks perfect, honestly. I have to give credit to myself. Now, I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. For these cookies, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. If you don't know what oat flour is, get ready to have your mind blown. All it is just oats ground up into a blender until you get that fine powder, like a flour. Then we get oat flour. How fun and convenient is that? Easy to make at home. You can also buy it from the store. Oat flour going in. We're having an oat moment with these cookies. We love oats. Gonna also add some almond flour. Almond flour is really dense, oat flour is really light, so I find that they create a really nice combination and a really nice texture in these cookies. Okay, we're gonna whisk that up. Whisking our almond flour and our oat flour together really nicely. And now, because I'm fun, I'm gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you buy unsweetened shredded coconut because we've got the sugar already, we don't need to add more into our coconut. Now, for our star, these would not be oatmeal chocolate chip cookies without some oats. So, I'm using old-fashioned or rolled oats here. Oats going in. Time for a little baking powder. And a little pinch of salt. The salt is gonna balance out the sweetness, really bring it out. It's gonna heighten all of those flavors. Whisking everything together nicely. We want a fully incorporated dry ingredient mixture here. Dry mixture taking a journey. Beautiful. I'm gonna fold my dry and wet ingredients together until everyone is fully incorporated. So we want to make sure we're not seeing any remnants of that flour mixture, right? We want it to be fully incorporated. You'll see how that color changes. Everyone looks really nicely incorporated, really well mixed. Thorough. We want to do a thorough job here. I mean, listen, this is like a bowl of oatmeal, right? This counts. A cookie, an oatmeal cookie, same thing. I think it's the same thing. Okay, this is controversial. I'm gonna put my spatula down for this. If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of, personally, speaking for myself. I will opt for chocolate every single time. So, I'm gonna fold in some chocolate chips. I measure chocolate chips with my sole, as you can see. I will be saving these to top the cookies with before they go into the oven. I want a few more. I changed my mind. Just a few. Breakfast, anyone? Okay, we're gonna fold the chocolate in really nicely. And this is a beautiful cookie dough situation I've got here. Okay. Time to make our cookies. Perfect. I'm using a cookie scoop here just to get some nice even cookies. Want them all to be about the same size, and then they're gonna cook evenly too. That is a huge chunk of chocolate chips I just got. I'm not mad about it at all. Okay. And I'm just gonna use my fingers just to flatten them down slightly. Not too much, just a little. This one has so many chocolate chips, that's the one I'm going for. I already know this. I've already made up my mind. I like making these cookies at the start of the week because I'm eating them for breakfast. It's kind of nice to have on hand. And even if you have a different breakfast, okay? Even if you're having your eggs or whatever else you eat for breakfast, you can totally have one of these after with a little cup of coffee. How does that sound? Pretty good? I know, because I do it all the time. You know what these remind me of also? Just like a really glam granola bar. Like a granola bar, but like make it a cookie. I've got some extra dough here. I will be baking these off later, but I do want to add a couple extra chocolate chips on top for fun. I went pretty heavy on the chocolate chips and the dough already, and I honestly love that for me. I'm gonna bake these in the oven 10 to 15 minutes until it's nice and golden brown around those edges. I'm so excited to have some oatmeal breakfast cookies after this.
Hey friends, want to try this tasty recipe from Sama? Well, just text food to 34318 and we will send it right to your phone.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Cookies for breakfast, anyone? I mean, look at how textured they are, right? They've got the oats, they've got the chocolate chips, they've got coconut. There's a lot going on here. Perfect for breakfast, but also for any time of the day. I'm not gonna, say that I can't have this after dinner, because I can. I'm so excited to eat them. And you know what I'm gonna eat them with? Some homemade oat milk, because I'm having an oat moment today. And I'm just gonna have all of the oats. I mean, look at that. So fluffy. You know what this needs? You know what this needs? It needs to be dunked in some oat milk. It just has to happen. Okay. I gotta get my camera out first because this is a perfect photo op. All right, it's taking the plunge. Oh my God, okay. All right, here we go. I'm so good, I'm just losing cookies everywhere. Okay, I need a sip of oat milk. You might, and no disrespect to your bowl of oatmeal, but you might want to abandon it after you try these cookies. I'm just saying, I'm being honest. I'm going in for more. Someone hold me back. No, really, someone hold me back. Oh, you thought I was done helping you upgrade your oats? Well, you are mistaken, because up next, I have my plot twist savory granola. I'm super excited to make it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Hey, today, food fans hungry for more? Just text food to 34318 to get all the recipes you see here on Today All Day. Don't delay. We know your tum-tum is grumbling.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al. It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
When you think of granola, you're probably thinking of those sweet clusters of nuts and oats to top your yogurt. But have you ever thought about a savory version? I know it's a plot twist, but savory granola is one of my favorite snacks. I was inspired to make it by traditional Indian snack mixes, and I cannot wait for you to try it. We want the savory granola to have lots of flavor, so to start, we're gonna make a little olive oil spice mixture. In my bowl, I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil. Olive oil is going to help us get that nice, crisp, golden color and texture that we really want. Now, for some more flavor, I'm going to add some coconut aminos. Coconut aminos going straight in there. Coconut aminos are made from the sap of coconut palms, and it's actually very similar in taste to a soy sauce, but it's gluten-free. So if that's important to you, there you go. We always have to have spice. I always have to have spice. I can't live my life without it. So we're gonna add a couple of my favorites. Cayenne. Cayenne is gonna add some heat, some spice. It's gonna really kick this flavor up a notch. Now I'm gonna add some garam masala. Garam masala is a very common Indian spice blend. It contains pepper, cumin, cloves. It's super warming, super fragrant. I love using it in my savory granola. I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Nothing is complete without a little pinch of salt. And now, because we have a lot of spice, a lot of flavor, a lot of savory elements going on here, I want to add a little bit of honey just to balance out that saltiness. I love honey. Just a touch, not too much. That honey is going to give that really nice, sweet and salty balance that I love so much. Now let's whisk everything together. Make sure it's really well incorporated. We want all of the spice, all of the flavor to be evenly whisked together. It's pretty potent. All right, this is nice and well mixed. Now I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. I like using a variety of nuts and seeds here because it's really fun to play with different texture and flavor. Every single nut and seed has a different flavor profile, so it's fun to add them all together and just have a little crunch, a little texture, something different in every bite. So I'm gonna start with my sliced almonds. I use almonds so much in my kitchen, from almond butter to raw almonds. They're super versatile and I just love the taste. I'm gonna add some raw cashews, super buttery and delicious. Now we're gonna go for some pecans. Pecan? I say pecan. In there. I'm gonna add some pumpkin seeds. You can add sunflower seeds here too if pumpkin's not your jam. Pumpkin seeds add that nice green color too. It's kind of pretty. Okay, now we're gonna add some sesame seeds. These are gonna be so delicious when they're nice and toasty in the oven. I love it. Now, this wouldn't be granola without oats. Cannot have granola without our oats. Adding the oats straight into my mixture. Now we mix them all together. Make sure that you're using raw, unsalted nuts here. We are gonna be roasting them in the oven with some olive oil and spices, so you don't need to buy roasted and salted nuts. Look at how fun and textured this is. So many different colors. And it's about to get a lot of flavor. Time to add my olive oil mixture straight on top of my nuts, seeds, and oats. Leave no spice left behind. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Now we're gonna mix everything together. We want a very well-spiced, savory granola. So every piece has to be coated by some olive oil and spice. It already starts to smell so good, so flavorful. This is such a fun and easy portable snack too. We are looking nice and well mixed. Now it's time for the pan. Make sure you get all of those little resistant oats. They'll have a better life as savory granola. Okay, make sure that you're spreading your granola out really well, really evenly. We want everyone to have personal space, some room to breathe. This way we can ensure a nice and even crisp bake. We are ready for the oven. I'm gonna bake this 45 to 50 minutes at 325 degrees in the oven. Make sure you toss it every 10 minutes or so to ensure that it gets nice and golden brown. Look at my gorgeous golden savory granola. I've let this cool completely. Make sure you let it cool for at least 15 minutes. First of all, it's a little bit too hot to handle as it comes out of the oven. And when you cool granola, it crisps up as it cools. I'm gonna store this in my cute little container, which I promise I can get the lid off because I'm strong. There we go. I love to store these in little mason jars or little jars like this, just so it's nice to have a snack on hand. So the next time you are craving a potato chip or a cracker, this is just a more unique and fun savory snack to snack on. You've got a lot of different flavors. You can customize it with your favorite nuts and seeds as well. So whatever you have in the pantry, you've got some sunflower seeds, you've got some walnuts, feel free to sub that in. Look at that nice golden color. So good. I've got most of my savory granola into my little jar. And you know what I also like to do with this? I like to put it on a salad. Think of this as the fun cousin to your croutons. Yeah, they're your crouton cousins. Crunchy, savory, really pretty. You've got those nuts and seeds and you've also got a lot of flavor there. Look how nice that looks. This is a super simple salad. I just did a little bit of olive oil, lemon juice, salt, and pepper. This granola though, it adds a secret touch. It's so good. It's so salty, but it's got heat and flavor. Wait, I need more. Like, you've got so many things going on, right? Different nuts and seeds. Gives it a lot more texture, makes it more interesting to eat. You've got something new in every bite. I mean, have you ever seen a salad topped with granola before? I think I have to document it. I mean, look at that, it looks so pretty. Croutons? I don't know you. I mean, come on. I'm obsessed, I'm obsessed. Sweet granola, I'm coming for you. I hope this has inspired you to upgrade your oats. If you're neglecting them in your pantry, let them live. Let them live as savory granola, as some delicious oatmeal cookies. Oats are really an MVP.
All right, we don't like to pick favorites, but if we did, and we will, Ken Jeong would be on our list.
He is the funniest. From the Hangover franchise to Crazy Rich Asians, Ken's roles are always hilarious. And now Ken's entertaining younger fans in the new animated and live-action movie, Tom and Jerry.
Okay, so Ken plays a famous baker. He's designing a cake masterpiece for the wedding of this century, putting him smack dab in the middle of a cat and mouse game. Ken, good morning. Okay, Ken, it's so. First of all, you make us laugh, right? When you showed up in the teas, we were so happy. But speaking of cake mishaps, Ken, I mean, I know this is something that's in the movies, but you know a little something about this. You've been married to your bride for a while now. Did you guys have some kind of an issue back in the day?
Yeah, we got married about 16 years ago, and no, exactly 16 years ago. Shout out to my wife, love you, ho. And we had a cake.
Why did you say that? Wait, pause for people who don't.
I said ho. My wife's last name is Ho. Look it up. I'm fine. Everyone relax. Early morning. We had a cake, and it was a cream cake, and it got melted. And it was like on like 4 tiers, and it was about to topple over, and the chef, to save the cake from falling down, literally put his hands in the cake and it was like this. So in front of 200 people with this cake, it was about to topple over. And so needless to say, in that scene you just saw, I can completely relate. And I mean, in real life, we had a sense of humor about it. We laughed for weeks, and to the point that we still talk about it to this day. There she is.
She's
my
beautiful.
Lovely bride. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ken.
Last name is Ho. Relax.
We were wondering. Ken, this movie, we were just talking about how odd it would be to act to, it's like part cartoon, part live action, right? So like you had to pretend that little mouse, Tom, is it Tom or Jerry? I forgot, was on the cake. Jerry is the mouse. I watched the film with my kids and they loved it, by the way. Okay, you're right, but I get them confused. Yeah. But so what is it like to act with like a cartoon,
It's hard. I mean, just because you're working with computer animation, and you're also. But the director of Tom and Jerry, Tim Story, is a dear friend of mine. We did Ride Along 2 together with Kevin Hart, and so we have a shorthand, and we work very well together. And on top of that, the visual effects team, shout out to them, because like you said, to your point, it is harder to react off of your imagination versus a live action scene partner. Acting is really reacting off someone's energy. So it can be a little bit more mentally fatiguing, even though this is, it's a job of a lifetime. But I really give a shout out to the visual effects animation team at Tom and Jerry, as well as Tim Story. They're both amazing.
Well, we have to ask you about something off topic right now. We read that your first attempt at comedy was when you were doing a mock male beauty competition. Congrats.
Yes. Did you win?
Well, thank you. I was second place, which is what my mom said was better than winning. And it was called Mr. Buccaneer. It was my high school mock male beauty pageant at the end of my senior year. And I was a shy kid, but I was like a popular shy kid. And so I was nominated to be one of the contestants. Wow. And it was really I'd never done any comedy or theater in high school. I was not even at all considering a career in performing. And it was my first time like doing any sort of comedy. And in the swimsuit competition, I was posing like Arnold Schwarzenegger or like Mr. Olympia, and in a swimsuit. And I just got like a standing O.
Oh, of course you did.
It's still it was one of my favorite moments, and it really. And then I played a Lionel Richie song as part of the talent competition, and sang 3 Times a Lady, and it literally was like
we want to hear that.
Dynamite moment.
All right, we want to try to get to something, Ken, that I think you're going to like, a little rapid fire.
Yes, shall we do it? Okay, ready? This is called I Do or I Do Not, and this is what we have to do, having to do with weddings, because that's how the film is about this epic wedding. Ready? I do or I don't sing in the shower.
I don't.
You don't sing in the shower?
Okay. All right, let's move on. I do or I don't embarrass my kids in the background while they're on a Zoom call.
I like that you made your own graphic.
I'm very
you
respectful.
don't? Oh, wow. We're
Yeah.
surprised.
No. I'm well behaved, guys. I'm well behaved.
Okay. I do or I do not know how to bake an edible cake.
This game is getting redundant. So sorry.
You don't. It's okay.
I don't do a lot of things apparently.
Well, do you manscape? I do or I don't manscape.
Wow.
How? What? How?
You
okay,
don't.
I don't. All right,
Okay.
just checking. Well, you never know,
No,
Ken.
honestly, I'm blushing, Ken.
Man, why this is. I didn't know I'd get this hard-hitting, like, hour one journalism right now. Oh, geez Louise, guys.
All right.
Wow.
But wait, Ken, there's more. No, there's not more on that. But we did
Yes.
learn that you sent us a little something,
This
a
is so
surprise.
sweet of you. We
Yes.
can't wait to see what's under the red bag.
I mean, in a pandemic, in a quarantine, it's hard to, be there in person. But I made this myself, and I just love you guys so much, and thank you for all the support.
Aw.
And I'm not much
What
of a
is it?
cook, but I made that.
Is that
Yeah,
us on the cake?
That's us.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is you.
You
I
made
can't
those?
believe you asked that.
You made those?
Yeah, no, I made it myself. Yeah, it took like 3 cheese graters and a spoon, and I had to
Wait.
It took about a month to
Those
make.
are cheese
Those are
sculptures?
cheese. We're saving them forever.
Oh
we
my
have
gosh,
to.
I love a cheese sculpture.
We do want to
Yeah.
thank Sarah Kaufman Sculptures. I mean, apparently you are an
and
imposter.
Sarah helped out.
Yeah, Sarah helped
I
out.
was going to say, did you make it or Sarah?
Really going to be hard today. Oh my God! From manscaping to cheese counterfeit cooking. How dare you?
We love you,
Wow.
Ken. Okay, if you could use a laugh, and we bet you can. Who better than this guy to give it to us? Our friend, the hilarious Ken Jeong.
No one can steal a scene quite like Ken, which was on full display in movies like the Hangover
loved it,
franchise and the more recent blockbuster hit Crazy Rich Asians.
I loved his hair in that. Now Ken's back. He's on the judges panel of The Masked Singer with a new crop of costume celebrities facing off on the mic. And the guy is pulling double duty. He's hosting a new fun show. By the way, I can't wait to see this one. It's called I Can See Your Voice. Take a look.
Honestly, everyone here on this stage is pulling for you to win that money. Yes. Waiting in the shadows are 6 secret voices, all claiming to be incredible singers. However, some of them are fakers with voices so bad that your ears will hate you forever. And that is a medical fact.
Medical fact. Hello. How you doing, Ken?
Fine. Thank you for having me. Hi, guys.
Ken, how can you be doing? Okay, first of all, what are we calling this day?
We're calling this day, and we're actually started a petition.
Yeah, it's a big petition.
We're calling it Ken's Day. Should we change it?
Ken's Day, Wednesday. What?
Is that something you've been trying to make sure that the local chambers of commerces are changing around our country?
Yes, I've been busy petitioning city councils everywhere, and they all come collectively united, galvanizing every city councilman to say no.
The answer is no.
So it's really cool that everyone's united against calling it Ken's Day.
Well,
So I'm honored.
Are you a little worried you're spreading yourself too thin? I mean, look at you. You're on both of these shows. I love the idea of this second
Yes.
show idea. This concept is brilliant.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just so grateful, to even be on the air, even to have a career in television. So first of all, and second of all, I'm greedy and I only have 2 shows. I'd like to have 85, and so I'm only 83 away. I like in my household, I make our kids and even my dog call me Asian Seacrest, and that's very important to me. Really important to get that goal.
Okay, Ken, your new show is all about whether one can sing or not. If we gave you a song, would you be able to sing it for us? How's your voice?
I can carry a tune poorly, so I can sing a little bit. It depends on it depends on song choice, but a trained musician would say I can't sing, and they have.
I love the panel too of people you have on that show. How did you have to call them up and get them to come on, or was it was that an easy sell?
In terms of I was there. I think we all arrived on the show at the same time, and in terms of I Can See Your Voice and getting that panel, I did call in a lot of favors. I got like some of my Masked Singer friends, Nicole Scherzinger and Robin Thicke. They're both musical guests as well as panelists. Cheryl Hines is a dear friend of mine and from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Adrienne Houghton was the flamingo on the Masked Singer. Was first runner-up, I believe, the second season. So they're the two regular panelists on the show, and they help the contestant find out if the singer is good, quote unquote, good or bad. They're all good people. We just want to see what the voices are.
Can we just have to get to something that's really important? You have started a podcast with your frenemy, Joel McHale.
Yes. He's been trashing me, by the way, left and right.
We have to tell him what he said. He actually called you a terrible doctor.
Yeah, terrible.
What do you say to that? A terrible doctor.
No, he's called me. He said, and what I appreciate about Joel, he says it to my face. It's not behind my back. He says it on the air, globally, and he's told me to my face, how you're a disbarred. I said I wasn't. He goes, you're a horrible actor and a doctor. And I was like, that's all relative. That's all subjective. They said my acting was so bad in one particular movie, I was sued for malpractice. I'm like, you can't sue an actor for malpractice. So
you had him on that one.
It is our friction.
Do you have anything to say about him?
That creates content.
Do you have something you want to say about him?
Oh, Joel, he is, and I mean this with all my heart. He's a great father. He's a good man. Otherwise a horrible person on set and on a podcast. And when it comes to me, he brings out the worst in me. He brings out the worst callous instincts, and he's an embarrassment to be around. And I really mean it. And that's just a diagnosis, guys. That's not a personality.
From a qualified doctor, which, by the way, you are. Ken, hang on. We're going to take a little break, and then we want to meet your better half.
Yes.
Tran is going to be joining you, and we want to meet your better half, and we're going to play a little game with the two of you, okay?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be back right after this.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
We are back with Ken Jeong, who has two shows.
Stop showing off, Ken.
He has two of them. Season 4 of The Masked Singer, and followed by the brand new game show, I Can See Your Voice.
Yeah, Carson's mad that you're using the word voice. But anyway, will the real doctor please stand? Because joining Ken is his lovely wife. We love her too, Tran. And we're about to find out how well he knows her.
Yes.
All right. So here's the thing. We did ask Ken some questions, Tran, okay, about you. And we're going to see how well he knows you. All right.
Wait, we asked Ken some questions.
Yeah.
She's going to tell us how well she knows him. Correct?
Wait.
Yes.
No. Okay. How well he knows her. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Okay. So Ken was asked this question, Tran. What is your favorite meal? So
okay. And I say it?
Yes. This is going well. Wait. Okay. Did you write it down somewhere? Or you just go on 3.
Yes,
Why don't you guys both say it?
I wrote it down in my mind grapes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Crap.
Oh, yes.
Correct.
Boom.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Tran, what is your
I didn't write
favorite?
it down. I'm sorry, we were bad doctors.
Tran, what's
Bad
your...
doctors.
No, you're not. You're good doctors. What is your favorite thing to do?
Okay, wait, pause, think about it for a second. 1, 2, 3.
Hiking. Or being with the kids. Being with me.
Wait,
Showbiz.
Tran, what's your favorite thing to do?
Hey, that's her last name, guys. Give me something, ho. Come on.
Yes, being outside.
Being outside.
No,
Yeah,
you said hanging out with friends. That's what you said her favorite thing to do was.
What did I say that? I forgot.
Yes, you did. All right, here's a very important one.
Thank God this is not live.
Yeah, this is really great.
All right, ready? Okay, here you go. What?
How dare you, ho?
Does that ever get old, Tran? Okay.
It's so old it could vote right now.
Okay.
All right, here you
Tran,
go.
this is a really important one, right?
Yeah.
What is your biggest pet peeve about Ken?
1, 2, 3.
I'm messy. Yeah,
This office.
Yeah, this office.
I thought you were saying this
office.
person.
I mean, we only show the clutter. I can call it like it is so messy around here. I can't even.
You can't even move it.
It's the whole mess behind. It's a whole mess behind
there
it.
are piles and piles of papers
Yeah,
and
it's-
junk and garbage. He's like a hoarder.
Garbage hoarder. We learned so much
Right.
about the two of you, really.
Wait, what else about the hoarding? We need more.
Oh no, it was just hoarding, not.
Piles and towers
Yes.
of things that are falling onto the ground.
No, Hoda. My whole talking about hoarding. Yeah, it's just a lot of alliteration.
All right, you guys are fun. Ken, Tran, we want to thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us, Ken.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today we have someone special to help us celebrate. Should we introduce everybody to our pal, Ken Jeong?
Happy Margarita Day to you. Happy Margarita Day to you. Happy Margarita Day to Deja. Happy Margarita Day to
Ken.
Look
at Ken.
You know why he's walking all cocky?
Why? Back straight, head held high.
Yes.
Why?
Because he knows he's got a hit Netflix comedy special. And it's filthy, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
And the title?
I hated myself for
Should we say
laughing.
the title?
You complete me, ho.
We should point out that ho.
Right. It's my wife. It's
What's
my
her
wife.
name?
She's Vietnamese, doctor, last name Ho. I married a Ho. So it's all street legal. I can say whatever I want. Get in the car, Ho. Make me a drink, Ho. You complete me, Ho. So that's the title. My wife's idea. My wife's idea to name it that. She came up with the title. Yep. She really did.
So you got to love her, right?
Beautiful she is.
She's a saint. She's a comedic saint.
Okay. So you guys have been together how long?
I don't know. I just don't know the. Oh no, we've been together for 16 years, married for 14.
Was she funny? I mean, she's a serious doctor. You talk about how you're the terrible doctor. You're like a phony doctor.
Right. Very much.
Even though you got a degree or something.
Right.
But she's like a real doctor.
She's a real doctor. She still practices, and no, like my best man at my wedding said this actually. Well, Ken makes people laugh, but Tran makes me laugh, and that's like she's the funniest person I know, and literally we have a very identical taste in comedy, and she just gets me.
Do you still
shout out to the hall, So just what?
Do you still make her laugh, or has she heard your material?
She does. Lately there's a little bit more eye rolling from the Ho lately that she's kind of used to my moves. I get it, Ho. I won't take it personally. I'm sorry, you completely hoed up. It's all for you.
It's all for.
Sorry. I forgot where I was.
I forgot that this was your first special.
Yes, my first.
Really? Yeah.
This is my first headlining Netflix comedy special.
You didn't seem nervous.
I would. I'm a good actor, but I was definitely very nervous.
You're not that good.
We've
seen your movie.
Who are you, my agent and manager? How dare you? Gosh.
I'm the friend that tells you the truth.
Yeah, you are. You're a truth sayer. You're a truth sayer.
So the people who were in the audience, was your wife in the audience for that?
My wife was in the audience, and it was really just to have her in the audience was very touching, and at the end of my set, I actually talk about she's a breast cancer survivor, 10 years cancer-free. Wow. And so I actually, in many ways, it's a love letter to my wife, and I detail kind of the heroic fight and the successful fight that she had, and I lace it with very, naughty jokes. But it's a lot of heart with the silly, stupid jokes.
Comedy and tragedy, they're so close. I mean, I
there
think
is a fine line
aren't
sometimes.
they?
Yeah.
And it's sometimes comedy that gets you through the tragedy in your life.
Yes.
So even during her darkest moments, were you guys laughing about stuff?
It's funny you say that because, yes, the short answer, even while she was going through chemotherapy, there is something to say about, and I didn't detail this in the act, but we would do just kind of dark gallows humor that in the context was really more therapy that would get us through that. So she is just, I just feel like she's even if we weren't married, we would be really good friends, and she's such a strong person, and I think part of her strength is her sense of humor. I think she's really got
your
it there.
hero,
She is. She's definitely my hero.
Did she believe, like when you said, I'm going to do Crazy Rich Asians, or I'm going to do this comedy special? The Hangover. Was she somebody who cheered you on and said, you've got to do that? Or did she say, honey, why don't you try to do something a little? She was with you?
Even in The Hangover, it was my idea to be naked in The Hangover.
God.
I ran it by the Ho, and she said,
"You're guaranteed to get a laugh every time."
And she said she actually said it will be the feel-good movie this summer because every guy will go home feeling good about themselves. So.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I don't know if you guys know this about Ken. You may know this.
Yep.
Ken is not only an actor, he's not only a comedian, he's a doctor.
Yes.
The man is a doctor. Okay, so just remind us, because I think some people are looking at you and going, you could have been a doctor, you
Right.
could have been living that life.
No.
Why did you choose not to not practice?
Yeah, for me, even when I was in college, I always wanted to be an actor, but I did not know if I could make it in show business with, my look, which is, I know, hunky, but I just didn't know if acting was a viable, occupation for, the short little Asian actor.
Well, didn't your parents say, we paid for all this, med school,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, when I quit my medical job, my parents were not happy. My strict traditional Korean father was like, you bring great shame to Jung family. And then after the hangover, we are so proud. So proud. Can I have S-Class Mercedes? Okay, Papa. Okay, Papa.
Was there ever a point before you hit it in the Hangover movies that you said, you know what? I think I made the wrong turn. I think I should go back to the medical world. Was there,
I've always followed my passion, and this now I have two 11-year-old twin girls,
Wow.
Alexa and Zoe. There they are right there, Alexa and Zoe, my wife Tran, and I encourage them now, follow your own path. Just, I feel like my whole life has been following my passion and just seeing where that takes me, and just kind of keep following your passion. Very simple.
There are a lot of college kids who I think go down a path because they think they should.
Yes.
And then I know there has to be a conversation somewhere where you stand up. Do you remember the conversation that you had with your dad and when you told him, this is the way it's going to be? How did that go?
When I made the decision, it was a constant dialogue going on for years, to be honest. And so when I decided to leave medicine, and my wife, who's also a doctor, who knew she married a comedian at heart, she said, I fully support what you're doing.
Yeah.
And my father, to his everlasting credit, says, look, I've always said you need the support of your family if you're going to make a watershed decision like this.
Yeah.
Your wife is now your family. If she supports you, you have my unconditional support.
Wow.
So shout out to my papa.
It's a big day. I don't know if all the men know this. It happens to be National Men's Grooming Day.
You're welcome.
National Men's, and since we have a real hunk of man here.
Thank you.
Okay.
You read it just as I wrote it.
All right. Grooming tips for all the shout out to the fellows who are watching. We're gonna play a little game of can do or no can do. All right, it's a grooming edition. Are we ready? You ready?
Nobody? Okay.
Okay. Can do or no can do? Get a mani-pedi.
No can do. I don't do those.
You don't do mani-pedi?
I don't do mani-pedis.
How come?
It's just, I just don't.
Like sitting there?
I don't like sitting there. No, I really don't.
Do you cut your nails with clippers?
Yeah. I'm a trim nail guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But clean.
Oh,
Let me
very
see.
clean.
Let's see what you
Look
got
at that.
going on.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah, they are.
No,
they
Look at
look
that.
buffed.
Huh?
Do
Thank
you buff?
Huh?
Do you buff your nails?
No, I don't buff. They're naturally shredded. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Can do or no can do? Ever rocked a mustache?
I did for this movie Role Models that I did. It was this peach fuzz that I grew out for 4 months, and it looked horrible. But my character was supposed to have a horrible looking mustache.
Oh, and so it worked.
So it worked.
Could you grow one or no? It's impossible.
It's pretty bad.
No, okay,
It's
not
pretty
happening.
bad.
Can do or no can do? Brought a photo of a celebrity to the hairstylist and said, cut my hair like this guy.
I actually have brought photos of myself to my stylist, and I said, I want to look like this. And the stylist just laughed and laughed and laughed.
Where do you get your hair cut?
I get it. There's a salon in my neighborhood, and I go to Farrah in Calabasas, rocking the do.
Okay.
Thank you, Farrah.
Can or no can do, gone more than 2 days without showering.
No, I like to shower. I like to keep myself.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. Tune in each week for insider tips on the products and services that make an impact on your daily life. This week, we look at how common beauty treatments can go horribly wrong. Plus, are skincare products like LED masks worth the hype? And what you should look out for when buying designer labels from your favorite bargain stores. All that and more just ahead.
Some popular cosmetic treatments.
They promise to renew your skin, fill in wrinkles, or laser away age spots.
But some women are finding serious complications and side effects. So we have NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. She's back with us this morning. This is a good one.
Yes, it affects a lot of us women, men too, because they're getting more into the game, taking care of their faces. It's your face. It's what you show to the world every day. If you want to give it a little boost, why not? But with so many treatments out there, we're going to share some important tips to make sure you get the results you want.
Beauty treatments gone bad. This Missouri woman says she went in for microblading, a procedure where a semi-permanent tattoo is used to create fuller brows, but she left with 4 eyebrows. Heather Muir, the beauty director for Real Simple and Health Magazine, posted these Instagram photos after a red carpet facial from a master esthetician left her skin scratched and raw.
Everyone wants to know why my top lip doesn't move. Right here.
Even celebs like Brandi Glanville, who shared on YouTube saying she had laser hair removal on her upper lip that paralyzed part of her face.
My face on the right side doesn't move the way my face on the left side moves.
I had age spots that drove me batty.
45-year-old Whitney Wingard first heard of a procedure called IPL photofacial from a neighbor in her Philadelphia suburb. The intense pulsed light treatment promises to lighten dark spots on the skin.
So her face looked great. She'd gone to a local spa. She recommended I try this place.
What did your friend tell you it would feel like, and what did it actually feel like?
So my friend said it would feel like an elastic rubber band, like if someone were to take a rubber band and snap it on your face. And it felt like that times 100.
What happened when you got home? What did your face look like?
It was very angry, like red and swollen. And I could already tell it was like stripes on my face, like red, angry stripes. It hurt too.
Whitney posted these photos on her blog to warn women about the risks associated with IPL treatments. She says the spa owner offered to try and fix her face, but she declined. We reached out to the business for comment, but did not get a response.
I've seen women with bad outcomes from so many different procedures, IPL being one of them.
Dr. Amy Wexler is a board-certified dermatologist. She performs about 50 facial procedures a week and says she doesn't use IPL photofacials because the results don't last as long as a laser treatment.
What do you tell women who are considering these procedures for their face?
Don't just read one little article or listen to one friend. Gather information, look up that person, do some research.
Dr. Wexler says before you let anyone touch your face, ask questions.
It's important to ask, have you done this procedure many times? How many people have you treated? Have you ever had any complications? If someone says no, that's weird. There's always a potential for complications.
A lot of times women are attracted to deals for these products. What do you say about that?
I say you shouldn't go for a deal for your face. And I think that if something sounds too good to be true in terms of it being really inexpensive, it probably is too good to be true.
Whitney, who used a discount coupon for her treatment, ended up spending $1,000 with her dermatologist to fix the striping. More than 2 years later, she's still on the mend.
Man, that's awful. So let's give us some takeaways here.
For sure. Well, Whitney does say that she takes some ownership, right? That she should have done a little bit more of her own homework. But it's very clear there are certain questions you absolutely have to ask before you get any of these procedures done.
Okay.
The key is when you go into the esthetician, what are the certifications? How long have they been doing it? This is an important one. What happens if I have complications? What will you do? How will you take care of me? Very, very important. On the flip side, they should also be asking you questions before you sit down in that seat.
They
should
don't
be-
know anything about you.
They don't know anything about you. That's a major red flag. If you get there, Chanel, Dylan, Craig, and they just say, lay down, I got this. That's a moment for pause. They need to say, hey, how often are you in the sun? What other products are you using on your skin? They need to get to know you before they do anything to your facial skin.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen is shining a light on a skincare trend that apparently is taking off, I've been told.
We never see you jump on board with trends.
LED masks. What do you mean? I'm always on trend.
Always on trend.
I'm always.
You're
He's
never
always
willing
in.
to like make
But
yourself
I think
look
this
like
looks
this.
interesting. I'm curious.
Yeah, and
Does
it's
it work?
lightweight, and you're gonna find out. So these are not the typical masks we've been talking about, right? These are called light-emitting masks, and makers say they can really help make a difference, from helping you battle acne to erasing the fine lines on your face, which none of you have, so that's good. But how do they work? We tried a few of them out. So
Why am
take
I
a
the
look.
only one wearing one?
Well, because
Social media, celebrities lighting up their feeds with LED face masks. Some of the brightest stars looking for a little extra glow. The pandemic boosting the popularity of this at-home skincare treatment.
What's happened with sales of these masks?
Patients are coming in every day asking about face masks. They want to know what more they can do for their skin. We're looking at ourselves, for better or for worse, all the time on Zoom.
Dermatologist Dr. Mona Gohara says these devices are safe and can work, especially those with blue and red light.
Blue light actually can target the bacteria in the skin that creates acne and minimize breakouts. Red light, we know, stimulates, it's a long and fancy name, it's called photobiomodulation, which basically means heat energy being delivered to make changes in the skin. In this case, it's increased collagen production.
LED face masks like these claim to do everything from treat acne to reduce the signs of aging, all with just a few minutes of use every day. And you know what? They're no longer just for famous faces. They now come in a wide variety of different shapes, sizes, and of course, price points. So you know what we did? We bought 3 different masks at 3 different price points to see how they work. We really want to know if they are a bright idea. Super comfortable, very lightweight.
First up, the least expensive option, MyFully's 3-color LED face mask, available on Amazon for $39.99.
There's a button, red light, blue, orange, back to red. Got a real raver vibe going on here. So this one...
You make masks look good.
You're very generous. Do you think a mask that's only around $40 could be effective?
I would say it minimally could be effective. But you know what? It may be better than you doing nothing. And I like the fact, again, it's lightweight.
This one's got 2 pieces and requires a little more assembly, but there's a whole neck thing.
Next, the intermediate option, the Photon Mask by Project E Beauty.
And this one has a controller that plugs in.
Costing around $200, this one features 7 different LED colors and promises results after 4 10-minute treatments each week.
This one is quite heavy. Got a Phantom of the Opera feel going on here. Let's get comfy here. It's got a little timer. I'm gonna change it to 10 minutes. As they say, I'm gonna set it and forget it. You don't want the kids to walk in. I think they'd freak out seeing me wear this thing. So this has got a lot going on. What do you think about something with an extra neck piece?
Yeah, the benefit here would be that you have a little neck piece. You have something else. You have something extra.
This one has a strap that you put around your face.
Finally, the most expensive of the bunch, the Spectralite Facewear Pro by Dr. Dennis Gross, sold at Sephora for $435.
Let's see if I can squeeze it onto my face. Okay, this is tight.
This one emits both red and blue light and says you can start to see a difference after just 2 weeks of 3-minute daily treatments.
This is one of my favorite masks. It's a quick treatment. It has multiple options for the treatments. I like that the area where the eyes are is cut out a little bit more for more kind of protection around the eyes.
While you shouldn't expect a dramatic transformation like this, Dr. Gohara says, face it, no matter what you spend, nothing beats an in-office treatment.
I analogize it to like going to the gym and working out with like a hardcore trainer. That's going to be better than a couple dumbbells at home, right? But both can make a difference.
I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I was fascinated to learn they actually have.
Craig is so fascinated.
He's loving it. He's tried every single mask.
Your father.
So these are toys, essentially.
Right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. I'm just like, you need sunscreen
You're speechless?
for these? Like, what exactly? Like, because they're not hot to the touch or anything.
No, not at all. And they're best on clean skin,
Okay.
as the instructions say. And Dr. Gohara says, realistically, you want 4 to 6 weeks for this to work, for you to notice results. So I'm
And
still
what
working
will you
on
notice?
it.
Like,
I
what?
know.
First of all, kids probably shouldn't use this, right?
You know what? She said that talk to your doctor, talk to a dermatologist before trying out. Because for teens who have acne, exactly, the blue light can be effective.
And this thing is for the neck?
That little part is for your neck right there. Lean back. I find
relax.
it's easiest to do it just when you're
go to
laying
sleep,
down
Craig.
versus wearing them because they're kind of heavy, right?
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Designer duds with designer tags. And the prices so low. Discount retail stores like TJ Maxx and Marshall's selling high-end luxury brands at a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a department store. But these goods don't always come directly from the designer. Erin Sykes is a retail expert specializing in brands and pricing.
It's not actually the same manufacturer. It's not being produced in the same factories. They're not using the same fabrics or finishes.
It's called a licensing agreement when a designer sells its brand for use by a specific store. The store makes a product and then slaps that brand on the label. You think you're getting a deep discount on an item that came from a department store, but it was never sold anywhere else.
If you feel misled, like you're getting something that could have been in that fancy department store, and then you find out, no, it's a little bit of a bait and switch. That's where it feels shady.
So how can you tell?
Check out these dresses. They're from brands you'll recognize. This is in Nicole Miller, New York. We have a Tahari right here. And this is Rachel Zoe, selling for $29.99. That's a good deal, a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a normal retail store. But here's the thing, you've got to check at the very bottom of the dress. On the inside, there's a care tag. And when you flip over that care label, here are the 3 letters you're looking for, TJX.
Here it is again. And on this one too. That means these products were made only for TJ Maxx or Marshall's stores. But it's not always that obvious.
If you're seeing a lot of colors for the same item, or look at this, a range of sizes, this goes extra small all the way to large, that could be a sign this designer has a licensing deal with the company.
And even then, it could still be hard to tell.
Another thing you can do is take a look at the actual quality of the item. Pick it up, touch it, feel it. For example, is it actually lined?
Check the stitching, the buttons. Try the zippers too. They might not be the quality you'd expect from that brand. Another tip?
Just look it up online. This is the Joie Marquina blazer. I'm gonna type it in right here on my phone, and voila, it comes up. It was sold in a department store.
And don't let the price tags confuse you either. Just because the original price is slashed, that doesn't mean it was ever sold at that price.
If it's a licensed item, there is really nothing to compare it to.
It might not be so transparent in both stores, but TJX, their parent company, told NBC News it's on their website. Some of our merchandise is manufactured for us and some we design, adding the majority of products we sell are brand name merchandise generally offered at 20 to 60% less than retailers' full price. Experts say don't let any of this stop you from getting a good deal as long as you know what you're getting.
Next, more people are getting their groceries delivered. So how do some popular options stack up? And shopping on Amazon, what to look for so the product you're buying is what you expect. Plus, is it safe to use Venmo? We have the answers to those questions and more coming up on Today All Day. Walmart is raising the stakes to deliver all of your shopping needs right to your door with this new service, Walmart Plus. But in a face-off against Amazon Prime, what can consumers expect? From value to variety and speed, we wanted to see who does it better.
During the pandemic, online grocery delivery saw dramatic growth, up 500% compared to last summer. Consumers now have more choices than ever for how to get their household goods. Add Walmart Plus for $12.95 a month or $98 a year. Walmart Plus offers unlimited free delivery. Sound familiar? Amazon Prime offers the same service for a similar monthly cost or $119 a year. Already, the prices are different.
But it's not just about price. What about variety, quality, delivery times? To find out how these services compare, I'm going to shop using one grocery list at Walmart Plus and Amazon's 2 grocery services, Fresh and Whole Foods.
First-time shoppers can try the services for free. Walmart Plus offers a 15-day trial. If you answer a few questions, it goes up to 30 days free, like Amazon Prime.
For our grocery list, we're sticking to the basics: milk, eggs, bread, meats, ice cream, snacks, fruit, and laundry supplies.
Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus offer a wide variety of brand name products. Whole Foods carries its own store brands, so we order comparable items.
Gotta get the milk. Walmart's got our tortilla chips.
Now we pick our delivery times. For an additional fee, Walmart Plus and Whole Foods could get us the orders sooner, but I select the first available free delivery windows for all 3.
Okay, time to place the orders. Now we wait.
Thank you so much. All 3 arrive within their promised windows, so they're on time. But what about the condition of the items? For Whole Foods,
hey, see what we got. Looks pretty good. Not melted. No cracks. Perfect condition.
Our Walmart Plus order had a few changes.
We didn't order Chunky Monkey, we ordered half-baked, but they had to substitute.
Walmart substituted 4 out of the 12 items we ordered, including a chuck roast instead of the ribeye, and these hot dogs.
We only ordered a pack of 6, but this is a pack of 20. That's a lot of hot dogs.
We got exactly everything we ordered from Amazon Fresh, no substitutions. Our ice cream did come a little bit squishy.
Look, that's pretty soft. Okay, this is kind of weird packaging. The detergent
came in the same bag as the bread, so the bread got a little bit smushed.
The moment of truth and the most important question, how much did we pay for each order? Even with the substitutions, Walmart came in the lowest at $58.33. Amazon Fresh, which gave us exactly what we ordered, came in slightly higher at $65.14. The most expensive, Whole Foods, $77.84. The totals each included a $5 tip. Walmart Plus versus Amazon Prime. From a delivery standpoint, for us, no major issues. But when it comes to variety and price, shoppers will see a difference.
Okay, remember to read the fine print. Depending on where you live, these services may require a minimum order amount to get free delivery. In addition to groceries, remember both services will deliver thousands of other household goods too. And if you're ever unhappy with what you get or the substitutions, just ask customer service for a refund or a replacement.
My favorite part of that story was your reaction to the ice cream. We didn't order Chunky Monkey.
Well, yeah, we allowed them to substitute, and they substituted about a third of what we ordered.
Yeah. For the record, I like it squishy. Oda, you're squishy.
Yeah,
you like
that's the way
squishy
we
ice
like it.
cream?
I like it firm.
Me too. Firm, I'm with you.
What were some of the other differences in the services?
Well, so I think it's the brand names. I think that's what people are looking for, right? So if you want that, it's Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus all the way. If you're okay with substitutions or store brands, then Whole Foods has got just as much variety. It's just not going to be the things that you normally recognize.
So you got the 20 hot dogs instead of the 6.
Yes.
Did they charge you for the 6 or for the 20?
They only charged us for the 6, which was great. We didn't get charged extra, even though we got a bunch more hot dogs.
And
than
you
we
got
wanted.
like hot dogs for the next 2 months.
We are taking a closer look at the products you do buy on Amazon. Now, Nike recently announced it is no longer selling merchandise on Amazon. In part, they want to have more control over Nike products, and they want to crack down on counterfeits.
That move, in fact, underscores what some consumers are asking when they go to Amazon. Very simple question. Are they getting what they're paying for? NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen is here to show us what to look out for before you buy anything on Amazon.
Yeah, good morning to you. A lot of us turn to Amazon, right, to buy all our stuff. It's the world's #1 online retailer. But the sprawling marketplace means quality control can be a tall order. This morning, we're taking a closer look at third-party sellers. They now account for the majority of sales on Amazon. So what exactly is a third-party seller? And how can you make sure the product you're buying is what you expect?
From car seats to creamer, kids' toys to cosmetics, the Amazon marketplace is becoming a consumer jungle where what you see isn't always the quality you'd expect. The concern? Millions of items sold on Amazon by third parties. Those are businesses that use the platform to sell their products. Third-party sellers now make up nearly 60% of physical merchandise sales, double what it was just 10 years ago.
Amazon is set up to be a very reactive system. They make it easy to be a seller. They make it easy to list new products.
Rachel Johnson-Greer worked at Amazon for 8 years as a safety compliance manager. She investigated hundreds of customer complaints and handled product recalls. While there are legitimate merchants, Johnson-Greer says third-party sellers can easily set up shop and sometimes skirt the rules on safety and quality.
Amazon doesn't check on that until there's a problem.
When it comes to third-party sellers, she says the highest risk categories are food and drinks, cosmetics, electronics, and anything for kids, like toys.
What are things that could make children's toys riskier?
Either a physical characteristic, like something that could cause a child to choke, or it would be chemical characteristics.
Like heavy metals, lead and cadmium, or plastic additives like phthalates.
We have some toys that we bought from Amazon that are shipped and sold by Amazon and also by a third party. Thank you, Michelle, for bringing those in. You don't know which one's which. Tell us if you can spot which one is a third-party seller versus the one that was shipped and sold by Amazon.
So this looks like it's heavier, more durable plastic. You can see just how thick these edges are versus these ones. And if you run your fingernail on this side, there's almost no seam. I would assume that this is the nicer product.
This magnetic toy is almost identical to a popular brand, but much less expensive. Watch when she applies just a little bit of pressure.
Oh,
you just broke it.
It's broken. Well, that's cheap.
So tell me why that's risky for a child.
They could swallow the magnets or they could cut their fingers doing this. If you're looking at a product like this and they're cutting corners just on this, then what else are they cutting corners on?
But it's not just children's products. We found dozens of consumer complaints on Amazon for food and drinks that were damaged, expired, and spoiled. Just last month, this protein bar review saying it was full of mold. This one for baby formula, damaged product, broken safety seal. and several people complaining their coffee creamer arrived soured or expired. We also found discontinued products like this tea and sugar, all from third-party sellers.
It doesn't have an expiration date, it doesn't have a manufactured date, and it was discontinued in stores.
Correct. So who knows where they got it from, how they got it.
Amazon telling NBC News it removes products and takes action against sellers who don't follow guidelines, using tools that prevent suspicious, unsafe, or non-compliant products from being listed. The company adding it blocked more than 3 billion suspect listings before they were posted last year. Amazon says if there's an issue with any product, third party or not, contact customer service to get a refund.
If you're not sure who you're buying from on Amazon, you can set a filter. It's a 2-step process. First, select the category you're interested in, baby. Then type in the specific item, for example, a car seat. Scroll down on the left side of your screen until you see seller and look for Amazon.com. You're going to click there, then click on the product, and you'll see it's shipped from and sold by Amazon.com.
But you don't have to rule out third-party sellers.
There are great third-party sellers on Amazon, and they are companies who care about their customer. They make sure to follow the legal regulations and the safety regulations in the United States.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden's secret Venmo account might not be so secret after all. NBC's senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the details on this one. Hallie, good morning.
Hey, Craig, good morning. It's the app you might use, to split a pizza or pay the babysitter. It's easy and it's everywhere, even apparently the White House, with a new report uncovering what they say is President Biden's Venmo account. That could have national security implications, but experts say it goes beyond the president, with a warning to all of us.
Sending or spending money with just the swipe of a finger on Venmo takes almost no time at all. And that's apparently about how long it took for BuzzFeed to find President Biden's secret account on the app.
It took us less than, 10 minutes of looking to actually locate him.
Ryan Mack is one of the reporters who discovered the accounts of nearly a dozen Biden family members, not just the president and first lady, but a social web including children, grandchildren, senior White House officials, and all of their contacts on Venmo. The presidential presence on the payment app, a punchline in late night.
This is like finding out the Pope wears VR goggles.
I didn't even know they had Venmo on rotary phones.
But experts don't find it so funny, since it could present a security and privacy risk to the president and those around him, and highlights the exposure of Venmo's Friends feature.
I could go in and access your whole friends list because that's wide open, because Venmo leaves that wide open.
Is there a way to make that not wide open?
No, there's no way. It's permanently public.
Although you can hide your transactions on Venmo, you can't do the same with your friends list. So why does that matter? Knowing who other people associate with could raise a red flag for someone who really needs security. Teresa Payton was the chief information officer in the George W. Bush White House and warns this affects more than just people who work in the West Wing.
It could be people who are going through a divorce, people who have been in stalking situations,
people who live alone and they're worried about sort of their ongoing physical safety and security.
In a statement to NBC News, Venmo says the safety and privacy of all Venmo users and their information is always a top priority, adding they're consistently evolving and strengthening the privacy measures to continue to provide a safe, secure place to send and spend money. While you can't make your friend list private, you can get rid of your list altogether if you want to by heading to your account, tapping on your list, selecting each person and unfriending one by one. A few minutes effort that might pay off.
In a news statement just this morning, a White House official tells NBC News the BuzzFeed Venmo saga reveals a too common situation, that the default on tech platforms is an oversharing of private information that is difficult to change, adding that the Biden administration intends to strengthen privacy protections so it's easier for people to keep their personal information to themselves. BuzzFeed, by the way, says this account tied to the president is no longer online.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! There are places whose very name reverberates with larger-than-life legends and characters. This road winds through one of those places, Transylvania. The name means land beyond the forest, a mountainous region of Eastern Europe. But what it means to most of us is the blood-soaked story of Dracula. The Vampire Count. Little wonder that in Transylvania, even the graveyards seem more eerie. And my Transylvanian guide, Bogdan Popper, is well versed.
It's a piece of superstition that if you have a damaged grave like this one, someone or something may pop out of it.
You say that it's just superstition, and yet they found bodies with stakes through the heart.
Yes, actually it's a proof that superstitions are very strong.
Even Romans feared monsters in this region, yet it was in the 19th century, the era of science, that Bram Stoker dreamed up a tale of terror, telling of a traveler arriving in a mysterious castle in Transylvania. I know what you're thinking. Don't go up there. And high on this ragged mountain, the very castle where Bram Stoker imagined Dracula lived. With its sheer stone stairways, dark panelled rooms, there's even a secret passageway. It's the perfect setting to meet the Vampire Count.
I am Dracula. I bid you welcome.
They say truth can be stranger than fiction, scarier and bloodier too. Close to the castle, back in the 15th century, lived a warlord so infamous he had many names. Vlad III, also Vlad the Impaler, and Vlad Dracula.
The meaning of the name Dracul in Romania, it's the devil. Dracula, it's the devil's son.
Historian Matteo Simeon says Vlad was a bloodthirsty killer. He impaled his enemies.
The Impaler was a nickname that came later with the brutal habit that...
Matteo's description of impaling, so how can I put it, vivid, you really don't want to hear it.
Would you like to know more?
Not really, no. 500 years later, the King family from Michigan feels safe. In the day, anyway. Is it scary here? But at night, according to the story, Dracula goes in search of innocent victims. Sunrise. Thank goodness for that. And this morning, we arrive at the medieval town of Sigishwara. So this is where Dracula was born?
Yes, he was born in this house. This is where his father used to live. He's born here in 1431.
He looks fierce.
And though he was a ruthless ruler,
someone's left flowers here.
He's hugely popular in Romania for being, you know, this kind of cruel but fair ruler. Everyone loves him.
Many modern Romanians romanticize Vlad's cold-bloodedness.
Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, is their preferred politician.
I think everyone would answer with a yes here in Romania.
Makes you think, doesn't it, about the true nature of politics and our fascination with brutality and barbarism.
It's tomato juice.
We're on the road again, on the trail of another fantastic creature that has haunted people's imagination for hundreds of years.
Frankenstein. The most dreaded creation of man. The monster of Frankensteins.
Our first stop on the Frankenstein Trail, Switzerland, and the spectacular setting of Lake Geneva. It was here 200 years ago, at the Villa Diodati, one rainy night that teenager Mary Shelley dreamed up her tale of terror. It tells of how Victor Frankenstein, using dead bodies stolen from graveyards, created a man.
It's alive.
And brought it back to life.
It's alive! It's alive!
And Frankenstein, it seems, like Dracula, may have had a ring of truth. Because shortly before Mary Shelley wrote her book, she had been travelling through Germany, where a remote village has a dark history.
Can anyone tell me the way to Castle Frankenstein?
By the time I reach the castle, it is nightfall.
Yeah? Can I come in?
Welcome to Castle Frankenstein.
Walter Sheeler has spent 30 years researching this decaying castle.
This is the area Mary Shelley looked around. She was here.
It was once home to a noble family.
So these are the Frankensteins.
These are the Frankenstein families, and these are their tombstones you see here.
And one of them was a real-life mad scientist.
So this is him.
This is Johann Conrad Dietl von Frankenstein. He's the real father of the monster.
This is the guy that Mary Shelley was writing about.
This is the guy from whom Mary Shelley knew the story of the monster.
The real Frankenstein.
The real Frankenstein.
This Frankenstein experimented on bodies dug up from a nearby cemetery.
He made his experiments with the parts of the bodies and with electricity. And this tower was the place where the flashes of lightning threw in and gave electricity to the bodies.
To make them come alive?
Like in the movie.
Unlike in those classic Universal movies, no Frankenstein's monster was ever brought to life. And there was no Walking Dead terrorizing the village. But
a lot of people who live around here, and they say this is a very bad place to stay during the night. The devil is playing his fool. I don't know, I've never seen him.
You've never seen the devil?
No, never.
I'm glad I'm with you.
Yeah, maybe I'm the devil for them. Good night, my friend.
Frankenstein and Dracula, men who became monsters. Why do we find them so fascinating? Our next monster is not human at all, and for that, we have to go to a certain lake in Scotland.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Scotland, on the road north to the rugged Highlands, a country of breathtaking landscapes, ancient castles, and lakes the Scots call lochs.
So this is Loch Ness.
This vast loch easily lends itself to legend.
A monster? Really?
Here at Loch Ness, there have been hundreds of so-called sightings describing a huge and mysterious creature.
Up behind us here, a little bit up the loch, 20 odd years ago, sitting beside the loch in my car, and I saw this black hump come out of the water, and I have no idea to this day what it was.
He saw an object which he described as like an upturned boat. It turned, went against the headwind, and disappeared. There were 9 witnesses.
Ancient Celtic legend tells of a beast in the water, and there is a record of an apparent encounter here 1,000 years ago. But it was during the 1930s that the beast was given a name, the Loch Ness Monster, or more affectionately, Nessie. All over the loch, eyewitnesses described seeing a creature some claimed looked like a prehistoric reptile called a plesiosaur, both in and out of the water.
And in one infamous sighting, a couple driving on this road saw a huge creature, maybe 30 feet long, slither in front of them and plunge into the loch.
So to understand the lure of the loch, begin with a man who has lived on the shore in a van for almost 30 years.
There's a majesty about this place. There's an energy that pours off of here. There's a palpable feeling of, well, it's legend.
Steve Feltham scans the surface every day for hours at a time. He too says he has seen the monster.
It was like a torpedo going through the water, the size of a car going through there.
But does Steve think Nessie is a plesiosaur?
Nessie could still turn out to be a dinosaur, but at the moment I see it more likely to turn out to be something like a Wels catfish, the biggest freshwater fish in the world. It grows to about 4 or 5 meters long. They live for 100 years. It's got a smooth back, which is what people describe here. The hump, the upturned boat type hump going through the water.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. For decades, enthusiasts and even scientists have been searching for facts in this Loch Ness fiction. Skipper Dick Rayner has been investigating the mystery of Loch Ness for 50 years.
The thing we were looking for was between 20 and 40 feet long.
40 feet long?
Yeah.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. If there is a creature hiding here, Dick says sonar should be the best way to track it down.
We're over the deepest part now. Wow. 745 feet.
What is that? About halfway down. What is that? It's not an enormous monster appearing on our sonar right there.
I don't think so. No.
Are you sure? Because that looks pretty... Look at that.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Over the years, teams of Nessie hunters have used sonar and submarines to search the dark waters of Loch Ness. But the only monster they ever found was this 30-foot Nessie movie prop that sank 50 years ago.
Definite fake.
Right.
3 hay bales covered in tarpaulins.
The evidence against there being a monster here has been stacking up. Most of the photos of Nessie are hoaxes.
He towed a nice bit of fiberglass behind his boat, but this is the famous one, the iconic picture of Loch Ness.
Yes, right.
But what people think now is that it's actually this little thing. It's a submarine with a plasticine monster's head on top of it.
The last, best hope of finding some truth here is perhaps the most bizarrely counterintuitive project of them all. They've been looking for the mythical monster in microscopic particles.
That deceptively clear-looking water actually contains an abundance of life.
An international scientific team, led by Professor Neil Gemmell from New Zealand, is cracking the Loch Ness code using environmental, or eDNA.
So what we're getting is a snapshot of life in Loch Ness over the last few days. We've got bacteria in there, we've got microorganisms in there. We've also got traces of larger animals, fish, and perhaps there's something mysterious in there too that hasn't been described by science. Who knows?
You've got quite a bit out of the northern basin.
With the help of a local naturalist, Adrian Shine, who has studied Loch Ness for more than 40 years, the scientist took hundreds of water samples from all over the loch. Back at his university in New Zealand, the samples were analysed by Professor Gemmell and by several other labs around the world. Their results cross-referenced with a gigantic DNA database, producing a complete picture of everything that lives in Loch Ness.
All right, well, thank you.
A year after we first met him, Professor Gemmell was ready to announce his dramatic findings to the world.
Let's get down to it. Is there a plesiosaur in Loch Ness? No.
No trace then, he says, of an ancient dinosaur lurking in the loch. No giant catfish DNA either. But, says Professor Gemmell, there is one possibility that may explain all those eyewitness sightings here. Could Nessie be a giant eel?
There is large amounts of eel DNA in Loch Ness. Now, is it possible that what people are seeing is a giant eel? Well, maybe. It's plausible that there might be one or two that grow to extreme size.
So, case closed? Well, of course, you cannot know what you don't know. So the mystery of Loch Ness will surely endure, ensuring that the tourists keep coming back.
We came to find the monster, and we did. You know, we did.
We've got a sighting here. It might be a giant eel.
I don't think so.
No?
Eels don't have legs.
And it is perhaps the mystery, not the monster, that people cannot turn away from, even in this 21st century, which reflects more on all of us than what's in this loch.
Lakes are
in a sense, lost worlds, and especially Loch Ness. It's deep, it's dark, it's cold, it's hostile, and it's big. So it gives us the lost world element, but it is also accessible. And I think it's that combination of mystery and accessibility which has given Loch Ness the cachet which it has.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it, in a way, if computers and DNA science took away the mystery?
Well, you never would, you see, because as long as people want to believe in Loch Ness monsters, there'll be Loch Ness monsters.
When you are here at dusk, looking out over these dark waters, it's easy to understand why people once feared something lurking beneath. And maybe, even today, we need to believe in monsters and evil so we get to be the good guys. Or perhaps we just like to be scared.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Along a coastal road is a lesson for us all. 25 years after Chernobyl, another nuclear disaster happened here, Fukushima. We're traveling to the heart of a place that visibly demonstrates we humans are entirely capable of making the same mistake twice. It began with nature, the strongest earthquake in Japan's history. The clock on the beach house, still frozen in time. First, the earthquake struck. Then the tsunami submerged this third floor. Destruction doesn't describe it. The deadly wall of water engulfing entire communities. More than 15,000 dead and another 2,500 still missing. The tsunami smashing into Fukushima's power station and knocking out backup generators. Meltdowns and explosions followed. Then the radiation came.
I thought someday it was going to happen, and then it happened.
Buddhist priest Sadamaro Akano had become concerned about radiation safety, knowing he was living near a nuclear plant. He installed a Geiger counter at his temple. Then his worst fears came true.
How did you feel when you saw this?
So scared, because this is the first time to raising up the radiation levels.
You'd never seen anything like this?
Never ever seen this.
This was Main Street, in the town of Futaba, 2 miles from the reactor. Once home to almost 7,000 people, it's now a ghost town. Homes abandoned, gardens overgrown. Today, only wildlife live here. The danger is large areas of fields and forests haven't been decontaminated, like this. Our radiation monitor raises the alarm. Levels too high for people to inhabit this place. Former Futaba residents Anthony Ballard and Philip Jellyman have been coming back to the exclusion zone with special permission. Taking pictures. Off Main Street, Anthony shows me where he used to live. So this is home.
This was home.
When they fled, he left family photos behind.
This is Daniel. This is one of my sister's kids. He's actually at university now.
He had made Futaba his home. Now Fukushima has taught him what home really means.
That stuff's not important because you can get... It's the life that was here before that was important.
I can see you're in tears.
Not quite, but almost, yeah.
Immediately after the earthquake, people took shelter at the school where Philip taught. They slept on floors, mattresses still strewn around.
You can see in this classroom, people's bags have been left behind.
Yeah, never to be retrieved. This is now Futaba School, but it's not in Futaba. Some of the students spend an hour to get here. Philip and Anthony teach them English and about home. The children, refugees from the radiation. We travel to the nuclear plant itself for a rare tour. First, we're given personal radiation monitors. After the meltdown in 2011, the area was so toxic, workers had to wear hazmat suits. Since then, the plant has been stabilized. It is stunning that I can stand here with so little protective gear on. The melted core of the reactors are just there. Deep inside, this video, filmed by robots, shows that melted core, still highly radioactive. Outside, our radiation meter measuring 85 microsieverts per hour and more, the highest of our trip, safe for short periods. For us to take an even closer look, a little more protection is needed. Are you sure it's safe?
Yeah, it's safe.
From here, you can still see the scars from 2011. We keep our radiation monitor close. The more immediate problem, the water that is used to cool the reactors, treated but still radioactive, there's enough to fill 400 Olympic swimming pools. They're running out of space. One option, to slowly pour it into the Pacific.
It is simply not contaminated water. It's a purified water. So no decision has yet been made, but scientifically, whatever the decision will be, there will be no problem.
Many locals are not convinced. Do you think that they should release the water into the ocean?
No.
They should not. The local fishermen are just recovering. Every catch is tested for radiation. It's tested, it's safe, and yet you can't help thinking, should I eat it? It's good. The thing that's had the greatest impact on me coming here is perhaps not the devastation that was wrought by the earthquake and then the tsunami, or the fact that now I can walk in this place that was hit by radiation without any protective gear on. It is that the houses and stores in this street that you still see standing are here because the people who owned them wanted to hold on to them. And they wanted to hold on to them because this is home to them. People like 75-year-old Katsuhide Okada.
即避難しなさいって言う。
We left with only what we were wearing. We initially thought we would be able to go home in 3 or 4 days, but sadly, that was not the case.
Philip and Anthony visit Okada to deliver photos of his garden, overgrown with weeds, but he is still grateful.
The good memories seem like yesterday. Futaba is still my home.
A home that the children may one day be able to return to.
Do you remember your hometown?
Yes.
And bring life back to these empty streets. The people who lived here will never forget, and we should all remember, not just that our lives can be irrevocably, catastrophically turned upside down, but that if we truly learn from the past, we can make a better future and a better world.
Hey, everybody, thanks for joining us here at Today All Day. I've met some really great folks and had the chance to explore some amazing places. And I wanted to share some of these special moments with you again. I hope you enjoy these next interviews as much as I have.
We've reported quite a bit on the rise of anti-Asian violence around the country. It's left a lot of folks wondering how they can help.
Well, the answer could be as simple as ordering a meal. I spoke with 2 chefs who are fighting back against AAPI hate by doing what they do best.
Food is typically somebody's first introduction into somebody else's culture.
For the past several years, chefs Tim Ma and Kevin Tian have been bringing people to the table, literally.
It's not just going and getting dumplings or banh mi. It's, okay, now that you're at the table, how can we expand our conversation to learn about someone else?
But their start was decidedly less glamorous.
Wait. You bought a restaurant off Craigslist?
Yeah, like literally I was that inexperienced at opening restaurants.
I mean, I bought a couple of things on Craigslist, but never a restaurant. Now, Tim's a high-profile chef in Washington, D.C., giving his take on Chinese takeout at Lucky Danger, while Kevin focuses on contemporary Vietnamese cuisine at Moon Rabbit. But as violence against the Asian community increased nationally, Tim and Kevin knew they needed to use their culinary skills to combat it. What did you come up with?
We started with one dinner here in Washington, D.C., with 5 Asian American chefs raising money with this one to-go dinner because of the pandemic. And then overnight, Kevin and I decided, let's see how big we can get. And so we called our friends and texted our friends overnight, and we were at 45 chefs and 9 dinners the next day.
The duo laying out a schedule and launching a website overnight, and chefs stopping AAPI hate was born.
What was it like when you realized this thing sold out as quickly as it did?
That tells us that people are paying attention to the issues at hand. People want to help, they want to make change.
So far, they've raised at least $122,000 donating to organizations fighting racism and violence.
You have this event, it's supposed to be a one-time thing, but you realize you need to keep it going. How come?
For us, it's all about continuing to spread awareness and amplify the voice for as long as we can or as loud as we can.
For Kevin and Tim, it's deeply personal.
I immediately thought about my parents. In the fuzzy videos of security footage, I can't tell the difference between that person and my parents. And so that's where it kind of hit home.
And for both chefs, it's a reminder that we haven't left the past behind.
It wasn't safe to play in our front yard growing up in California. People would come by and say things like what they perceived to be like an Asian language, or they would like throw things at us. I was born in Arkansas in the 70s. One night, my sister and I were sleeping in our bedroom. Something came through the window, shattered the entire window. We didn't find out it was a brick until the morning.
Today, a few months after Kevin and Tim's first dinner, the program's already launched nationally, with events set from San Francisco to New York. And right here in Manhattan, the chefs gave me an exclusive taste of their first dinner.
This is amazing.
A delicious meal that comes with a side of hope.
I have 3 kids. We need to fight this now so that the next generation can fight for what's next.
What we can do is focus on the future, a beautiful future that we can pass on to everybody.
And guys, chefs stopping AAPI hate is getting even bigger. Several intercontinental hotels will be raising money by featuring one of Kevin's dishes on their menu, and the CEO of Open Table has agreed to actually buy any unsold meals in San Francisco.
We all remember the incredible 2016 movie Hidden Figures. It told the story of 3 African-American women who played key roles in the space race.
Mathematician Katherine Johnson was one of them. She passed away last February at 101 years old, and today her posthumous memoir is being released.
Al got the chance to talk with the Trailblazers' 2 daughters about the book and their remarkable mother.
She loved her work. She always talked about the joy of learning.
She could show us, you want to see a satellite tonight? Because she would know at what angle and what time we could see it.
Wow.
They were all a part of that.
For Catherine Moore and Joylette Heilig, Katherine Johnson, the famed NASA mathematician, immortalized in the movie Hidden Figures,
Without this conversion, the capsule stays in orbit. We can't bring it back home.
was simply mom.
It would seem to me having a mathematician for a mom would be my idea of a nightmare. And it sounds like your mom had you adding up the numbers on license plates. Did you enjoy that? Was it something that was fun?
Sure, it was a challenge. You see, my father was also a science major, so we never heard math is hard.
It was always fun. It was just another subject that they expected us to do well, because she said, if you expect nothing, you get nothing.
Johnson telling her life story in a new memoir titled My Remarkable Journey. Born in 1918, she grew up on a farm in rural West Virginia, where she showed a knack for numbers early.
When she was about 4, she would sneak up to their little school to help her brother because she could explain things that were not clear to him.
She finished college at age 18 and in 1953 started at the organization that eventually became NASA, where the space race and race relations collided.
She's a woman, but she's also a black woman in what was basically a white man's world. How did she deal with that?
She said when she first walked into the office of NASA, there was a desk. And when she sat there, the man got up and walked out. And she said, oh, well, this is my desk. I'm going to work. And when they started seeing that she had answers to the questions they needed, no problem.
Mom's fight was more intellectual in the sense that she wasn't ready to go fight. And instead, it was like, I'm gonna outthink you.
Ignition, liftoff.
One person recognizing Johnson's abilities, astronaut John Glenn, who asked for her to double-check the computer's math on the 1962 mission that made him the first American to orbit the Earth.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Her calculations also critical to the moon landing mission 7 years later.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
She said, if they do what my numbers tell them, they'll come back all right.
But after a 33-year career at NASA, it wasn't until her 90s that the world would finally know her name. In 2015, Johnson receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Spielberg said to her, I've been reading a lot about you. She said, you have? Was it all right?
And just 2 years later, she found herself among the stars again, receiving a standing ovation at the Oscars.
And she said, what's all the fuss about? We were just doing our job.
Never bragging. There were people at her church for over 50 years that said, we never knew what your mother did. She never talked about herself.
When you think about it, I mean, it still is to me mind-boggling that this woman with her crew, without them, we're not on the moon. Do you guys think about that?
People were asking us, why are we just now finding out about this? Well, it wasn't up to us. You know, it was up to the historians and the folks that make a difference in what you know and what you read. So that's when you say, hidden no more.
So good.
Yes. By the way, Johnson wrote that she loved the movie, but they apparently took liberty with the one thing. She says She never ran out in the rain to find the colored restrooms. She said she just used the the closest bathroom because she had to work. Again, her memoir, My Remarkable Journey, is out today.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love
it! Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This morning, we're catching up with a Hollywood icon, Dick Van Dyke. At 95, the legendary entertainer isn't slowing down, and I recently got to sit down with him to reminisce about his remarkable career and talk about a brand new honor.
That's the thing with being an entertainer. You do it because you love to do it, not for the money's sake or awards.
Well, Dick Van Dyke isn't in it for the recognition. That hasn't stopped the awards from rolling in. Throughout his nearly 80-year-long career, he's earned 5 Emmys, a Tony, a Grammy, a BAFTA, the SAG Lifetime Achievement Award, a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
You left out one I didn't get. I didn't get an Oscar.
Well, there's still time. And this year, he'll be one of 5 honorees at the 43rd Annual Kennedy Center Honors.
The other awards are, well, like icing on a cake. There's such a small group of people. I'm so tickled to be in that group.
I said to a number of people, I'm going to go talk to Dick Van Dyke. And I mean, everybody from, teenagers to folks that are my age, they all light up. That's got to feel great.
Oh, does it ever? Does it ever? A woman stopped me and said, "You're the one who's got to bring this country together." I said, "Okay, I got something to do now."
Van Dyke never shying away from doing what he does best, making us smile.
We went and got our shots, and there was a lot of elderly people waiting in line, so we came out and sang, "Just a spoonful sugar." And everybody joined in. Perfect song.
In the most delightful way. At 95, he's eager to keep working. For 20 years, Van Dyke has been performing with his a cappella singing group, the Fantastics, their last show taking place just over a year ago. You had a series of performances, and then the pandemic shut everything down.
That's right. And we also sang at the Ford Theater for Obama. That day I was a wreck. There was the president out there, and my God, and my tie was crooked. Obama came up on the stage afterwards and straightened my tie.
Van Dyke's illustrious career also including some of the most unforgettable performances in TV and movie history. What are some of the ones that stand out for you?
I think the 5 years on the Van Dyke Show with Carl and Mary was the most fun I ever had. Carl didn't write things in stone. Everybody got to throw in their ideas. So from the first reading till we did it on the show, it was a different show altogether.
Winds in the east, mist coming in.
And I think I'm most proud of Mary Poppins.
A lot of people didn't know
that you had played the two roles, of course.
The old guy.
You were Bert, and the old guy, the old banker at the end. And last time I saw you, the rumors about Mary Poppins that it already showed, but that you were going to be in it. And in fact,
I was in it.
You were, but you said, well, the good news is I don't have to wear makeup to play the old guy.
That's right, I grew up now without makeup at all.
Step in time!
When you are getting your Kennedy Center Award at the actual ceremony, what do you think that's going to feel like?
It's like getting knighted, as far as I'm concerned. It's the very top of everything. And you know, usually they have friends and compatriots come up. I have no one, they're all dead. So I'm going to be surprised.
What more can I say?
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our across-America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And this morning, we want to introduce you to some teens who are on a mission to educate and inspire change.
I just want people to know that transgender and non-binary people, we're people before anything else. And even though our identities are a big part of who we are, it's not all to who we are.
This is Rebecca, Hunter, Gia, and Ashton. 4 teens who are athletes, dancers, writers, and advocates who also identify as transgender and non-binary.
Rebecca, what did it feel like knowing that there was this feeling that there was a different assignment as to how you identified?
I wasn't this like stereotypical boy. I loved all things pink. And yeah, that just really felt like me until I found the language and I had that aha moment. I was like, yeah, that describes me.
And when you told your folks, what was the reaction?
They helped me change my name and my pronouns so that I could go out into the world as myself for the first time. And that brought a huge burst of joy and it felt amazing.
They're also members of the Gender Cool Project, a movement founded in 2019 that's on a mission to replace misinformed opinions with positive experiences of transgender and non-binary young people. Jennifer Grosshandler and Gara Goldstein are the co-founders.
John and I, my husband, we are the parents of 4 kids. And our youngest, our daughter Chazzy, she is proud to be transgender and she's thriving. And so the experience that John and I have had raising our daughter has been so positive that we wanted to help folks understand who our kids are in a really human and relatable way.
Your leaders are actually the young people that are in the organization themselves.
Yes, Gender Cool is led by 17 amazing
diverse young people. We call them our champions, and they are really our future CEOs, educators, scientists, their future elected officials. The list goes on.
As for Gia, Hunter, Rebecca, and Ashton, you can now add children's book authors to that list. They've teamed up with a popular book series, a kid's book about writing about being transgender, being non-binary, and being inclusive.
What's it like having your story out there?
It was very important for me to use my experience as not only a transgender young person, but also as an Afro-Latino young person, because I know that I represent a large group of individuals who don't have a voice or who don't have a seat at the table.
By sharing their own real experiences, the 4 teens hope the books educate kids and grown-ups alike.
It's just really important to be able to educate kids to be allies, or to even tell the kid who is feeling different to know that they'll be okay.
These books, I think, are a really good starting point to have parents read this and think, okay, my kid is still my kid. To have a kid know that they have a parent that accepts them will mean so much and just make them feel safe.
At a time when the country's seeing a wave of anti-trans legislation, the Gender Cool Project hopes their message of acceptance and understanding will shine through.
When people just get a chance to meet the champions, we see opinions change, opinions evolve for the better, and we think that that's a really simple but incredibly important thing that happens.
What do you want people to know about you?
I just want people to know that there's so much more to us than being transgender. I'm trying to pursue acting and modeling, and all this stuff just makes me me.
I love playing lacrosse, spending time with my family and friends, and I hope everyone grows and learns to be inclusive in their everyday life.
We are human, and we are exactly like everyone else.
So you can make this legend right here, Al Roker, a part of your family.
Well, not exactly, all right?
As close as you're going to get.
Let's hit pause and explain. It turns out there's a kitten named Al Roker that's looking for a forever home. This domestic short-haired cat lives in Durham, North Carolina, with his foster mom. Says Al is very energetic and friendly. But one of the veterinary assistants to the rescue named the whole litter after different news icons. And then they came to me and felt that it was a good fit for the cat. So if you're interested, Al Roker is available through 2 Paws Up.
Wait, you're reading this too quickly. I think this is amazing.
I think it's
I have a feeling
odd,
there will be at least more than one call for somebody who wants.
Well, we
to
hope so.
adopt Al.
Now they don't ship animals, and they require an in-person meet and greet.
Okay.
But if you are in the area, know somebody who's in the area, we'll put the information on thirdhourtoday.com. You can check that out.
And then will you do me a favor when you adopt Al? Will you send us a picture? Wouldn't that be great?
See, I would understand them naming it if it was one of those hairless
It was a
Egyptian
little black
cats.
cat.
That's right.
Look at him. That's you.
So that's me. That's right.
They had the polka dot.
I wish you had little glasses on.
Yeah, well, we can make that happen.
Okay, well, so hopefully you'll be checking out Al Roker, the kitten, online.
Yes.
But we have a question for you about the checkout line at the grocery store. Now, I know it's rare for you to be in the grocery store, but...
I'm actually at the grocery store all the time.
That's, well,
I should probably order online. Yeah.
In any event, so have you ever been in the grocery store? This person in front of you, you're at the checkout, and they say, "Oh, I just forgot something. Could you just hold my place in line?" And they run off and get that.
Is this true confessions?
Well, I've done it.
I'm that person. I'm the one who runs and I run and get something because I believe that I can get back in time before they're finished with my groceries. And as long as you're back, I think it's completely okay.
Well, I do too.
Yes.
And I have done that.
Yes.
But a listener of 98.3 TRY radio, that's right, the big TRY, wanted to find out if it was rude. Station's response is in the big picture, waiting 2 or 3 more minutes doesn't really make
It's not that big a deal. Our crew disagrees. In our ear, somebody just said, I'd hate both of you.
Matt Greenfield, our senior producer, says he hates us.
But I don't see why am I bothering you, Greenie? Like, I'll be right back. I mean, I know where the milk is. I know where the eggs are if I forgot them.
Yeah. Because that's why I don't mind when somebody does it because I've done it.
Yeah.
So,
as long as you come back. And He's
well, we try to get
literally
all our items.
yelling at us right now.
He's yelling at us. Where did all this anger come from? Anyway, so you may be going to the grocery store, but by yourself.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about other activities like eating at a restaurant or go to a movie theater by yourself?
Can you do that? You can.
Oh, yes. I do it all the time.
Out by yourself?
Yeah.
We just had a buddy up yesterday. You can't go anywhere without, Al Roker, can we take a selfie? So if you're by yourself, there's nobody to say, oh, okay, I'll do it. Okay, see you later.
Well, it's not like I'm inviting people in to
so if you're at a restaurant,
me.
you'll just go to a restaurant.
Yeah, just go to a restaurant. Like, you know, we've been on shoots, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's an article from Psychology Today noting that people can be reluctant because we worry about how people may actually view us.
I believe that.
Do you ever?
The older I get, the more comfortable I am with myself.
Although it's harder probably for you to do it.
It is.
The kids are still fairly
The kids
young.
are small. I will admit I usually need a phone or something, like just something to look down, something to play with. The other day I didn't take my phones and I was out. I can't remember what I was doing, but it's a little uncomfortable still, just a little.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do. You know what I mean? You just
Which is the beauty of it. That's
I know,
the
but you're
perfect
just
part.
sitting there.
In fact, research suggests people enjoy the experience equally, whether alone or with a friend. So, but it's a different experience.
Yeah.
And you get different
I'm
pleasure.
willing to continue to develop that, whatever that is.
You know, what you might do is get in front of Matt Greenfield at a checkout line and then run away, go to a restaurant, and then come
sit
back.
there. You're welcome, Greenie.
There you go. We'll be right back.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's an unprecedented television trilogy that's taken over the city of Chicago, highlighting the everyday heroes from some of the noblest professions.
Fire department, call out!
Firefighters, police officers, and now medical professionals.
Multiple trauma patients minutes away. Let's go.
Today, I get to wear all three hats.
We have a new trauma
patient. Things were in full swing on the set of the newest series, Chicago Med, where I met up with Esapatha Murkison and Oliver Platt, two of the program's stars.
I'm feeling pretty good.
You look real good.
All right.
After a quick checkup from Dr. Halstead, played by Nick Gilfus,
I'm not going to make it.
No, you're going to make
I'm gonna
it.
be
That's
fine.
the problem.
they taught me some medical lingo.
Numino ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Wow.
Bang.
Heads up, CFD Plan 1 multi-victim car crash.
I like that. We need to use that on the Today Show. Heads up. Big stories coming in. Moving on.
Just a few stages over is the set of Chicago PD, where Sophia Bush, who plays Detective Erin Lindsay, showed me around.
Wow. It's amazing how much this looks like what you would expect it to look like.
Most of our extras are actual police officers.
Really?
They come and they work with us on our day off. Our interrogation room is down this way.
Before you knew it, I was in the hot seat.
So you can be good cop, bad cop at the same time.
Oh yeah. We like a lean in. A lean in is always good.
lean in.
To say, oh no, you're cooked. We know. And then we can spell out all your facts and we'll put all the papers out and make you realize that everything is over.
It's done.
And then we just let you confess. We had him.
We also talked about the current controversy surrounding the real Chicago PD.
It must be a little difficult, you know, with everything that's been going on in the news.
Well, with the police nationwide, really.
Yeah.
I know that I'm glad that tapes are being released. I know that I'm glad that police officers who are acting unjustly are being arrested. And I also want to make sure that we're not demonizing everybody out there who signed up to dedicate their life to helping you and me sleep better at night.
Then we hit the streets on location with the show that started the franchise, Chicago Fire.
You're the linchpin of this trilogy now. I mean, it's got to be pretty gratifying that your show has spawned these other two shows.
There's a poster we have of all three casts, and I don't know how many, it's like maybe over 40 people. And that's when you say, wow, what kind of monster has Dick Wolf created?
I got to watch Lieutenant Kelly Severide, played by Taylor Kinney, in action, and I did a little prying while I was at it. Of course, the man famously engaged to Gaga.
The city's awesome.
Good place to have a wedding.
Sure, there you go. Maybe. Then we'll rent out Soldier Field.
Before I left, the guys let me in on their favorite Chicago pastime, the game known as water bottle ball.
We get an empty water bottle, we put it in the center, and everyone gets around, and you close your feet, and then you kick it, and if it goes through your legs, you lose. Here we go, there's perfect.
Oh, water bottle ball. Oh,
okay? Was that too
fine.
much?
That's fantastic.
That wasn't too much?
Oh, my God. Got to get a water bottle ball selfie.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But first, let's kick it off with pop star. Carson has some J-Lo news. She's looking back on her 2002 album, This Is Me Then, a record that came out around the time of her previous relationship with Ben Affleck. Take a look.
First up, guys, Jennifer Lopez, following the release of her latest single, Cambia El Paso, J-Lo sat down for a conversation with Apple Music's Ebro Darden to break down the new track, and during that conversation, J-Lo was asked about the recent resurgence of her 2002 album, This Is Me Then, which is a 19-year-old album. It came out about the same time she was in a previous relationship with Ben Affleck. And J-Lo had this to say about why she thinks fans have been going back to that record lately.
The name of that album was This Is Me Then, right? That was a moment. And when you go back and you hear that, you hear the purity and the love there. And I think that's why people went back, as, you know, they saw different things happening in my life now, and they go, wow, really? And I think it gave people hope, you know, and it gives them, you know, that some things do last forever, you know, and things like that.
A little cryptic.
Wait.
What does that
Cryptically
mean?
there.
What does that mean?
Want to dissect that?
Wait, some things do last forever.
Looking forward to some new music.
Oda,
Lopez.
translate. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like it's on. I don't know.
Lopez goes on to say that
Seems to
she's
be
been
on.
feeling pretty inspired recently, revealing that she's been spending 3 or 4 days a week in the studio since wrapping up her upcoming film, Marry Me. Interesting. To be continued.
Oh, geez.
Next up, Keegan-Michael Key, the actor and comedian, is out promoting his upcoming Apple TV Plus series, Schmigadoon. In the new show, Key and Saturday Night Live's Cecily Strong find themselves trapped in a musical town with singing and dancing townspeople. And last night, the actor stopped by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert to show off his own musical talents, revealing that he sang Chris Stapleton's Tennessee Whiskey at his own wedding, and then he had to give the audience there at The Late Show a little bit of a taste of it.
Tennessee whiskey. Oh, it's sweet as strawberry wine. Oh, it's warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time.
What can't Keegan do well?
Get him on the voice.
That's ridiculous. Maybe we should do a celebrity version of the voice.
I think that's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
You know, because like all the hidden talents from people that you know are famous when they can sing, and you discover that. So
Every time I see him, I still think Aaron.
Yeah. I got my eye on you.
Next up, Kit Harington, the actor best known for portraying Jon Snow on all 8 seasons of HBO's smash hit Game of Thrones, is finding that he just can't seem to get away from the world of Westeros. In a viral video posted to TikTok by It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia's Rob McElhenney, Kit comes face to face with the Night King in a rather unexpected place.
When you realize that your deal didn't include merchandising rights.
That's funny.
He's like, really?
That's funny.
Really? I'm gonna get a little cut of that? 8 seasons?
Brilliant.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Only in Vegas. Finally, Dierks Bentley, the country music star, was joined on stage by a very special guest for a duet in Chicago over the weekend. That was his daughter, Evie. The 12-year-old got up on stage to sing her dad's 2016 hit, It's Different for Girls, a song usually performed with Grammy nominee Elle King, and showing that the country music gene must run in that family. Here's a little bit of their performance together. Well, that's adorable.
Sweet.
Sounds great, too. You can maybe Evie will be out on the road when Dierks and the crew hit the tour for their Beers on Me tour. That'd be good.
Ooh, yeah.
Never know. That gets kicked off next month, by the way.
J-Lo made that record 19 years ago. Time really does fly. Up next on Today Talks, beauty products that actually help you keep cool for the summer.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Al, Chanel, and Dylan show off some of the best beauty products that help you beat the heat this summer.
This week, we are kicking off a series, Cool for the Summer, with tips and tricks to help you look good while beating the heat.
And to start us off, we are joined by Cosmopolitan's beauty director, Julie Wilson. She has beauty products that can actually keep you cool. And don't forget to scan that QR code on your screen to see her picks. It's a nice, easy way to do it. Julie, welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you. How are you guys? We're good. And, you know, it's been hot. And when you're hot, you get dehydrated. So this first tip actually is something to help beat hydration, or help you with hydration.
Absolutely. You should always be drinking your water. And these are really great packets to dip in your water. They have, you mix them up to 6 to 8 ounces of water, cool water. They help hydrate your body, but they have hyaluronic acid in it, which is really great for your skin too. So you'll get a really amazing glow. They're vegan, no sugar added, and they taste delicious, like watermelon.
Now, Julie, this next product actually is cool. Literally, you've got these popsicles, but they're not for eating.
Oh my God, these are so cool. They have gone viral on TikTok and Instagram, and they are literally ice pops that are cryofacials and masks, a mask in one. So you rub it on your face, you get that cool sensation. They help tone and tighten and brighten your skin. You leave the mask on for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then you wash it off.
Kudos to our producer Alicia there for being our model.
Yeah, it's got to feel so good
I was
putting
just
it on.
about to say. Okay, and so my new favorite thing, somebody gave me a sample of one the other day, and now I'm curious as to what you have. These face mists. I mean, they've been around for a while, but there are new ones that are really good in the warm weather.
Absolutely. This one from Neutrogena is great because it's a face mist, but it's also an SPF, SPF 50. And it's oil-free, it's completely invisible and clear, so it goes on any skin tone, rubs in really nicely. And the best part is you can put it on over your makeup. So we should all be reapplying our sunscreen every 2 hours. And so this makes it really easy. And the mist is just like really refreshing.
I love that because you never put sunscreen on after your makeup's on, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
I have one of those huge bright green bottles of aloe in my medicine cabinet, but it's so sticky to put on a sunburn. Do you have anything better?
Yes, this spray from Oso is amazing. It is an aloe vera spray. It's super lightweight. It's awesome. It's got like a lavender and spearmint scent to it. And you definitely want to have this on hand after a long day in the sun. It cools you off. It helps with sunburns, any inflammation. It's really awesome. I like to keep it in my refrigerator too to keep it extra cold.
Oh, wow. Good idea.
Yum.
Pro tip. So, Julie, here's something I'm always worrying about. You know, keeping your hair out of the way and keeping it protected from the sun.
You too can look like
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
You can rock
I am
that.
actually modeling one of them. This is from the Rap Life. And, you know, I have big hair. I have an afro. So whenever it's hot out, I want to keep it away from my face. You know, it's great for protective styles like box braids, if you have locks, anything. And it's just so fashionable too. So, you know, you can just tie it up and look good and keep everything off your face and feel really cool and look cool.
We'll work on that.
We all want to look
for today for you, Al. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so there's nothing better, you know, after being outside all day long, you come in, you take a cold shower. But tell us about this body wash that you have. You say it ups it a notch.
Okay. Yes. So this is from the skincare line Elemis. I love this brand to death. And this is their cool down body wash. It's awesome. It's a lightweight gel. And when you're in the shower, it has magnesium and arnica and menthol. So not only does it wipe away the dirt and the grime and the sweat of the day, but it also just makes you feel refreshed. Even when you like step out of the shower and that air hits you, that menthol just like cools you down. It's lovely.
Ooh,
nice.
Love that.
These are good.
So refreshing.
Yeah.
Julie, thank you so much.
We'll take it.
Thank you.
And for more on these products, head to today.com/shop.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we'll show you our Tuesday outfits, and you get to decide.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It is Tuesday, and this is not any Tuesday.
Sure ain't.
This is a different one. Okay, so we were trying to figure out how can we mix it up? How can we get an outfit that you guys will choose for us, but we need a different kind of palette.
What
some
we
spice.
needed was some spice and some.
We needed our fashionista, Donna Rama.
Okay, we could call her Donna Rama. Donna actually went through her own closet.
This was her closet.
Yeah, these
And
are all
you know what?
pics. The fact that you're sharing with us, even knowing some of our issues
And
with
our
the
bad
sweat
habits and the deodorant stains.
the way
No,
she
you know what?
tips in commercial break, we just appreciate it.
Well, you guys are hot, and I wanted to accentuate. You know, I always like a little spice. I always like things to be a little bit bold.
Yes.
So I kept in mind what you guys actually like, but then I pushed it to the edge a little.
It's like a spicy
All right, so
margarita.
these are the 3 that you picked for each of us.
Yeah, okay,
Okay,
here
so
are Hoda's.
these are mine. Okay, let's see. So now, all from Donna's, all
These
a
are
cool
all
look.
mine.
The first one's a jumpsuit,
The
is that
first
right?
one is a jumpsuit. It's Norma Kamali, who you guys interviewed on
Norma
the show.
Kamali is awesome.
And I know, Hoda, that you wanted to try some sort of print.
Yes.
The second one, I think everyone loves seeing you in color.
Can I just go ahead and say the second one may win? But that's
Why? Because it's the only one in color.
Yeah.
Donna, what do you like of those 3?
Well, I have to say that I like all 3 of them. I saw them all on both of you, and you look amazing in all of them. So I can't give away my favorite.
You can
is.
say your favorite.
I will say that for C, that's something that you've never really worn, and I think it's hot.
She looks
the
great in
pants,
leather,
This
or
is actually
pleather.
something, Hoda, you don't know. The pants, your mom saw those pants on me when she came to the studio a couple years ago and said, I love those pants. I want to find them for Hoda. So.
And now I'm squeezing into them. Yay! Okay, let's go to Jenna's.
All right. Jenna's, okay.
Oh, wait,
So-
shorts?
Yeah,
Are
you
those-
know.
They're actually pleather shorts, y'all.
Yes, they
Cute.
are. So for A, I know that Jenna wanted to borrow it from me when I wore it into studio the other day.
By the way, if y'all don't choose A, I'm going to be wearing it on Tuesday, Wednesday. No, Tuesday, Thursday.
Yep.
Okay, and I like B, too.
B is fun. It's sort of like a 90s vibe. I like a little color, a little like difference. You know, it's a little unique.
I'm just going to let you know they're going to pick B.
I will.
Well, because it's the color. People like color. That's what I'm learning about our
But
viewers.
I'm truly telling all our viewers they all look so good on these ladies.
Okay.
So just
Maybe we'll wear the one that they chose on Tuesday, and I think we should wear the other ones the next days of the week.
I think so too.
Okay.
And then see, you know, shorts. We want to
And
see
we
Jenna in
promise we'll
shorts.
dry clean your things.
Yes, I'm going to get them dry cleaned, and also we'll make sure we spray out the armpits.
Yes,
Thank
and
you so
also,
much.
yes.
Don't worry about
if we
it.
split the seams, we'll sew them back up.
But I'm excited.
No, by the way, I tried it on and I was like,
I know, I felt.
and
trust
she
me.
goes, I go, why is this not fit? She goes, you've had 3 kids. I'm like, well, that doesn't make me feel any better.
No, but it's true. I mean, you guys have a rocking bod, and it's going to be great. I'm excited.
Didn't fit, but thank you so much.
I'm
Donna.
excited.
And you can head to our Hoda and Jenna Instagram page and comment on which of Donna's outfits you want to see us wear tomorrow.
By the way, this was so interesting. So yesterday, I interviewed, and we'll show them later, these gymnastics moms.
Yes.
Okay, so they were 6 moms of our Olympic gymnasts. And I was wondering, like, what was it about what they did as parents or as mothers that, like, helped form these Olympians? And, you know, I just realized when I was looking at the stat sheet, basically, 2 of the moms had 6 kids. A couple had 4 kids. It was like 4, 5, 6 kids. And I was thinking, like, isn't that so fascinating? One of the moms actually did an interview with her kid in the car, with her kid in the back seat of the car, because she didn't know what to do with that other kid. And as I was thinking, I thought, maybe that's part of it. You know how so we drill down on our kids?
Yes.
You gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta, like, all of a sudden it just dawned on me when I was listening to them. It's like, maybe if we didn't do any of that, like if we backed way up, because these guys don't have time.
Yes.
And weirdly enough, I'm just thinking about this. I interviewed Mary Lou Henner, and she told me she's one of 6. This was a separate interview. And I said, like, how did you turn out? How did you get all this ambition? She said, I was one of 6. She said, if you pouted, there were 5 other kids having fun. So you just decided, like, no, I'm not going to sit in my room and pout. I'm going to come out with it. And it just got me thinking about, and I said...
Does that mean that we have to have more children?
Well, I wondered, and I asked Mary Lou, she has 2, and I said, well, how did you raise your 2 sons
to be the same way?
Duplicate? She said, I told them, and I raised them as if they were one of many. She said, I just didn't sweat the small stuff. I just didn't drill down on everything. I just didn't, over-examine kind of thing.
But there's that great book that I told you about called Ignore This.
Yes.
That basically talks about that exact thing. And part of it is to, like, have the satisfying aspects of life. It's for parenthood, but you can apply it for anything. Because the truth is, if you're going to harp on the little things in life, you're not going to enjoy it as much.
Right, and your
So if
kid's
you're-
not going to enjoy
and
it.
Your kid's not. And they says basically do not little behaviors that are not great, you ignore.
You ignore.
You ignore 'em.
But by the way, I think life lessons are something we're going to want to teach our kids. And I am so excited because I've just learned today that you have a big announcement.
Well, it's not. Yeah. Everybody's
big.
like,
No, it's
she's
big.
pregnant. No, I'm
No.
not. I'm not. And I am so excited because I have a new children's book with my sister. And it's called The Superpower Sisterhood. I wrote it with my sissy, Barbara, and it's all about the magic of sisterhood, of friendship. And it's about this little girl who's an only child,
Yeah.
and she dreams of having sisters.
Oh.
She dreams of a life with sisters, and she's inspired by our mama, who was an only child.
Oh.
And then these sisters move in on her block, and each of them, one's great at math, one's great at design, one's great at science, one's a dancer. Each of them have their talents, but together, their talents are super.
I cannot wait. I want that for Haley and Hope. And by the way, the illustrations look
This
so
woman is amazing,
gorgeous.
Cindy. So we're super happy, and
we look forward to it.
It's not out till April.
Wait, April? But you can always pre-order.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Gianna. We're back with James Farmer. He's a garden expert. He's given us some tips that'll help any of us, and that means any of us grow a gorgeous garden. All right, so we've been waiting for these three viewers. They gave us beautiful gardens, so let's just take a look first, okay, Jeff? We've got 89-year-old Mabel in Iowa. Let's take a look at her garden.
I've been playing in my flower beds for probably 60 years, and I live in northeast Iowa. Garden is surrounded by Iowa corn all the way around my 3 acres. My favorite flower is anything that is in bloom. I love lilies. I probably have 200 or 300 daylilies and at least 200 regular lilies. My lilies are planted in the fall because they have to start rooting before it freezes. And then come spring, they all pop up and bloom. The key to weeding is doing it regularly. I weed every day, and I hope that the Lord sends water. When I water with the hose, I always have to wait till the water is cool because the water from the sunshine gets really hot. If I use hot water, it's going to burn the flowers. I love gardening because of being part of God's green earth.
How much do we love her?
James, she's amazing.
Mabel is incredible.
Y'all.
What's some advice for keeping up with all of those beautiful flower beds?
Well, I think Mabel is just genius because she pays attention to the seasons. She plants in the fall, looking forward to the spring. And so I always say that if you want a splendid spring, you plant in the fall. And if you want a fabulous fall, you plant in the spring.
Nature is rarely, if ever, perfect, so I don't strive for it in my garden. I allow what Mother Nature brings through birds and animals to grow. Many times they can be a beautiful weed or a beautiful wildflower. Sometimes those can be the most cherished parts.
I mean, look at those
Gorgeous
beautiful
druze,
native
yeah.
plants. Can you talk to us about native planting and why it's a good idea?
Yes, I think native planting is brilliant because the natives they're there. Those plants are thriving before you moved into the garden. So what they can do is kind of give you keys to what else could grow there. Let the native plants thrive. They will make you look like a better gardener than you really are. They're doing the work for you.
Well, I'm trying to convince Hoda to plant
hydrangeas.
Some hydrangeas. But she just said well, she has a tomato and that's all she needs.
I have a tomato plant, but are hydrangeas hard to grow? Like, is there something special you have to do with those?
You know what? Hydrangeas tell you what they need in their name, hydra. They want water.
Oh,
and so you give them the water and you give them the light they need, and they are phenomenal. And there's so many varieties of hydrangeas.
Okay.
And I think we're going to see some gorgeous ones here.
Finally, we have a suburban garden created by Kumoa over in Maryland. Let's take a look at her garden.
I love gardening because it brings me peace and joy. My favorite plant of all time would have to be hydrangeas. They are my biggest obsession at the moment. They come in different colors. They can take full sun, shade. They are just so versatile. The key to keeping hydrangeas happy and thriving, first, I would have to say, is lighting. Second, moisture. And you have to have good soil, whether they are in containers or in ground. And that's why I compost. Composting is important to have nutrient-rich soil. We compost with pine shavings, grass clippings, and vegetable scraps. It is like liquid gold for the garden. It's so rich in nutrients. It keeps your soil rich and happy. And if you are not composting, you should start.
Okay,
we're
dying over her. That's amazing. So you can grow that with composting.
Oda is not a gardener, and really neither am I, but she thinks I'm showing off just by knowing what a hydrangea is. So tell us, composting is a great way to make sure that our gardens stay fresh.
Yes. Well, Kamoya had the exact term, liquid gold. That compost is nature's fertilizer, and it will make sure that your plants have all the nutrients and the health that they require. It's kind of like if you put me at an all-you-can-eat buffet of my favorite foods, I'm a happy camper. Same thing with plants. You give them that buffet of all that they want, and they're going to thrive. Also, that garden is so beautiful because hydrangeas, there's so many varieties of them, and you can cut them and use them for gorgeous flowers. You can even dry them, too, and enjoy them year-round.
James, I planted some, so I'm trying to get Hoda to, but I really think she needs an expert like you.
I need a big pot to put it in.
I'll bring a big
pot and an expert.
I'll bring them over.
Hey, James, by the way, you
You're
have personality.
We love
plus.
when you're on this show.
Thanks,
so
honey.
Come back and hang. We have an exclusive chat with Hoda and me that you can only see here on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
You know what's so funny? Yesterday I had a huge revelation.
What was it?
We've been doing Zooms forever,
Yes.
and we've had an occasional guest in studio. Yesterday, I had live guests in person, almost like, that was like my day. After our show here, I went and I did the Olympic Moms, but that was Zoom.
Yeah.
From there, I went to radio. Kristen Chenoweth walked in the door. And I have to tell you, Jenna, it was like this wave just like crashed over me. It was something about seeing her in person.
Yeah.
Remembering all the times we visited with her. She sat in the chair and she started talking about her life, and she's adopted, and she was telling her stories. And right in her eye line, another human was her boyfriend, Josh. And I was looking at him, listening to her. Every time she teared up, he teared up.
Stop.
Every single time. And she said to me, I said, "Is that your boyfriend?" And she goes, "Hoda, I found my person." And she's been waiting and waiting, and she found her person.
Oh, doesn't that make...
But all that moment could not have happened on Zoom. That's what I was thinking. And we sat there like in real life, and there were people there, and there were just, it was.
And the energy of it. But you're so right. It's like
right?
even seeing a friend
Yes.
who you didn't expect to see, you know, or walking down the street and seeing people. The energy is totally different.
It's totally different. And then Mary Lou Henner walked in. She said her cleavage, she was commenting on her own cleavage. She was saying that she and Tina Fey both have like cleavage that's really high. I didn't even know what there was.
Do I have
cleavage.
that?
No, you have great cleavage.
Okay,
Yours is good.
I'm
Hers
scared.
was real high, but she goes, "Is it too much?" I go, "No, we're live. Everything is
Who
great."
cares?
And she was jumping around, like physically jumping, and when she saw Kristen Chenoweth, she couldn't believe that she was there, so they saw one another. They're both Broadway people. They just, Mary Lou Henner's from Taxi.
Yes.
Kristen Chenoweth, of course, is from all those, and they were hugging and loving on each other, and I just thought all the moments, random moments that you would have missed. Just the hugs and the this and the that, and listening to people talk in person and watching their eyes and realizing that's a moment instead of looking through a screen and going.
Isn't it so interesting too that I can't help but think all these things that we might have used to take for granted.
Yes.
We don't take for granted anymore. I told you how I went down to Texas and I saw my childhood best friend, my oldest friend, and she drove me to the airport and I just said, thank you so much. You made this magical. And I looked over and she was crying and she goes, I just haven't seen you. And I'm so used to seeing her that when we got together, and I also had Mila and it was crazy. If there wasn't a big
dawn
thing,
on you that
it
moment.
was when we were leaving that it was like, I haven't seen you in almost 2 years.
Is that... And that's so jarring.
Isn't that jarring? And it was like this huge hug at the airport, and it kind of reminded me, she goes, why is it always so sad to drop somebody at the airport?
That's what she said.
But it's because we were together.
And sometimes they catch you off guard. Yesterday I did Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live. I was literally sitting in this room where you wait till it's your turn, and he opened the door, and there was something about the door opened, he was looking at me. And it just again, it was like this wave. And I started crying. And he goes, are you crying? I go, yes. And he goes, are we going to be okay for the show? I said, yes, we're going to be okay for the show. But there was something about seeing him and remembering he's done that show for 12 years. He's been part of this show. He's been everywhere. It was just something about in person, real life, feeling someone's arms around you, holding their hands, being tactile.
And doesn't it make you feel so happy
Yes.
that that's going to become
Yes.
our norm, right?
Yes.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
All right. Well, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today All Day.
Guys, let's raise a glass.
Yes. Yes.
To
To
what,
what,
back to each
SG?
other.
To summer.
To all of us.
To us? Yes.
Oh,
We're
to
right here.
us.
To being back.
Yeah.
Wait, Carson, I didn't get a tap.
To 1 foot
Tap
away.
that.
To being together.
Yes.
Yes.
Cheers.
No
No
mask.
mask. No mask. No mask.
I can hear you.
Oh, that's yummy.
Remember
Ow.
last summer?
Good choice.
You
What
like
if-
the Aperol Spritz?
This is a brilliant choice. I'm
It's
glad
summer,
I copied you.
Summer in a glass.
Summer in a
I
glass.
remember having too many
Miles,
rosé.
how about when they put our chairs so close together at work?
Yeah.
I remember.
That was it.
I mean, that was a glaring moment.
Yeah.
Because we're all there every morning.
I knew things were better when I could sit on your lap.
Yeah.
By the way,
When they let us sit next to each other.
I've always said that.
we've been inching our chairs closer
We
together. I don't think we realized when we were spread that far apart how weird it was,
Mm-hmm.
right? And all of a sudden, once we started moving closer, we were like, look at us, we're on top of each other.
Right.
But then it's like nothing's
normal.
changed.
Yeah.
But I remember looking at the monitor and going, oh, wow.
So
This is the
close.
way it used to be.
Right.
We're close again.
But Carson, you were kind of nervous.
You were.
It was just fast. It was
Yeah.
like for so long you go giving that ATM space everywhere you go to people out of respect, and then all of a sudden we're just so close, and it took a minute for me to get used to it.
You were still wearing your mask on set.
Well, 'cause
longer than-
on The Voice, there's different rules still in society at various workplaces, and so The Voice has a different set of rules than Today's Show. That's true. So I was wearing a mask. I didn't.
Remember when we were all in the studio together? When we
Yep.
all
Yep.
finally got in the studio
Yep.
together? I thought that was one of those
Yes.
moments. I don't care how spread out we were.
It was the
Yeah.
week
It
before
was
Labor
cool.
Day.
Was that the week?
We finally
Well, hold on. Let's back up. When we all first got together in the backyard,
yes.
Yeah.
just seeing each other
Right.
was a win in that moment, right?
Physically.
Forget that we were 6 feet apart.
Right.
So to get to this point
Right.
is
Look
like
at us,
a
cozied
home
up.
run.
I know.
It
Right?
was emotional when we all got together again. Sorry, Mom said don't talk.
No, that's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right.
We won't
No,
talk.
it was
Came to the wrong place.
I'll tell you, outside the workspace, your daughter's wedding. And folks were sweating and dancing and singing and hugging. like
everybody
all-
was vaccinated.
Yes.
And having you guys there was meant the world, and it was. We heard from more and more people. Hey, wow, what a great! It was like a coming out party.
It was.
you know, and it was really terrific. And I was happy to pay for it.
Was it expensive coming up?
Just
Well,
before that
what-
wedding, the New York Islanders were in the playoffs, and they had just opened up their place. So I went to that game, and that was 21,000 people in the barn screaming at a big time sporting event. that felt like, oh my gosh, we are back.
I think it's starting to feel that way. I felt that way at the gymnastics trials. It was weird, man. You sat there, and I actually think a lot of the girls were a little nervous because of that.
Yeah.
They were so used to practicing in a vacuum, and suddenly they're in a stadium full of people. But it did feel like old times, and also just reminded you like what you're missing.
And over this last week, just spontaneously, people have been showing up at the windows.
Yes.
More people.
More people.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot
every
of
day.
people.
With signs,
and
like
going,
the real
going
thing.
out and fist bumping people, and just it's like.
Well, the wedding we did that
pictures.
Hoda officiated the other day, that time we spent working in the plaza felt like the old days.
Yeah, that was the first time that we were actually interacting,
Right.
standing outside.
You know, and that was the other thing. We
What?
came here last week with our family, and it was like it felt like no time had passed. We were here.
Here at
Anthony was
Stratos?
helping us. The place was packed. Everybody was having a good time. It felt so good.
Let me ask
Just
you.
walking into a store and not having to wear a mask, I almost feel guilty. Like I
Yeah.
say, should I wear a mask? And they
Right.
say, well, if you're vaccinated, you don't have
You
to.
don't
And
have
I'm
to.
like, I'm vaccinated.
Right.
I'll just wear my mask anyway.
Right.
I just don't. I can't. It's hard to make
hard.
that transition. It's not like turning off the
Right.
light.
Oh, great.
That's
Takes
what,
a
yeah. I mean, you had yours on today. Your
Yeah,
mask.
I'm just still trained, and I, we've all worn our masks for so long out of respect for other people.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't want to walk in a place all of a sudden without a mask with this bravado of like, I'm double vaxxed and I'm the man and I'm out of respect for somebody else. It's hard to break that.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So one of the other big changes, and we were thinking about this. I remember we were talking about a year ago from right now, when literally there was occasionally a nurse walking by. That's all you saw outside.
Oh yeah.
That was it.
That was
not
it.
even
Or
not
construction
even
worker.
Or that was
That
it.
was it.
There was nobody else.
There was a time when it was just you and our camera operator Mason, and no one else. In the studio.
Nobody was there. And then you fast forward to like that kind of eerie, weird feeling of, and my first words I think I ever uttered every morning were the two of us. That was the first conversation you ever had was that one. But fast forward to now, you guys, we look outside.
Yeah.
Coldplay was on the plaza. We had her on the plaza. We're going to have more people on the plaza.
Tourists are walking by.
Tourists are walking
That's
by.
what I all of a sudden looking out while you guys are doing the news and stuff, and looking out and seeing people just strolling on 50th Street.
Without masks often.
It's funny. It's like I don't think we'll take these things for granted anymore. Seeing people who come to the plaza or having music out there, or even the people that we work with when they started adding back our camera operators. The sound guys, the floor directors,
hair.
the props folks. Yeah, hair and makeup. Let's just light a candle.
Some of us
Raise
don't
the
work
glass.
like that.
Hair and makeup.
Hair and makeup.
And everybody said amen.
Amen.
When are they going to bring the teleprompter back to the studio?
Yeah.
Most important
Jenny
thing.
is back.
Yeah, she's back.
Okay,
She's in
okay.
the studio.
That's
She's
why
back.
Pop Star was
The
so
other thing that
smooth.
was so amazing to me was how quickly you forgot how quickly it went away. I mean, like you and I were the first ones out. You know, and all of a sudden- and all- it was like, wait, what?
Right, lights out.
Okay, 2 weeks. Oh no, wait, not so fast. But it was amazing how quickly it all shut down.
Yeah.
It's taking a little while to come back, but it's worth it.
It was also amazing how quickly everyone adjusted. like in terms of our workplace.
Yeah.
Folks like the crews, like setting up those home studios.
Our technical
and,
staff.
Like without a, like,
Oh,
really, didn't miss a beat at all.
I remember after 9/11 when I was at MTV in Midtown, we were contemplating, are we going to do another show the next day? And quickly it was decided we couldn't because the bridges and tunnels were closed.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get a crew to Times Square. We couldn't get a camera guy.
Wow.
And during this pandemic, NBC News was incredible how quickly
Oh, yeah.
we were up running because people need information. And in our business, no matter what's happening in the world at any cost, there are those outside of the people you see on TV that truly make it happen.
I mean, it was pretty shocking. And I think, you could argue that we got a lot more interviews, a lot of people who wouldn't have normally been on this show because we could get them through Zoom. And all of a sudden you realize that you can have good conversations with people all across the country quickly without flying them in, without all those things. But
That was actually one of my favorite parts of the pandemic. Like Hugh Jackman's like, oh wow, he lives like us.
yeah.
Behind him.
Oh yeah.
The backgrounds were a big, that
Oh
was
yeah,
a
everybody
fun part
has
of the
Zoom
day.
rooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
People looking. Oh, look, what's there? Room Raider was that.
Room Raider, or how about the ring light that makes your wrinkles
yeah.
disappear? Like you put
I
that ring
discovered that
light
way
over.
too late in the pandemic.
See, but the
I just got one last week. I'm so
I
mad.
like a
but
month
if you
ago.
wear
It's like, where's this
glasses-
God light been my whole
Where
life?
has it been? Oh.
I love, but that is the one part because I'm an AV nerd, and I loved playing, and every day we had stuff coming in from B&H, from different audio visual places. Like, look at this!
Loved that.
I loved it. Okay, I got a 60-inch monitor.
Right.
I
You
got
were one of
this.
the
I
first
got that.
ones, Al, who had it going on. I mean, you literally had
He was
all
in-
your
he was in his
gadgets.
garage.
Oh,
Yeah.
in your garage. You had an iPad. You had
Then he got
all
kicked out of the garage.
gadgets.
Yeah.
Then he was in the kitchen. He got
Right.
kicked out of the kitchen.
I was pleased when you stopped wearing the Oswego shirts every day though, because for a while.
I think Deborah.
Yeah, well, Deborah,
corrected.
between Deborah and Craig, it was like,
Yeah.
you got to step this up.
Yeah, and then you went to the zippy hoodie,
Yeah.
the zippy thing, and then you
I went to the
graduated-
half zip.
half zip,
Went to the half
and,
zip.
and then you
Went
graduated.
to the half zip,
Yeah.
But now we get to see you in seersucker, full pocket square,
Glasses.
with the,
You know what
the
I do
pocket
miss?
watch.
Every
You know what I
day
do
is-
miss?
What?
I do
Ducky Derby.
miss seeing Vale and Charlie.
Oh,
That I have to say, watching them pop up, literally, it was like so calming, and it felt so at home. I still remember just like
Calming
watching them.
for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me, Mr. Defense Secretary, out of here.
Right.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but even just at that 6:30 tease, they all were clamoring to get on, and I remember thinking how that's like the coolest, calmest
Little
thing in the
kids
world.
with bedhead.
Don't forget about her live-in tech as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Felding.
yeah, Felding.
Felding
the
was
Felding.
amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mike was
Felding.
he
It was
really-
on
yeah.
headset.
Mike-
Her
Like,
operations manager.
You and Mike, my husband could be like in a relationship
Yeah.
because of the AV. Like
Yes.
he loved that tech stuff so much. It made all his dreams come true. He would dial in every morning, set his alarm, and
I
get us
remember
ready.
listening. You were doing. There was some problem with the mic, and he's troubleshooting.
Oh my
yeah.
God, I'd never
Into it.
seen.
Oh, he's so into it.
Yeah.
And by the way, the graphics department.
Jack.
Now,
Jack.
Jack Daly.
Jack
needs
Daly.
to get a little more.
Jack needs an agent. I mean, we get stopped now, and people
What?
are like, "Yo, you're the kid that holds the sign." Like he.
Are you
the
serious?
People just
Where
and
does
They
that-
recognize the arms.
That started out of a necessity. Yeah, he's like, "Look, it's me. That's me." It started out of necessity because once Field Ops came and put the studio in the house, I actually needed help.
Yeah.
Because, we have a newborn in the house with 4 children.
Yeah.
So I was, commissioning help for my children, and Jackson did it every single
How
day.
did it feel, Carson, when you came back to the studio?
It felt great.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I started to harbor a little bit of guilt. I mean, I love my kids so much. I thought and I felt bad because it came at the cost of a pandemic where people are losing their lives.
Sure.
But I was so selfishly happy to be home with my kids
Yeah.
because I travel so much and I
Yeah.
never get a chance to see them. I thought, God, I
Yeah.
can work from
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done at 9:01,
Yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah.
bathing suit already and my
Yeah.
nice supper, and I'm going to
Yeah.
play with the kids. And
Yeah.
I loved that part. But after a while, the professional in me wanted to be in a studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't move to New York to stay at home and work from home.
Right,
I moved to
right.
be with my colleagues, to be in the environment
Yeah.
that excites me and that we're lucky enough to get to do every day. So going back to see you guys and going back to doing the job was really important.
Yeah.
It was fulfilling again. Being home is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Only for a finite
time,
amount of
yeah.
time.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything, for traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
How are your kids? How did Dell and Sibby do?
Dell and Sibby, again, from the very beginning, I was so impressed with how quickly they adapted, and they've done the same on the back end. Like they've, you know.
Plus, your wife was a superstar.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
Lindsay
wife
she gets props. big
Lindsay
time.
was
Those jokes
amazing.
every day online.
Still going.
Still
Oh,
going.
they are?
The prayer section.
The prayer section every morning to start school. No, we would not have probably gotten through the pandemic had it not been for my wife.
Well,
That's not, that's not hyperbole.
And she got COVID, right?
She did. She
Yeah.
she had
Had to
COVID.
go through that too.
And let me tell you, like we took it, we obviously took it very seriously. So we had to sequester her in the room, and it was me and the kids for 2 weeks.
Siri got a false positive during this whole thing, and for 24 hours until it came back and they had reversed it, it went to a lab, it was a whole thing. There was a period where I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh God.
She's sequestered in a room, and I have all 4 kids. Like, wow. How do I do this?
right.
And then you're immediately a close contact.
Yes.
Just by vis-a-vis
Right.
your wife.
Sure. Yes.
So technically, you're not supposed to be. Like, I was on the phone with the doctor. Who's going to raise my children?
You want to come over?
Let's bring some wolves
How you
over.
did that.
Yeah.
Grace of God.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton.
Well,
you go.
Lindsay was parenting by phone too.
Yeah.
Like she was able to FaceTime and tell the kids to not do stuff. So, the kids have adapted well. How about yours?
Same. Like, it's just so funny now how they look back at pictures and wonder why we didn't have a mask on before. And we still worry about our kids. They're not vaccinated. They're little and they're running around. But to see them in school with the plexiglass and doing the tasks, and they did it every day. They were in the park with masks on. I was shocked. Hope was too little to wear a mask, which kind of made me feel good because I didn't want to have her all strapped up. But Haley got so used to it. Now we leave and she's like, Mom, do you have your phone? Do you have a mask? And
Right.
That's what they say.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's
so
incredible how they roll
adapt.
with it. They get used to the mask. The day the CDC said, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear the mask
Yeah.
outdoors. I picked up Vale at the bus stop with no mask. She comes down the bus stops with her mask and she's like, Mom, where's your mask?
Yeah.
Put it on. She was like,
Yeah.
she's got a job at the CDC waiting for her.
There you go.
But it's just like they roll with it. They adapt to
Yeah.
it.
I felt guilty almost in a way for all of you guys in that I just had Nick at home.
Yeah.
And the time was 18, and he was loving it because he'd take his laptop and I said, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm changing class." And he was going from room to room.
Oh, that's what he did?
What he did. But it was great. I was like, after I finished the show, I would call Craig. I'm out on the lake. I'm sitting by a pool.
Living his best life.
It was.
Did Nick adapt to the
Oh, yeah.
mask and the rest of
Well,
it?
what was interesting is, especially for kids who have, some special needs, in a way, this was somewhat helpful because a lot of these kids are not overly social. And so they could be social over Zoom, over their computer. And I was, I had to take him with me on a trip, and he was in school in the car, and I'm listening to him. How engaged he was with his teacher, with his classmates, and he really adapted.
thrived.
He loved it. He ended up with an A average for the year.
Did he really?
Wow, good for him.
We're moving, and day before yesterday, we were going through some papers, and at the beginning of the pandemic, it was suggested that you have kids write letters to, sort of cope with how they're feeling, and Dell wrote a letter And he said, I forget who it was to, but he said, "Dear blah, 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 please make the pandemic go away. Please have people stop dying. Please have people stop getting sick." And we were moving, and Lindsay and I read the letter, because we hadn't seen it since, and just, puddles. Because we've started to forget just a year ago, like how scary it was for kids especially.
Well, I think that NBC did that nightly news for kids.
Yes.
That Lester did, and it was really sort of born out of the idea that the information is so hard for kids to process that they would give a show for them coming from NBC. And Jackson, was a correspondent
My favorite
for the
correspondent,
year.
by the way.
And that was really, I think, was really cool. And he had a project where he had to write a letter, and he wrote a letter to President Biden, and Biden wrote him back.
That's right.
Wow.
What was the letter?
The letter was about, and he wrote it, and then we sent it. He put it in mailbox, and then President Biden wrote him back just after being elected. And Jackson had written about, requesting some help with racial injustice and with mask wearing for the pandemic, and it was really incredible. So in our house, we had this letter that Jackson wrote, and the response from the president.
That's amazing.
Jackson spoke at commencement,
Wait, what?
Yeah, he graduated and
he spoke.
He spoke.
He
Yeah.
was a
What did
speaker.
he say? What did he say?
He just talked about thanking the administrators. I mean, one of the things during school Zoom that stuck out for me was a lot of our teachers, they have kids our kids' age.
Yep.
And as hard as we found it, I kept saying to Sierra, I'm like, look, we have to just put this in check. Think about this teacher.
Yes.
She's got this situation in her home, and she's teaching all. So let's, shout out to not only first responders, but to the teachers.
Who are first responders?
He basically was thanking the administrators for making a year even possible.
Jackson does. He needs an agent.
Yeah, Jackson's so mature.
Yeah, no, it's,
Sign him.
Sign him up.
Yeah.
I think we got lucky that the pandemic, by and large, the kids in this country did pretty well, or globally actually did pretty well. If you think about had this COVID-19 strain been really rough on children, this really would have been a lot worse.
Story,
But emotionally, I think.
Edit that out, Jen. That's too.
a lot of them are struggling, but they're hopefully coming back.
Yeah, they're doing good though.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I've got one that just came to mind.
Tell us.
When we went down a few months ago to North Charleston to profile this principal who during the pandemic decided that he was going to pick up a second job at
That was
Walmart.
amazing, that story, by the way.
Oh, I love that guy.
That guy was incredible.
Well, he's Mr. Darby, and was one of these guys, could not have been more unassuming, and was just, he was like, oh shucks, why are you guys here? I took this job because my kids at school, they just needed school supplies, and the parents, a lot of them had got laid off, and the guy just stepped up, and even when we went to talk to him, like he was just so surprised that we were there. Like it was just so, it's like, this is what I do, this is what we do. We take care of each other. That was probably a highlight. And I think it was probably more of a highlight because we had spent so many months covering death and despair.
Sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Your gym, I mean, the time that, I felt like the other day when you were hanging out with the gymnast, I was like, we're back, baby.
I did love that. I mean, that did make me feel like we were back 100% because, I felt it. But probably overall, like if I were thinking back, there was one guy who was a patient And he decided that he was going to write a letter to every single person who helped him in this.
Oh, that was good too.
And he read it, and we surprised him by having all the
those people there.
pop on. But I think because once you get out, you think, I dodged a bullet, and you go home. Think about any time you've been in the hospital for something.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you revisit and you say thank you? But to be able to do it face to face and to watch, a lot of these doctors and nurses were crying because they needed that attaboy, that attagirl. And I remember thinking a thank you, a little thing like a thank you meant a lot, as you know, because that's what you do.
Well, look,
That's what Elle does.
I got to go to one of the food banks in Connecticut, and it reminded you that how close people are living to the edge, because there were a lot of nice cars driving up, but people, when it comes down to it, needed help. But if it wasn't for those volunteers who run these food banks, a lot of folks would have gone hungry. And seeing people it was the dead of winter. It was freezing and cold, and
Kids
people
in the
were out
car.
with kids in the car. And
I remember.
these folks who were helping, I mean, they had an assembly line going, getting food into people's cars. And that was kind of like, it restores your faith in humanity.
SG, what do you?
I mean, it's sad, but I can't get out of my mind the doctor who was a frontline worker and an emergency room physician and had the whole world. She had everything in front of her, and she took her own life, because the stress of the pandemic. And it's a sad story, but it's also a story that really inspires, because her sister and her brother-in-law have picked up her story, and they are doing incredible work to focus attention on the mental health of frontline workers. And that needs to be said. That work needs to be done. And so they have taken this painful episode, and it has galvanized them, and they are really making a difference. And I think, we look at it, okay, the pandemic, let's hope, is in our past in this country, mostly. We've got to remember our frontline workers, and some of those pains and some of those memories are going to be with them a long time, so we need to remember them. And that, for me, that story and that cause has stuck with me.
Carson, you spent a lot of time over the past year highlighting,
mental health.
Yeah, I mean, I think mental health took became a prominent part of the discussion of society in the last year during the pandemic, which was a good thing because nobody's talking about it, and I was able to do that through my own situation. But I think going back to what Savannah was saying, also for me back March, we were having a baby. And part of my anxiety, in general, my anxiety disorder, is that I can't control my nervous system. I run hot, like my adrenal system kind of like a Ferrari. And so I spend every day of my life trying to check and balance how I'm going to drive that Ferrari, and sometimes it's easier to control than others. At the height of the pandemic and then expecting to have a baby, my nerves were just exacerbated, as were so many millions of people going through similar situations. So, seeing the nurses in the hospital, dropping my wife off alone, pregnant, with masks on, and we were so scared. We didn't know what was what you could touch. This was new in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then meeting the nurses when Goldie was born and realizing that these people, I want to go and retreat and hide in my home because I'm so nervous because I have this mental health situation. I want to hide like a little boy, yet there are people in society who, like firefighters, don't run away from the fire, they run into it. And we were, we got a chance to re-meet these incredible heroic folks, in the health sector, who went in and saved people's lives and had to act like their fathers or their brothers or their sisters and hold their hands. They had to do so much work behind closed doors. I think even today, we don't realize what the nurses and doctors really did. Because no one was allowed in the hospital. I think by having a baby through that process, I had that window into the healthcare system, and it was just remarkable.
Celebration.
Oh,
yes.
Celebration.
The roaring 20s, baby.
Yes.
Your mom is back.
Yes.
Your Tita.
Yes.
Your in-laws and
my parents.
all your folks. And and by the way, God bless you for shining a light on alcoholism. And with your dad, with the book. It's just, I think everybody's coming out and just feeling good. Like, we've come through something, and we're still going through it. But by God, thanks to a whole lot of people we're able to live like America.
Yeah, I mean, talk about appreciating things you never even thought twice about in your life.
Right.
Like walking to the store with your kid without a mask on, or going to the beach, or getting in the car, getting on a plane, like stuff.
Going to the grocery store.
Like this.
Right.
With your
Having a meal out.
Meal out.
Yeah.
Being able to close talk.
Yeah.
Hug.
You
And
know,
hug.
like that.
Needing breath mints again.
Yes, there you go.
I did stock and Altoids. It's got to go up.
suddenly-
I did we do these things before the show where we talk to our different stations, and I knew Hodo and I were going to be doing something. I actually used mouthwash.
Oh, thank God. Thank
Hodo went,
God.
wow, you smell minty fresh.
Minty fresh.
Kind of makes you wonder what he'd been doing for the previous
Well, you know,
We all let ourselves go.
Yes.
just a bit.
But we're back, baby. Woo!
We're back.
Cheers to being back.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I've got nothing left.
And to the
Once
discovery
again,
of the Aperol Spritz.
I drank the most.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie. Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hey, Today All Day. Next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is whipping up 3 dishes any true lover of Italian food should never live without. First up, he's making a classic creamy risotto. Then it's a super easy red sauce. And finally, an irresistibly crispy arancini. Oh, this rice is nice.
I love risotto. It can be a bit time consuming to make, but it's actually quite easy and it always impresses. You can make risotto even tastier by deep frying it. I like to transform it into one of Sicily's most popular street foods, arancini. These OG rice bowls can be found pretty much everywhere in the region where my gram comes from, Palermo. Today, I'm making a classic creamy risotto. I'll use the leftovers to make my irresistible arancini that I love to serve over my no-fail everyday tomato sauce. For cocktail hour, it's another taste of Sicily. My blood orange and white wine coolers that are sure to be the hit at your next summer party. Risotto is something that I think that everyone should learn how to make. And it's a technique that's quite simple to master. Now, you can add any flavor that you'd like to it. Mushrooms are super traditional. I like to fold in some roasted butternut squash in the fall. A fresh zesting of lemon for a delicious risotto al limone. Or if you're feeling super bougie, you can shave some fresh black or white truffle on top. I like to keep it simple with this base to really let the flavors of white wine and Parmigiano Reggiano really shine through. The first thing you need to do is warm some stock. We're gonna need this a little later on in the process, but we want it to be ready. We're not looking for it to be simmering, just stay nice and warm. In the meantime, we can get the rest of our ingredients all set. I have 2 small shallots, but you can use 1 large instead. I go this way, and then the opposite direction. I'll just give my knife a quick run over just to make sure I didn't miss a piece or 2, but kind of nailed it. Set that aside. And a couple of cloves of garlic. Oh, God, where did we get this garlic from? Peeled garlic from now on. We want to mince this up as well. I have the rest of my ingredients ready to go. So all that's left for me to do is just open up this bottle of white wine. A good dry white wine will do here. Like I've said in the past, something that you would drink. I'm using a nice Pinot Grigio. Make sure you go deep enough. There's nothing worse than breaking a cork. Ta-da! We'll just set that aside. Time to start cooking. I'm gonna put this pan over a medium heat, and to that, we will add some butter. Just 1 tablespoon for a little extra flavor. And then 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. Give it a swirl, get that butter melted, and we can add our shallots. Looks like a lot, right? We're not looking to get any color on these shallots, just to soften them. So we're literally just going to saute these for a couple of minutes, 2 to 3. Time to add our garlic. Just want to cook this garlic for a minute, just until it's fragrant. It's fragrant. Then our rice. 1 cup right into our pan. We want to toast this rice a little before we start adding the liquid to cook it. I'm using Cannaroli rice. It is considered the king of Italian rices. It has a lot of starch in it, which is going to add to the creaminess, and it also cooks to a beautiful al dente. I think this guy's getting thirsty. Time to add a 1/2 cup of wine. Looks about right. Now this is where the technique really kicks in. Over this medium-low heat, you want to keep stirring constantly until there's almost no liquid left. Like right now, before you start adding your warm broth, just a little bit at a time, about a ladleful at a time. And keep stirring and repeating the process. The reason we're adding warm stock is because we don't want to halt the cooking of our rice. What makes risotto so creamy is, unlike pasta, where you strain the water, you're keeping everything, all those starches remain in the pan, and it just keeps getting thicker and creamier and delicious. I'm way too passionate about risotto. You see how all of my liquid is almost gone? I'm actually gonna lower this heat a little bit and add another ladleful of our stock. Just keep stirring, adding liquid as needed, and this is probably gonna take about 40, 45 minutes. And do note, you might not need all of the broth. It's better to have too much than too little. Look how creamy. It's like the parting of the seas. It takes a really long time for it to sort of come back together. I'm gonna get my last couple of ingredients on standby so it's ready to go. Okay, I think we can add our cheese. Half a cup of Parmigiano Reggiano, the good stuff, the real stuff. And a quarter cup of my secret ingredient, looks about right, mascarpone cheese. As if this wasn't creamy enough, this is gonna put it over the top. You can see how creamy it is. It's almost like rice pudding. It's so creamy and decadent that you don't need that much of it. Then to finish it off, simply a drizzle of really good olive oil, just a couple of cracks of fresh black pepper, and of course, just a little bit more Parmigiano Reggiano. Or a lot of it more. Buon appetito. Perfection. So good, so creamy, so delicious. Don't worry, these leftovers are not gonna go to waste. Never in my house. While it's still warm, I'm gonna transfer it to a sheet pan, spread it out nice and thin, let it come to room temperature, then we'll cover it and get it in the fridge to chill so that we can make the crispiest, the creamiest arancini you've ever had.
Well, hello. Are you ready to whip up Anthony's delectable dish? Just text food to 34318 and we will send that recipe right to your phone.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
I always serve my arancini with a tomato sauce, and my family's been making this forever. Once a month, my parents would make a vat of it so that we always had it on hand, even packing it and freezing it up just to bring on vacation with us. God forbid we couldn't have sauce on a Sunday when we were in Florida. This sauce uses just a few staple ingredients, at least staple ingredients in my house, and comes together fairly quickly. First up, a sweet onion. It adds a little bit of sweetness and balances out the acidity of the tomatoes. Any sweet onion will do. I feel like my gram had this sauce going within minutes, and it would just be simmering away. And we would be in the kitchen trying to like sneak a dip of bread into it before we got yelled at. I'm gonna get this into my pot, get it out of my way. A nice healthy amount of garlic, 5 cloves. Thankfully, I have some left over from my risotto. And just thinly slice it. Obviously, I love garlic. And that's gonna go in at this point as well. Next up, extra virgin olive oil, about 1/3 of a cup. Okay, let's put this over medium heat and start to saute that garlic and onion. This is definitely one of my favorite smells in the world. It means that somebody's cooking up something delicious. We want these onions to get nice, soft, translucent, but not take on any color. Just stir it pretty frequently, just so that you can make sure they don't burn. Okay, these are looking perfect. Time to add our tomatoes. I have 3 28-ounce cans of what were Pilati whole peel tomatoes that I pureed in a blender, and we're gonna throw that right into our pot. Gonna give this a stir and add our last few ingredients. We'll add 1.5 teaspoons of salt. We'll go back later and make sure that doesn't need any more. Some fresh black pepper, about 1/4 teaspoon. Half a teaspoon of dried oregano. And a pinch of red pepper flakes. If you like a spicier sauce, of course, add more. And then basil, decent bit of basil, about 1/4 cup, which basically means this whole plant. And stems are fine. Kind of a sad looking plant. Right on in. The basil is just so aromatic, and in my opinion, that's what makes a really good tomato sauce, is the basil flavor that's infused and permeated throughout this whole sauce. At this point, you want to bring your sauce to a boil, then immediately reduce it to a simmer, stirring every 10 to 15 minutes until it's thick, all the flavors have come together, and it's ready to be served.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air. This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I've never met a rice bowl that I don't like, but these are truly the best. It has everything going on. It's creamy, it's cheesy, and has a crispy exterior. They're not your typical traditional Sicilian rice balls or arancini. I like them to be on the smaller side. They're a little bit more elegant and perfect for a cocktail party. The first thing that I need to do is set up a dredging station. I don't always use flour, but this is one of those times when I do, and I'll show you why in just a minute. So about 3/4 of a cup. Up next, a couple of eggs. Whisk those up real well. And finally, some panko. I've tried it both ways with standard breadcrumbs and panko. This is the way to get the perfect crispy exterior. So about 1.5 cups of that. Now that our dredging station is complete, on to the cheesy part. I have some fresh mozzarella. These are called ciliegine because they are the size of a ciliegine, cherry. Gonna need 12 for this recipe. And I'm just taking them out of their liquid and placing them on a paper towel. I wanna get these nice and dry so that we can wrap them in the risotto and it's not too slippery. I have my chilled risotto from earlier. It's nice, firm, and set. Feels a little weird, but it's exactly what we want it to be. We want it to be pliable so that we can shape it around our ciliegine. I'm taking a 2 tablespoon cookie scoop or measure, it's 1 ounce, and scraping up some of our risotto. Don't worry if you rip the parchment that's underneath, just make sure it doesn't wind up in your risotto mixture here. That is not the crunch we're looking for. Press it in, make sure you're getting the full 2 tablespoons. My stomach is growling. Oops. Last one. Okay, now for the fun part. We're going to wrap our ciliegine inside our risotto. Take one of your mozzarella balls and slowly shape the chilled risotto around to enclose it. Takes a little patience. Give it a little roll. Don't worry about making a perfect circle at this point. We will refine the shape later on after we dredge them. Cute. Now keep going. Take your time. It's really important that the cheese is in the center of your risotto so that when you fry them, it doesn't leak out. It's a little sticky, but that's what's helping to keep everything all together. I like my arancini on the small side because of the cheese to risotto ratio, but traditionally in Sicily, they're much larger, pear-shaped or orange-shaped, hence arancini, and are often filled with meat sauce with peas or prosciutto. Last one. Okay, that just about does it. At this point, wash your hands. You definitely want to start with clean, dry hands for the dredging process. That's all there is to it. This size is the perfect size for a cocktail party. And then you don't have to feel so guilty when you eat 3 or 4 of them. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna give my hands a quick rinse, make a little room so that we can fry these bad boys up. I have a high-sided skillet filled with a generous amount of vegetable oil. You want there to be enough oil for the balls to be completely submerged. We're looking for a deep fry, not a shallow fry. Be careful. Cook them in batches of about 4, just so that you can control the temperature of your oil. It's been about 5 minutes, and these are looking great. They're beautiful golden brown. And I know that that cheese inside is nice and gooey. Right onto our paper towel lined sheet pan, and immediately crush up some sea salt right on top so that it melts from that hot oil and just gives a little bit of extra seasoning to our arancini. Don't they look great? Beautiful. Our arancini are beautiful golden brown. They're nice and hot, just the way they need to be served. Let's get it plated up. I'm gonna go with a fairly simple presentation. Just a generous puddle of my everyday tomato sauce right in the center of a plate. Just like that. And then I think 3 is a very nice and generous portion for our arancini. A little extra cheese never hurt anyone. And last but not least, if you can find it, some micro basil. You can use regular basil. If you haven't figured out by now, I'm just over the top and bougie. Look how beautiful this looks. It's like the Italian flag on a plate. These arancini make the perfect appetizer for cocktail hour, and I have the perfect drink to mix up.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When blood oranges are in season, I can't wait to get my hands on them and use them for as many things as possible, like this blood orange and white wine cooler. This is not the stuff you were sneaking behind your parents back in high school. It's a little bougier than that. This blood orange is doing double duty. Half of it's gonna go into our cocktail to help flavor it, and the other half is gonna be a beautiful garnish at the end. So cut 1/2 into wedges, and you can throw this into a cocktail mixer or a cocktail shaker, whatever you have. The other half, I'll halve again, and then just slice into half moons. Look how beautiful, deep, vibrant red that is. Super delicious, and it's also very nutritious. You're also going to need a half of a lime. Save the other half for something later. Cut that into a few wedges as well. Then a little rosemary, about 2 sprigs. Add that and muddle it up. Put some elbow strength into it. We want to get all of those citrus juices out and the oils and fragrance of that rosemary, which I can smell already. Look at that beautiful fuchsia color. Okay, to that, 1 cup of our Pinot Grigio. Stir it up. And then strain it into 2 glasses. 1 cocktail for now, and then 1 for right after. Isn't that a gorgeous color? Then to amplify our blood orange flavor, some blood orange soda. Half a cup to each of your glasses. All that's missing are some garnishes.